All right, testing, testing, one, two, three. Guys, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. And people on YouTube, let me know if you guys can hear me as well. Hi, Katalia. So, yeah, let me know if you can hear me. Just do a thumbs up. I'm about to send the judge the link. And tonight is going to be a little special. Please retweet the space, share the space, repost the space. Thank you guys on YouTube. Thank you. Okay, you guys can hear me. And usually I say open mic from 9 to 12 a.m. It may have to go over. I'm pretty sure some people want to be emotional, which is why I created the topic that I did, because this is basically a pull-up session. Let me text the judge the link. I got to text it to a couple of people. Okay, here it is. Here's the link. Uh, so this space, it is going to be a little unorthodox. So you want reparations? I got to put a comma. Wait for Jehovah to return. Why did I come up with this title? Because last week there were a lot of people in their feelings. Well, not last week, this past Saturday, there were a lot of people in their feelings. And they were in their feelings about the judge. I put the tweet in the Jumbotron, and the tweet should be in the comment section. I'm not sure, but can somebody copy and paste the tweet in the comment section? Because people could see it more in the comment section. But anyway, so he posted this tweet about reparations and wealth, and shut up Saturday space, which is always ratchet with a sprinkle of professionalism, but I love it. There were people, including one of the hosts, who had an issue with his text. Buffalo. And I don't have an issue with Buffalo. Me and her was going back and forth, and that's fine. But I don't have an issue with her. I don't know her, but it's not in person or whatever. But people do get upset when the judge talk about reparations, because he's really talking about it from a logical, legal standpoint. And his bottom line is, number one, Black Americans don't know how to get it. You don't. And I do agree with him on that. Is it old? Absolutely. Am I pro reparations? Yes. But you don't know how to organize and get it. Does the judge? Yes. Is he going to give that information on an X space to random people? Hell no, because that's just not how business works. Also, this is a disclaimer, and I know I'm going to have to repeat myself after the judge come on and more people come into the room. This conversation does not include people who are part of reparation organization or who have literally organized in their state. This is not a dig at them, because they are actually doing the work. I'm getting on Black America ass, the general population, the general public. All right, let me send you co-host invite. Me personally, I'm getting on Black Americans, people who are actually organizing, making moves, ADOS. I know Devon out in New York, the Freedman, I know Naeem doing something where he's at. And then you have the California reparations. That's the only exception to where I'm a dog them the fuck out. Excuse me for cursing already, but we passed the 5-minute mark. Because that reparations is California is bullshit. Because you got LGBTQ all up in there over 150 times. So aside reparations, the California reparations is bullshit. What other people are doing, I don't have a problem with other people are doing. This is not me attacking them. This space, I'm not attacking anyone, but this space is for all you Black Americans that get on X, talk shit, talk about pro-Black this, pro-reparation this. and you ain't doing nothing. You don't know how to get to the bag. You don't know how wealth operates. I don't really know how wealth operates. And you're not being realistic what it takes to get reparations. And you too goddamn emotional. So this is open mic. Open mic is, I do have a topic today, so speak to the topic. But if it's something else you want to bring up, you could bring up whatever else. You could ask the judge whatever. And so let's get started. Hi, Judge. And Nasir, I'm gonna send you a request. Not Nasir, Nas. I see Nas and I'm thinking of the rapper Nas, but his real name is Nasir. I'm gonna send you a request to be Speaker Nas because you did reach out. And let me just say one thing real quick, Judge, before I hand it over to you. Nas, you sent me a message and I did relate. I responded to your message and stuff like that. You know, I'm not going to say what it was about, but the judge did say, "Oh, give him my number." He wanted me to give you his number. I just don't give the judge number out because the judge don't care. It's just that there have been too many ops trying to call the judge, and I personally don't know you. So, but I don't have a problem with you. But because I personally don't know you, I didn't give the judge your number. So, but I'm glad you're in this space. So I'm going to send you a request to come up if you want to say anything, you know, because what you asked was very important, and you know, and I appreciate where you was coming from with that. Hi, Judge.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'll manage.
So
Doing
why is it
fine.
why is it that you always start trouble?
I don't start trouble. I just point out the obvious sometimes, and a lot of times the obvious is not so obvious. I would say this: whatever the outcome on reparations, the real key to wealth is learning how to or knowing how to make wealth. They can never take that away from you. And there is an old parable, some believe in the speaker, and it's you can feed a man a fish, or you can teach him to fish so he can feed himself. And there has been a growing trend that once was on a steep downturn, and that was to be independent and self-reliant, and I'm seeing that peak back up now. So people are very dependent upon somebody taking care of them or providing for them or giving them a windfall, and people have been taught to expect it. I would say that don't neglect hard work and personal enterprise while waiting on something else. I know a lot of people that go to the casinos religiously. Strangely, they never seem to win much, but they keep going and they tell me that one more time and it'll be okay. They're going to make it. And that'll make everything be all right. Well, been watching some of these people do this for 25, 30, 35, 40 some years, and some of them have wasted a lot of time, valuable time in life. And I'll tell you this, life is not that long. It may seem like it is, but once you've been through it, you realize how short a period of time it really was. So don't waste it. I'll just leave it at that for right now.
Okay. So the actual tweet that people felt some kind of way about, let's see if I could pull it up here. What they was upset about. Oh, it says, you said reparations isn't wealth. Only knowing how to generate wealth is real wealth. If you know how to do that, you'll be wealthy irrespective of being reparated.
Reparated.
Reparations would be nice, but so would winning a lottery. Hopefully, someone has better things to do than awaiting that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, and so people were upset because it's like, oh, he against reparation, he a coon, he blah blah blah.
Oh, my word on it is fuck off. Stop being ignorant and wise up. My parents' generation went through two episodes of wanting to get reparation. My grandfather went through four of them. He was born 11 years before the Civil War started. He didn't get it. Well, he almost did with that 40 acres and a mule, but it got snatched back when Democratic President Johnson well scotched it. In my lifetime, this is the third time reparations has come up. And if I spent the time some people claim they want to spend or spend on it, I wouldn't be anywhere. And if anybody gets it, I'll get it. But the point is I spent so much more time doing things that were quite profitable. If you look me up on Wikipedia, it'll tell you I was the highest paid man, black or white, in Hollywood outside of Leslie Moonves, who was CEO for CBS. You might want to think about what you can do out of South Central Los Angeles. And I was there before they even started calling it that. And I always spent my time on hard work, enterprise, and learning as much as I could. So I always tried to support those people who look like they might vote for it in Congress, but it turns out they didn't because they had a hustle. And apparently they like the rainbow more than they do black. So pay attention to the elections going on around and about you, and you do more for your chances of reparations than focusing on it. And like somebody said, I don't need to be doing anything. It's white supremacy always against us, so I'm just going to chill and wait on the reparations. Well, that's not doing anything for you, but it is what it is. So word up, word wise, get wise. If you
So
don't want
this
to
is
deal with it, that's your problem.
all right. So this. I have the people that's up here. I do have you in order, but I'm gonna go to Nas first because I mentioned him first, and he did DM me over the weekend, and the question that he asked, I guess it's better for him to ask you directly. And then I'm gonna go to Real Queen Zaza. I am and the life. All right, go ahead, Nas.
I was first after Nas, but that's cool.
No, you were actually before Nas. It's just that I'm letting him go first because he reached out to me Saturday, which is why I titled this space. So it's Real Queen, Zaza, and I am, and then the life. Um, okay. Go ahead, Nas.
All right, thank you very much for having me. I don't really do spaces that much
You
these days.
have the mic on mute.
Oh,
Can
can you
you
hear
hear
me?
him, Judge? He is unmuted. You
I
can't hear him?
can't hear him.
Okay.
Hmm. Should I exit and come back?
I
Yeah,
heard
exit and come back.
everybody else.
Okay, I'm
Somebody,
gonna exit and come back.
okay. Somebody else say something.
Hey, Judge, how you doing? Happy belated birthday, sir. Can you hear me?
Nothing.
Can you
I
can
heard
you hear her?
somebody said
Huh?
actually I was first after. I heard that earlier, but I don't hear anything else.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
you
was
don't hear
me.
nothing now.
Can you
I
hear
heard
me?
somebody, yeah, I hear somebody saying, yeah, that was me. I hear that fine.
Oh,
Real
okay.
Queen, say something. Real Queen, say something.
Test 1, 2.
Hear
Judge, can you hear
nothing.
me?
All right, so drop
Okay.
down, Real Queen, and come up.
So can you
And
hear me
Nas,
now?
I
right.
hear somebody saying, "Can you hear me now?"
Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right, cool. It's working then. Okay, yeah. Thank y'all for having me. I don't really do spaces that much anymore, but yeah. When I saw the tweet, I was like, it didn't really make sense in my mind. But I think that when you see somebody, they write something, you can take it so many different ways. Because I'm like, I talked to Judge Joe Brown. I don't think it means what I think it means or what people are saying it meant. But now I understand, and I agree that even though I do think reparations is very important, we all need to be doing a lot of stuff while we're working on that too. Because I mean, I have my own business. I'm thinking about starting more businesses. I'm creating more products because the more wealth that you have, the better you can protect yourself in life, irrespective of white supremacy. I mean, like for health and for retirement and all these things, you want to make sure you have the money because this world operates on money. So I do believe everybody needs to be doing the work they need to do, building things so you have this wealth. But at the same time, yeah, I believe in reparations. And the question I had asked Dana was, you had mentioned a while ago to me that you were aware of Johnny Cochran's strategy. Maybe I heard you say it in a space, or you mentioned it to me in private. I can't remember which one it was because you were close to him. So
Well,
I
let
was
me
gonna,
put it this
yeah.
way. I met Johnny Cochran and I are both alumni of UCLA. I met Johnny Cochran, I think it was about 1966. And I wouldn't say it's his idea, I wouldn't say it's my idea, but when you have professionals in a field, both of us in law, and both of us took an interest in con law and how it impacted people, you can have an exchange of ideas that can be inspirational. He's been dead for quite a while, and we both had ideas that we were feeding to each other. So I do have some thoughts about how to get it that I think are novel. I don't spread it around because too many people right now try to pimp anything they can, and we've got enough of those. So if I can get somebody that's got an appropriate legislative, legal, and hard work background and can help put a team together, yeah, I'll work with them, but I'm not just going to throw it out there for everybody so people sit there and tip hands before it's time to strike, so to speak. But yeah, there's some ways that might get it. I offer the most obvious one, which is so obvious there's no point in hiding it. It's just that the most likely way to get it is a legislative action that consists of an enablement and appropriations act. California did it, but California was pimping black folk because they're too broke to deliver it. And they've got what they call a referendum, and it just takes 25,000 signatures to get it put on the ballot statewide. And since, let's see, 54% of the state's population is Hispanic, 46 to 48% of the registered voters are Hispanic. I don't really think reparations, as conceived of in California, is going to last, even if it got passed and sent to the governor. But it is what it is. So that is one avenue before it gets too late and the numbers get bad. You might get the Congress of the United States, the House and Senate, to pass an enablement and appropriations act. If it gets signed by a president and it survives the sure attack from at least 26 to 30 some states, and it gets in front of the Supreme Court and it's likely to go somewhere or not, you might get it. But the problem is the most obvious instrument, which is the Black Caucus, for the last 35 years has introduced absolutely nothing to benefit Black folk, because even though there are Black titles on some of the stuff, they don't really benefit Black folk. So Go look some of the representatives up and see what they've been voting for and what other congressional groups they belong to. And you might also go look to followthemoney.org, followthemoney.org. And it is an assemblage of information sources, and it will tell you who gave what to who and for what and in what amount. And you will see that most of the Black caucus is at least severely compromised because they have been paid a lot of money by interests that don't really give a damn about us getting reparations. And then the statement I always get, but we entitled to it, we earned it. Well, that was my business for more than a half century. What to do about people who had earned something and were getting stiffed. And then the problem comes in that even if you win a lawsuit on their behalf, a lot of times the defense may have been lacking, but the defendant lacks the financial wherewithal to pay out, and he's judgment proof, and you get nothing. So just because you have a righteous cause does not mean that you prevail, because in world history, power is what prevails. Might makes right. And if you're going to do something, you have to learn how to exercise political power, because most of us aren't into a position, don't have the inclination to, and probably shouldn't think about doing any kind of, shall we say, violent consequence delivery. Not saying that it couldn't happen, but I doubt seriously the Black population is currently constituted is likely to do anything about that unless it's just looting. So watch who you're putting in office to represent you, check their records out, see what they've been doing, and see whether they're pimps, simps, or they're actually trying to do something for you. But this is my third go around on reparations, and I had a roommate that wound up being a lawyer for the UN Commission that was looking into reparations for Black Americans, and he just sort of wound up saying, "I'm banging my head on the wall. It ain't gonna happen." But that was the last excitement, and that's been quite a while ago. So good luck. I wish everybody good fortune in trying to get it, because if anybody gets it, I'll get it too, whether I do a damn thing or not. I've done my part, I think, by putting people in a mindset and in a position to do something about it. But towards getting past, all I can do is say, hey, that's not quite the way to get it. And that's the wrong attitude, because nobody owes you a damn thing. I don't care how just you think your claim is. It's all about power or authority or being able to find a way through the courts. And right now, I have a three-pronged possibility, but I have no idea as to whether it would work, but it's not something that even if I crafted, I would count on. So good luck.
Judge Joe Brown.
I have a suggestion for that, by the way.
What's that?
Let me say something real quick.
Wait 1 second. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear what somebody said. It was garbled.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the person who is next is Real Queen, then Zaza, then I Am, then The Life, then Sir Shogun. Hello?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you. I hear you,
Go
Dana.
Ahead. Go ahead.
So happy belated birthday, Judge, sir.
Thank you,
Honorable Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Yep. If I had your cash app, I would have hit it. But I don't know the judge's cash app. So, anywho, if I get it, I'll hit it.
Dana has posted one.
Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll have to start by saying in 90 seconds or less, okay, I'm going to knock black people out. Meaning to get you off your lazy ass tonight. I'm not going to spare you your feelings, your kumbaya, your trauma bonding. F that. It's time to man and woman up to the cause, your cause. Ain't no white man holding us back in the 21st century, soon to be the 22nd in the year 2024, going on 2025. Now, the Black Caucus, however, hasn't accomplished or amounted to jack squat because black people ain't done jack squat. It's a reflection upon us, ladies and gentlemen. All this failure, the blood is on our hands in our blue states and cities, Chicago, Memphis, Tennessee, and other places. We're killing each other. Where are the white people killing us? Where are the white people's chains on us? It's us doing us wrong. Now, I don't deal in identity politics, science fiction, and, you know, BS, for the lack of better words. Now, I'm going to give you an analogy. You hear a lot of sensationalized or over sensationalized gossip about Biden dropping out of the 2024 race. That's bullshit. It won't happen. I equate that to the reparations point because it's over sensationalized BS that won't manifest. You have enough to believe it will manifest, but not enough to know that it will or to make it manifest. So leave it alone. But when we heard about Brandon Johnson up there making excuses in Chicago, it was so laughable what he was saying, like, oh yeah, Black Death has been sensationalized for years, and so we're killing each other. It's like, dude, stop. How did we effing get here? Because we've allowed Black people, especially Black men, to be coddled too long. When you come on spaces such as these, we're telling Black men, no, 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 don't say that. You know, you're protecting them from the truth about themselves. We got to stop doing that so we can hold our elected officials accountable. Otherwise, we deserve what we get in elected office. And that's what's playing out right now. He's a total disgrace over Juneteenth and Independence Day. Black people kill more of each other in a single solitary damn week in Chicago alone. It's got to stop. It's a flying goddamn shame and an outrage that this stuff is
What does this
happening.
have to do with reparations?
I
I
made my
get it.
reparations point. I'm not finished,
I
but I
get
made my
it.
point about reparations already. So you've got to be better than that. Because last week I heard a bunch of talk that Lori Lightfoot, Beetlejuice wasn't a failure from some black man who came on here bitching and lying. Bullshit. Lori Lightfoot was a complete scudderous failure. Man up and accept it and admit the truth. Brandon Johnson is why we suffer. We suffer due to accountability, agency over self, and responsibility over self. He stood up there and said,
Ma'am. This is a little too much, ma'am. This don't have nothing to
I'm
do
he
with
sorry.
me.
stood up there,
Man, wait,
Who
wait,
he
is
wait, wait.
stood up
Stop,
there,
stop,
he
stop.
stood up there.
Hold on. Stop,
who
everybody.
is that coming
Stop.
off their mic?
Stop. Executive privilege. The topic is not reparations. It's an open mic. You may bring up anything you choose.
And please,
Now,
everybody, please stay on your mic. I let people, when it's their time to talk, I let them talk uninterrupted. You'll get your chance to talk uninterrupted. And if somebody disagree with what you said, I give people a chance to rebuttal, and you can rebuttal to someone, you know, that you disagree with as well. So everyone, please stay on your mic. I can't have a whole bunch of people just jumping off their mic. And I don't like using this mute button like that because it's a W mute and it's just too much. So go ahead, finish up, Real Queen.
Real Queen.
You got to.
Okay, the mute finally came off. Okay. Now, this guy came up last week saying, oh, Lori Lightfoot wasn't a failure. Really? Don't bullshit me. It's the 21st century, sir. Stop it. It's weak. unbecoming of a black man. You dig? We got all these poverty pimps, y'all, like Tariq Nasheed, Jason Black, and Professor Black Truth. We can't even prove Jason Black is black, first of all, first and foremost. But every time they speak or talk about matters, they choose to speak on white supremacy only and overlook all the killing, like when Yon Dolph was killed, when Nipsey Hussle was murdered by another black man. They didn't speak on it. It's a trick bag. It's a brainwashing ceremony, if you will. And look, after LBJ, the black family has been obliterated by the Demo Party, okay? Obliterated. Now we got boys, black boys in men's bodies parading around here. What do they want? All they want is to be cuddled and comfortable in spaces such as these, to be lied to. Well, tonight, sir, you're going to have to pick yourself up by your bootstraps and pull your damn pants up and man up and get to work because it's bull crap. The truth is, in conclusion, all of you, seductress, homogenized, sissified, punctified, weaklings, calling yourself free men, okay, and calling yourself black men, you're doing it to yourself. You're losing because of yourselves. The truth is, nobody's going to give you jack squat in life. Life is about the survival of the fittest, you dig, and consequences. And consequences have actions. And in closing, you have to make the change, okay?
Thank you.
Stop thinking in terms of individualism. No, collectivism is about individualism. Each one changing him or herself to do better, and the rest will follow. No saviors are common. I'll land there.
Thank you. I want to go to Zaza. That's it, right?
It's Zaza, yo, but you can just say Zaza.
Okay.
Straight. Shout out to you, Dana, man. I know about you because I watched Star, and that's really
I
how
can't
I found
hear
out
a
about you.
thing.
All right. I'm sorry, Zaza. Can you drop down and come up?
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Zaza?
Yeah, I can hear you.
But the judge can't hear you. So drop down. I'll bring you right up and you'll be speaking. It must be it did sometimes it glitches, and depending on the topic. I told you people get in their emotions and it end up glitching. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Zaz. Okay, here he goes. All right. Zaza. Now say something, Zaza. Judge, can you hear him?
Yes,
Okay.
affirmative.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I just first want to say shout out to you, Dana, man, because I really first, heard about you because I watched Star and everything. So that's really how I found out about you. And it's crazy how I'm low key, talking to Judge Joe Brown. I never really thought I'd be talking to this man. So shout out to both of y'all, really. But yeah, this space is really a brush up. It's really fresh air to me, because I was really about to just drop Twitter. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna lie, because a lot of the conversations that I be having with people on this app, they're definitely emotional. There's a lot of emotions, going on. I can't really take nobody serious, really, because I even tried to, mobilize with people on this app, like really try to mobilize with people on this app, man. This it's really fake, man. They'll try and talk like they really about it, but they're not really about it. You know what I'm saying? And I found that out kind of early, you know. And another thing I notice about people, when I talk to people on this app, is like, some people, now I ain't gonna say everybody, but some people talk like, black people, like we got everything figured out, like, And a lot of times, a lot of black people talk, with these immigrants, and they have like a penis measuring contest with immigrants and stuff like that, and like, we better than you, y'all can't do this and y'all can't do that. And I'm looking at black society, and what I'm saying, how we not really putting in work or really pushing the line for reparations, and we talking all this, we got all this pride within us. What I'm saying? It's cool to have pride and everything. I'm not trying to like shoot that down, but it's just like, come on, man. Like, there's no reality in some of these conversations, man. And that's what I found out. I was on Tariq's space a couple days ago, and he was talking about Ryan Garcia, and I was trying to point out to him, what I'm saying, how with the whole California reparations and everything. I really want to ask Judge Joe Brown this question, man. Like, I was telling him that I wasn't really messing with the whole state by state reparations, man. I was really, trying to see if there's a way that we can push for reparations on a federal level instead of just, I feel like if we was doing it state by state, I feel like we'll just be, trying to chase reparations for years and years on end. I feel like, why are we not pushing it for, the federal level? So if we do get it, we all get it at one time. I just want to get your opinion on that right quick. Then I want to say something else. Like, what do you feel about that?
I think the only way you're likely to get it is through a congressional act. That's U.S. Congress, House and Senate, an Enablement and Appropriations Act. In other words, enablement says this is the law, and the Appropriations Act is this is how we'll pay for it. California was broke. What was going on was just a meaningless sham because there was no way to pay for it. They were guaranteeing $19 million to everyone in the San Francisco Bay Area that qualified in a continuous income per year. It's like, okay, there is no way California is going to allow that to stand, nor is there any way for the whole state to pay for it, let alone San Francisco. So you're likely to have to deal with, if you want to have one that's fair, it's going to have to be national because people did not stay in the areas where their ancestors were subjected to enslavement. They have traveled all over this country. So, yeah, that's about right. You need a federal act if it survives challenge, as I mentioned earlier. Now, I guess that's the answer, and it's really complicated, but it is what it is.
Uh,
Where'd he
go ahead.
go? Is oh, you still there? Okay.
Yeah,
And you had another comment, I think you mentioned.
yeah, yeah. Another thing I was trying to point out on that Tariq space was that you know, um, I was trying to get, just the average everyday black individual, to make their own channel and voice their opinion online, as like a united front, to flood the algorithm on the internet, to speak their mind and their frustration about reparations. And they kind of swat that down too. Like, what is your opinion on that? Like, getting more black people to voice their opinion online instead of just on Twitter space and everything like that. Do you think that'll have some type of effect, some type of way? Like, I'm not saying that's the way that we gonna get reparations. I'm just saying, like, do you feel like that might help as well, Judge Joe Brown? Hello?
Judge, can you hear him? I don't know what happened to him. Maybe somebody's probably calling him.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna just
But
say this. I'm gonna just say this one last thing, man. With what I've learned about talking to these people on Twitter it's like when you point out what black people are not doing, they call it a defeatist mindset. It's like some people, like, if you point out that black people are not doing major or are not manufacturing anything on a high level. I listened to a space earlier where somebody pointed out that black people were not manufacturing anything, and that was a fact. and there was some lady that came up and swatted that down and called it a defeatist mindset. And I'm like, how do you call that a defeatist mindset? That's actually reality. Like a lot of black people are not manufacturing anything. That's a fact. You know, a lot of our success is music and entertainment and sports, and that's a fact. There's really nothing outside of that. But you know, you tell that to some of these people on this app, they be like, "Oh, you a defeatist," oh, you know what I'm saying? They talking all, they'll get emotional and say all this extra ass shit. So it's just like, it's like I said, man. Shout out to Dana, man. Shout out to this space, man. It's really a fresh air to me, and that's all I got to say, man.
Let me make a
So while you wait for the,
hold on.
oh,
Let me
okay.
make a quick comment. You know what? That's a failure, not on your part, but on the ones who want to have everything glad handed. If you've ever played, and black folk are good at this, so I don't understand why they can't translate what they're good at into stuff that they need improvement on. If you've played football, basketball, baseball, run track, doesn't make any difference what it is. Do you think the coach is always complimenting you when you're on the field, including when you screw up badly or you don't have a technique down? He gets on your behind. I don't know what they do now, but they used to rag you out really bad. If anybody went through boot camp, the drill instructor, the DI, didn't exactly, that is so nice, gentlemen. You really got potential. Is what the hell is wrong with you, mister? If you lost your GD mind? I mean, until you start doing it right. Anything that you are trying to accomplish, if somebody is out there that is in a position to coach you, they don't have to be nice about it. They can point out the negatives, because if you don't get the negatives, you will never improve enough to accomplish the task, which is winning the game, whether that's real world getting reparations or whether that is real world trying to put points on the scoreboard. Just doesn't happen. And then sometimes, from my perspective, I've been standing next to too many people who got killed while I was looking at them. I've defended too many. I think I defended 42 capital murder cases, death penalty demanded. None of my clients are on death row, and a whole bunch more where they didn't demand the death penalty. So I know death. Hell, I've been shot at myself a few times. So bottom line is that when somebody has been through consequences and is trying to tell you something, you're a damn fool if you don't listen. They're not necessarily telling you that it won't work. It's just uh, have perspective and stop spouting what your enemies have put in your head. Because I swear to God, a lot of what I hear right now isn't original from black folk. It is from white liberals 35, 40 years ago that black folk have been propagandized with and don't even remember or recognize that it's not one of their ideas. Now, they won't listen to anything that somebody black hasn't said, but they'll spout all kinds of nonsense that somebody liberal 30 years ago was talking and don't know it. So be careful what you're sitting up getting all adamant and firm about. It may be something somebody's trying to get you to do because it's not going to be as effective as you think. And let me give you this, even if this reparations comes through, it doesn't make a damn bit of difference to you if you don't know how to work hard or haven't conditioned yourself to it, and you don't mind devoting a lot of time to a task. Because again, if you just get it handed to you, there's a whole industry devoted to taking money from poor blacks, poor whites, poor Asians, poor Mexicans, poor Indians, poor everybody, because they know that the people that are involved don't know how to deal with finance, money, enterprise, and other stuff. They can, but they aren't learning because somebody has got the handout waiting for a handout. And yeah, I know we are entitled to it, we earned. But you know what a white man said one time? He was a little drunk at the bar. He said, when you talk about what you've earned and what the black man has contributed to America, then when are we going to give something to horses? I said, oh man, that's rough. Somebody said, what you talking about? I said, well, you know, up until the last 75 years, the horse was what we built America with. He pulled the plow, we rode him, he pulled the carriages, he pulled the stage coaches, he did all of that kind of thing. So when are you going to reward the horse? And you see, that's how a lot of people look at it. I don't, because I'm not a goddamn horse. I'm a human. But the bottom line is you have to say, okay, I look around and I watch what's going on. And the interesting thing is you get more the more power you possess. You get the power and stuff starts coming your way. You have no power, you get little to nothing, and you get a lot taken from you. So if we want reparations, it would be good for us to comprehend that we get that through power, through being able to vest consequence. Watch the John Wick series. That is very informative, and that's how the world really works. I know I represented a lot of real gangsters, white and black, murderers, all bank robbers, successful ones. And the world is not nice, but I'll pass the mic.
Judge, I just got one more thing because I tried to ask you a question, and I don't know where you was, but my question was to you was I had an opinion when I was on Tariq's space. I said that because you said we had to push for reparations on a federal level, right? So, do you think that we can utilize the internet, like let's say if everybody was to create their own channel and speak up and voice their own opinion in their own forum? Go ahead.
That's by persuasion. Free speech is best served up with no limitations. So, in the mix with everything coming out there, your public becomes better informed and they can reach their own conclusions. And what has to be done to eliminate some of the flack that is coming at those who are seeking this is to show the rest of the public that they have something to gain. Now, indulge me for 15 to 20 seconds. At one point, some decades ago, why should we give black folk uh, uh, these benefits and special admissions things and affirmative action? I said, you got a daughter, two daughters, don't you? Yeah, I have them, beautiful girls. I said, you have problems with them keeping the gas tank full? No, they're all, yeah, I do. They're always letting it get down to E, and oh my God, I'm out of gas. Well, imagine them out at 3 o'clock in the morning and they're on the freeway in a big city and they discover they're about to run out of gas and they want to pull off the freeway and gas up. Do you want them to pull over and gas up because they have no options except getting off right there and winding up in a neighborhood where the pimps, the hoes, the drug dealers, the murderers, the thieves, the holdup artists, where they run stuff? Or would you rather them be able to pull off where there are people of good character and good moral fiber who run stuff? Oh shit, I never thought of it that way. Well, yeah, that's the point. You want this affirmative action so you can generate responsible, effective leadership who will steer the community away from robbery, murder, and general con artistry in earning a living. Matter of fact, that's what California's Constitution says about the University of California. It's to develop leadership in communities. And interestingly enough, they specifically mention the Black community needing this because the Constitution was adopted in 1851, which was 10 years before the Civil War started. But I'll pass the mic.
All right. I want to get to I am. Then we have the life, Sir Shogun, that neg, Professor Art, Just Be, El Hotep, and IAC. And people who are requesting, um, it may be a wait list, which is fine. And then I'll bring you up when I start rotating, dropping people down. So go ahead, I am.
Shay, peace in the room.
Hi.
Uh, the reparations, Zaza, I wanted to like answer your question on how it would work on a federal level. I'm one of them like old heads, but I'm young. I'm 30 years old, but seems like even my generation don't understand how government works. And yes, I get in trouble for saying that I don't want reparations from said government, and they just don't understand why. And I always revert back to that Dave Chappelle skit when everybody got all their reparations, and you can see exactly what, unsimple minded people of our caliber, not just, black people or, what I mean, it'll happen to all people if they, had reparations and so called won the lottery. And I always think of that sketch. And it always comes down to a point where we always try to set a number or try to find a piece of paperwork in order to, uh, manage whatever said money. And I always thought that reparations should come to a point where we get to a point as a people to abolish the Federal Reserve, period. And then that's when the real work starts, because then you'll see who are the so-called lazy, the so-called non-effective people that are in our society that just benefit off of other individuals that do the hard work. And you'll see that money or currency is the power, as you say, in which actually the real power and behind the scenes that Judge Joe Brown kind of said with John Wick is really knowledge. It's information, people you know, the things you know, and that's what's kept the power. People don't know, and the fact that this so-called thing, the internet was created, it kind of put a real hole in the government, because now we're able to see and find all the things that they was telling us, but it wasn't really it. So when you saying, "Oh, reparations, reparations," Judge O'Brien just said we have been doing this since they came over here, and people not understanding the history of the government. I always was kind of weird in school when they said, "Yeah, we, signed the Declaration of Independence, doing the 13 colonies in 1776." I always thought, who are you declaring from? You're saying you're declaring from Europe or Great Britain, but you was here. So if you're declaring from here, then it was already a government here. So if it was already a structure of government, if we look back in Articles of Confederation, of the treaty, in which when they came over here, we already had a structured barter system in commerce of sea, land. We had all of those laws in together to basically, uh, what do you say, just flush out our resources into other countries, into other territories. And we can see that since the beginning of time, people been coming to America for resources and bartering in resources. So the whole thing of what we need is we need to get rid of the Federal Reserve, in which that created this said crutch of currency and so-called debt that we have to other countries, which makes no sense when they basically take everything from here and put it out to others. So I'm not saying abolish the government, because we need a government structure in order to manage millions and billions of people. But in the structure that we in, it is beyond false advertisement and propaganda, in which we need to understand that. So that's what I want to say about the reparations thing.
If I might make a remark, there's this thing called political science that is based on an analysis of the political process over about the last 4,000 years. And it's not anything new, but it does identify the buttons to push and what happens if you push them. Now, the Federal Reserve does have a concrete purpose. And what that does is this: under our system, we leave appropriations, the money matter, to the elected officials in the legislative bodies. We need the judicial system to make the decisions when there's a dispute, in the executive part of the system to deal with the execution of those administrative matters. And also, you won't get it right. I won't use police function, but to deal with the administrative functions of keeping public peace, dignity, and order at a high level. They deal with a state, which is a nation. And when you have a nation state, there are three parts to it. There is a territory inside a boundary. There's resources that are in this territory. There's a weather component of what services this territory. Okay, that's part one. Part two, you have a population that lives in this designated territory. And part three, you have a government that supposedly maximizes the functional interaction between the population and the territory. The three elements make what they call a nation or a state. When you think of the United States, think of the Euro Union. The Euro Union has Germany in it. It has France in it. They used to be killing each other for thousands of years, and they had the two late great hates, World War I, World War II. You've got Austria in there. You've got Greece in there. You've got Turkey in there. You've got the Scandinavia in there. You've got a whole bunch of nations, and each of them is a sovereign entity. Each of them is a state, but they have agreed to work together. If you go back 235 years to 1789, when the Constitution was ratified, you have 13 colonies that staged the first modern revolution, became the prototype for the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Chinese Revolution, the Cuban Revolution, the Korean Revolution, the Vietnam Revolution, and we set the prototype. We ran into one of the parts of it, which is asymmetric warfare, that an organized military has a very hard time defeating. We saw that in Afghanistan. We saw that in Vietnam. We saw that other places, and we invented that process. But what happens is in 1789, all of these former colonies that are now each a nation, they decided to join together, just like all of these sovereign nations joined in the Euro Union. And what it was is we called it the United States of America. It could have just as easily been named the United Nations of America. Now, that's what we have right now, a collection of nations, sovereign entities. We call them states. They're also technically nations, but they have given up a great extent of their sovereignty in order to have a larger, more powerful collective sovereignty. We exist in that. And because economics has gotten so complex that the people that are charged with managing the economy, to wit Congress, which consists of two chambers, the House and the Senate, it's beyond most of them. So they have created this administrative agency set, part of which is the Federal Reserve, to handle the complexities of a very complicated economy. Now, if the legislative body was more able to deal with that, fine, you wouldn't need it. But it's not, because people have other considerations that go into whether or not they choose a person for their representatives. It could be ideological, it could be a social thing, it could be an economic thing, it could be all sorts of things that go into why you would support someone. And right now, with popular media, most folk don't even know why the hell they're really dealing with somebody. They have a false image. And you have to keep in mind, one of the most important tenets of political science is what the Nazis came up with. Tell a lie long enough, loud enough, and anyone will believe it, including the liar. So
All right.
you have
That
all sorts of erroneous information that is believed. So very few people are willing to put in the work necessary to comprehend what's going on. People will tell you somebody's shooting percentage from the floor,
oh,
how many free throws they deal with, how many three-pointers, what somebody's running average is, passing average is, tackling average is. They'll talk about runs batted in, but they can't tell you any damn thing about what their elected officials are doing. And old political science tenet, and I'll finish on that. 2060, going on 80 years ago, Julius Caesar said, Done pane e secelsiae, give them bread and circuses, keep them fed and entertained, and they won't give a damn what their betters do. And that's where we
All
are
right.
now.
So
I,
listen,
I just
there
wanted
are,
to
wait
hit off that question though.
one second, I am. It's a lot of people that have not spoken, and I don't want to cut the judge short with anything, but at the same time, Judge, you don't have to explain everything in details because we are all adults, and a lot of times people need to go and read up on history and how our government operates. And for the sake of this space, I definitely want to get to the people who are up here waiting for a long time. And those of you who are commenting in the comment section, who want to call someone saying they're babbling or coons, if you have any disagreement with the title or with the judges saying or when anybody is saying, request to come up. I literally created this space on Tuesday, really as a pull up. Y'all talk a whole lot of shit over this past weekend. So now is your opportunity to push back against the judge. You will have the floor. But no one, a majority of people coming up here, yes, be civilized, but we're having a very constructive conversation. I really appreciate that. But all you motherfuckers down there that got a problem, request to come up. Talk your shit. Because I damn sure was talking a lot of shit in shut up space. But where's the heat that you have for me on Saturday? Have that shit for the judge. So I just want to throw that in there. So you wanted to say something, and then I'm gonna go to the life.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to go off what he was saying. Judge, we either do agree when you were saying that the 13 colonies was created in order to create the United States of America, but and upon that, it was basically done off, what do you say, privilege of traitors, uh, treason. I mean, because we had a treaty with those 13 colonies in which the basically Americas that was already here in the Mississippi River, those were the Central Americans, or would you say the West, to them. We did treaties with them, and so they did treason and then colonized the land in order, basically, in order of the Treaty of Versailles with Great Britain and France and all them, what you were saying, the European Union, in order to colonize America. And that's in the U.S. archives as well. So when you say it was a structured government, even 4,000 years ago, which you was talking about Mesopotamia, and going into Egypt and stuff of that nature and that history. So we understood that structure. They just twisted it in a way to create the Federal Reserve, which you did say, yes, they created in order to accommodate all these branches of government, legislative, and all that, which happened in 1921. So I'm trying to wonder what happened in between those 280 years. How did they operate if if it was already not a government in place or agreement in place with that? So I'm just trying to, question, the legitimacy of said Declaration of Independence or United States of America. Yeah, you can say it loud enough when you're killing and taking over the pillage of the lands and stuff of that nature. So yeah, I just wanted to see if the little Federal Reserve, yeah.
Answer to your question, life has gotten more complicated. When they formed the Constitution, do you think they ever anticipated airplanes?
Yes,
No. How?
it was airplanes before time, during
No,
that
there
time.
ain't no airplanes before time. 235 years ago, anybody that told you that the majority of the people who travel long distances in the world will be flying in the air, if
Yes,
you'd come up,
Da Vinci.
no, they wouldn't.
Da
No,
Vinci had all.
Da Vinci,
Yes,
Leonardo da Vinci, he was brilliant, but the interesting thing is none of his proposed aircraft would work. They've tried using his designs, they simply don't fly. But the point was he conceptualized it. But you also have Star Trek right now where they have warp 1, warp 2. And what's going on is there actually is a concept in physics called warp travel, where nothing can travel faster than light except space itself. So what you do is you warp it so it
All right,
travels
can you just
faster
answer
than
his
light.
question?
And and carries the ship along. That is not done yet, but at least it's conceived by physics. There was nobody in the United States of America or around the world that could have defined or told you when air travel was going to occur until 1903, when the Wright brothers did it for 127 feet, which isn't the wingspan of a modern commercial airliner. So you have things that come up. You have the National Reserve, Federal Reserve, because economics has gotten too complicated. And I said, people can't handle it. So you create a group of specialists who can deal with it. Now, if the Congress became adroit enough, deep into what they were doing, like they used to when they restricted access to government to those who were involved in finances and had a financial or a land or an educational stake that made them pay attention. But they expanded the franchise, and there are a lot of people now who aren't into that. So they have to do something to compromise. It's just the reality of modern society.
All right. So I
Yeah.
want to go to the life. I see two people that's requested. I am going to bring you up. I've written you down in order. So I write down people in order as I bring them up and the ones that are waiting. So yes, I am going to bring you up. So I want to go to the life.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Um, I saw what's this? Judge Joe Brown post about wealth and all that, and a good book to learn about wealth, like very fundamental ABC, is like the Bible. Despite if y'all Christian, whatever, doesn't matter. It's just a manuscript of just human life and human nature. And I think one of the parables, I don't know the book verbatim or whatnot. I don't know the book, but it's a parable about three guys. They all three had money. Two of them, they used their money to grow businesses, and one of them put theirs in the dirt and it didn't grow or whatnot. So but if you want to understand like wealth on a simple matter, like how to grow it, the Bible like the best one, not all these like fake gurus and uh uh grifters and stuff. But that's all I had to say.
Who would be the grifters and the fake gurus?
I mean, there's a whole bunch of like grifters and like fake gurus, internet gurus, and all
I
that
see what
stuff.
you're saying. Well, why
Yeah.
do you think the Bible will be a good starting point to understand wealth?
It's just simple. It's just simple. It's just 1, 2, 3. Just that parable alone. That parable alone. They just explained it simple. Like, oh, this guy got 1 pence. This guy got 2 pence. This guy got 3 pence. He started this with his 3 pence. Started this with his 2 pence. And the guy with 1 pence, he dig his in the dirt. And when it's time to come back and to see what they got, he didn't grow nothing. So it's just simple.
Okay. All right. I want to go to Sir Shogun.
Well, could I add real quick? It takes money to make money. That's the secret to wealth and investment. It takes money to make money.
All right.
Peace, Dana.
Hi.
Peace, Joe Brown. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I got a couple things I want to say. To the sister, Real Queen. When you saying that up in Chicago with all the shooting and everything, yeah, we with the gang situation up in Chicago, and it's been going on for 50 years, maybe 51, 52 years since 1968 or something like that. But before that, it was gangs in Chicago, gangsters, and we know about Al Capone and all those. But getting to where I want to say with you believe that we be killing each other like that, I don't think that be just us. I think that it be co-op people doing that. And what I mean by that, white supremacists. If they can dress up and look like a gang member and they can come through and shoot, of course they're gonna say it's us that's doing it. So I don't believe that it's us killing us and shooting up us like that up in Chicago. I believe that there are other people doing that. Um, so that said, like I say, peace to Judge Joe Brown. Uh, to Miss Dana, when you saying the peons that was talking crazy to you and everything, and you told them they need to learn their history. Well, one thing about American history is that they copied their laws from Rome. So Rome had the Republic, and United States copy their laws from Rome because within Rome there was a bunch of nations that they had inside of Rome, a bunch of different groups, and they were also at war with a bunch of different groups of people who they considered as the barbarians, which would be the French, the Germans, the Spanish, the Russians, who they talking about, Ukraine and all those guys. So when United States was formed, a lot of their documents and a lot of the things that they wanted to do, they looked into Rome and the way Rome was ran. Because if you look at the judicial system and with the police, the Romans had the Roman guards who would be the soldiers. Their laws is the same. Only difference is instead of the criminals getting together and killing each other up, they lock them up in United States. We lock them up and put them in the cell or whatever, and they may kill each other or whatnot. But then at the same time, with entertainment, we have the arenas, same as Rome did. We got the football, the basketball, the hockey, the soccer, and baseball and everything for to keep our people or to keep the people entertained and not paying attention on what's really going on behind the scenes or whatnot. And before I land my plane, I like to ask Judge
real
Brown.
quick, before you ask him the question, what was the purpose of you telling me about Roman history?
Because you said to the people that was talking smack to you, and before you got off the phone or before you ended your situation with them, you said y'all need to learn history about. They need to learn history, and a lot of them don't know their history, like you said. So what I was interjecting in there is that by them learning the United States history, also know that United States got their copy a lot of their laws and their history and their ways from the way Rome was ran. And
Okay.
then by when Judge Joe Brown made the comment about Julius Caesar, so that's where that's
Okay,
why
you
I was
just
saying
added
about
on and
Rome.
more details. I get it. What was the
Right.
question you wanted to ask the judge?
So I want to ask the judge before I let my plane. Do you think we're going to get reparations? And if we do get it, when will we get it, or when do you think we will get it, and how much you think we will get if we get it? Because I heard the Kennedy, the son, say to Tasha with the T. He said that like you said, it's different ways of that we will have to get it. But when he landed his plane, he said that only way that we will get it if each individual African American or foundational Black American or Black American go do their research and see if they ancestors were actually slaves or whatnot. And another one before I land, do you think segregation was a bad or a good thing? What I mean by that, after slavery, and then we had the I can't get it. It ain't crossing my mind right now. But Jim Crow. So with the Jim Crow laws and everything, we had our own. We was doing good. After segregation, things kind of went sour for us. Do you think segregation was a good thing? I'll let my plane.
I will say segregation, you can see it if you go to a park and it says dogs not allowed, dogs must be on leash, dog free run area. The Black man, the Negro, was treated like the dog. No Negroes allowed here. Negroes must be accompanied by a responsible white. Negroes cannot use this, cannot use that. So it was grossly insulting. You were treated like a domestic animal. There's nothing good about it. Integration is confused by the ignorant with desegregation. When they desegregated, you had the option of remaining wherever in the devil you wanted to be. That was your choice. It wasn't an enforced separation. Enforced separation. If you choose to integrate, you had that option. If you chose not to, you had that option. Before they desegregated, you did not have that option. It was not a, you were told where you could be, and that's all. That's the only place you were permitted to be. A lot of people I've talked to are from Inglewood, California. That's part of Los Angeles. When I was in my teens, early 20s, Black folk couldn't go through the wood because you had to have a pass from somebody that was one of your white employees, or Inglewood police would jack you up. Just didn't happen. So things have changed, and that was back in the 1960s. Or even when segregation was officially over, 2 blocks from the Disneyland parking lot, I'm in college. I'm running an errand for a professor with 3 other brothers in the car. We're in a government car. Cop pulled us over, said you appear to be having difficulty. We were. He told us where to find the place. He said, now, gentlemen, he said, it is almost 5 o'clock. It gets dark around here at 5:30. If you're still here at 5:30, it's not going to be gentlemen, it's going to be nigger. Do you understand? So make your pickup quickly and get out of here. Now, see, that was a reality.
All right.
So you have to understand that. And by
Right.
the way, you are right. The American government is to a great extent founded on the model of Rome, including your right to an attorney, including a right to jury trial, including a right to an appeal, including the Senate,
Right.
including the House of Plebes, which corresponds to the House of Representatives, including the emperor.
Right. Exactly.
Who wasn't see there is a 1-1. I've been saying that for years. So that's political
All right.
science.
Exactly.
So can I
Exactly.
respond briefly to the guy that addressed me? Real brief, sir. When we talk about Capone and white people killing white people,
Miss Dana.
either we're talking about World War
Miss
II,
Dana.
or we're talking about, wait a minute, sir, or we're talking about whites in Chicago killing one another. You never hear them saying, "Oh, there was probably more than likely black people doing all of that." Gosh, I mean, stop it. With a
No,
what about
no,
it,
no.
sir? The reality is
That's what
this.
I'm not. That's not
Own
what I'm
up to
saying.
your no, stop. Own up to your crap, okay? Black people shit stinks too. And the reality is this: the judgment, the perfect what do you call it, metaphor when he mentioned horses built America. Because black folks, including black men and women, think just like animals. The black women think
Oh,
like
you don't
prize
Miss
like
Dana.
black.
heifers.
You
Miss
don't
Hold
like
Dana,
up.
let
your
me.
own
You think
kind.
like prize, dude, hold on. You think like
You,
prize heifers, and
you
the
don't.
men think like prize mules. Stop it.
She
You're
hate
going to
her
get
own kind.
reparations when you learn to build it for yourself.
I
That's
mean, she
it.
is a happy, so that
She,
part works.
she sound like
That's
she
it.
don't like her own
That's
people.
it. I'll land my plane.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you sound like you don't like your own kind because we're not animals. So why would you even say that? You come
I
from a black.
said you
You,
think like animals. There's a difference.
we don't
You've been
think like
conditioned,
animals.
hoodwinked by white liberals to think like animals, sir. Wake up.
No, but
Listen
what
and
I'm
stop
saying to
reacting.
you,
You won't miss the
what
truth
but what
and
I'm
the
saying to
lessons
you,
being spoken to you. Pipe
sister,
down.
what I'm
I'll land
saying
there.
to you, sister, what I'm saying to you is this. I don't even want to call you a sister. Why would you even put in your mind to say that we think like animals? We don't think like animals. It's the things that we look at and see and not knowing about such thing as when I said to Miss Dana, the history part. A lot of us not on code with knowing who we are, where we come from, and how long we even been here. So you shouldn't even say that. And what I'm saying is this: when you said white, they not saying black people in the white neighborhood shooting up or whatnot. Believe me, we don't get the guns, we don't
Okay,
buy the
when we
guns,
have video evidence, sir, when we have
we
video
don't know
evidence
why you
showing,
cutting me off. Please
well,
don't
Miss
no,
cut
no,
me
I'm
off.
Dana.
responding to you.
Don't
When we
Wait,
have
cut me
video
off. I'm not
evidence,
done talking.
Miss Dana.
I'm not done talking.
wait 1 second, guys, because I do let people rebuttal and do a little back and forth. So let him finish what he was saying, then you could respond to him. And then I need to go to the other speaker, that neg. And I see people requesting. I have you guys written down in order. It's 6. I'm gonna drop some people down and bring you guys up. So just bear with me. So go ahead and respond to her, Sir Shogun. Real Queen, respond, and then we're gonna move on to the next speaker. Go ahead. You gotta wait for the mute. This mute shit get on my nerves.
Well, I like to say one, she was very disrespectful for cutting off the judge because he wasn't finished saying what he was talking about Rome and the United States law. So she was very wrong for cutting him off. What saying is this: when she said that you don't see them talking about black men in the white neighborhood shooting up, we don't have the money for number one to go buy the artillery that all these people supposed to have in the surrounding area of South Chicago and West Chicago. We don't have that type of money to go buy those artillery. Is either dropped off or someone else is doing it to us because we're not doing it to each other that way. We're not even going to the shooting range to even know how to aim at people to shoot them the way they shooting up there in Chicago and the way people are getting killed. So it's other people inside of Chicago doing that besides our own people. And for you to even say that we think like animals, I don't know if you have children, but you sure enough have a mother and the father and the other relatives. You think if your family, you think your family think like animals because they're part of the society also. And Judge Brown, you can finish what you were saying about the United States law as saying with them copying the Roman law.
Sir, the judge already finished. I didn't cut him off. That's a lie. Now, I'm going to check you, and that's it. Now, check this out. We have video evidence, sir, of black people killing Young Dolph, killing Nipsey Hussle. What you talking about, Willis? Come on. Deal in reality, sir. Grow up. Now, here's the other
I
thing.
said
When
in
the NFAC,
Chicago.
no, wait.
Wait,
Wait.
okay,
You
you have
bitched
30 seconds.
Yes, I'm going to finish, but he bitched about me coming off of my mic. So shut up, sir. Come on, respectfully. Now, when the NFAC not fucking around came out, excuse my French, where they get the guns, okay? Guns can be stolen. Guns can be sold black market, you dig? Guns, come on. How do you think the criminals are getting the guns? Stop lying. You're seeking comfort and shelter from your mother figure or something on these spaces. It's not going to work with me. I'm going to hold you accountable. The one thing that's been missing from Black America, own it, Alan.
Okay, thank you.
Let me quick response. The guns that are being used down in the hoods come in with the shipments of drugs in the hoods. If the drugs have the wherewithal available to purchase, so are the guns. Also in Chicago, a bad thing about there is in the IC rail yard several years ago, some boxcars carrying several huge shipments of guns, very significantly effective weaponry. And interestingly enough, from the reports I get, a bunch of Glock switches that were being brought in experimentally. That's so you can turn a Glock into a full auto
Thank you, Judge.
freak show. That was bought because Lori Lightfoot put a lot of money out there, supposedly going to street organizations that turned out to be street gangs, and it got real
And
nasty.
Judge, don't forget
So,
Obama's Fast and Furious, where a lot of guns turn up in the wrong hands.
yeah, that's true too. So a lot of what we had was avoidable, and a lot of what went down at the time was very bad because, again, it was avoidable.
Right.
And nobody did a damn thing when it came to being responsible for this. The guns come in by the crate with the kilos, and that's where they come in. So if you have the wherewithal to pay for the wholesale price of several kilos of drugs, you have the wholesale price for a few crates of guns. And just like the people who are out there selling the kilos that are brought in, they have an enormous amount of money that's available to pay for the
All right,
firearms.
I don't want to get into the gun thing
I'll
here. I
pass
want to
that.
get to the next speaker. You know, and yeah, cartels is it's not black people doing all of this, it's higher up. So I want to get to that neg, and then I'm about to drop some people down. So I get 6 people requesting to come up. So I'm gonna get to that neg, and all right, I am and Zaza, y'all had your hands up. What is it that real quick before I get to that neg? Because I'm gonna drop down. Okay, life drop down. I'm gonna drop down I and Zaza. 30 seconds, I. What did you want to say? And then I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, Zaza.
Oh, 30 seconds. I'm about to say going off the Chicago thing because I'm actually from Chicago, born and raised from Chicago, and yes, even my father, I was born in the 1970s, know about the crates being brought on the railroad tracks and niggas going in there and grabbing them, so-called stealing them or whatever, and basically selling them amongst the community. And I mean, if you're gonna, have the currency, which I was saying the main problem in this whole structure of the world is the money. Gonna have any money to try to make it out the hood or look good in the hood or whatever you want to seem, yeah, you're gonna grab those guns and you're gonna grab that dope. So yeah, they put us in a situation that it was going to happen, and they continuously do that in order to influence us in a certain way. Just like back then, and switching us from Republican, we was actually Republican as a black people to Democrat. So yeah, I don't speak about Chicago things, ma'am, that you don't know of whatsoever.
Yeah, and let me just say this. If you want to call black people animals, please include the Mexicans and the Venezuelans and everyone from South America and different people in different countries in Africa. You had to include a whole lot of other people because they do a lot of they do a lot of vicious shit. Now, I don't have sympathy for a drug dealer or someone running around here with illegal guns just shooting, killing people, especially innocent people. They need to be under a goddamn jail. But so do those goddamn Mexicans, those Venezuelans, those Colombians, the people in the Congo. Who else? Who else? Just every group of people. So let's not single out Black Americans as if we're the only ones. We're not even the majority, but anybody from any race, any background, ethnicity, nationality, religion, when you do shit like that, you need to be put under a jail. And yes, I do agree with Trump when he said drug dealers should get the death penalty because that brings nothing but corruption. At the same time, you need to hold people accountable for being drug dealers who wear a goddamn suit and tie because they're big drug dealers too. So, all right, with that
Okay, to
said,
reiterate really quick, I gotta defend some. I used to think like a
no, because I gotta go to Zaza and give him his 30 seconds because I wanted to rebuttal several things. I want to give Zaza.
I'm gonna be quick, I promise. I used to think like an animal when I was a Democrat, no more.
How
I
the
will
fuck are
hold
you talking
myself
over the mute
accountable
button?
too. That's all I wanted to say. I'm muted now. I'm good.
How the hell are you? I muted everyone, and how the hell are you talking over goddamn mute button? I just don't understand. This is why this mute shit. Elon need to get this shit together with these spaces. But I want to give Zaza 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna drop.
How in the hell did she do
I
that?
have no idea, but I want to give Zaza 30 seconds, and I'm gonna drop some people down, and bring some people up. But go ahead, go ahead, Zaza, 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna go to that next.
Yeah, right quick with the whole drug dealing thing. I think the buyer. I think the buyer should be arrested, man. I think that'll really stop the whole drug dealing thing. You know what I'm saying? Put the buyer in threat of being arrested and going to jail instead of the seller, in my opinion. But I want to say something about reparations right quick. Just right quick. I had an idea, man, about because you was right. You said that we need to push for reparations on a for the federal level, and you agreed with me on that. And I wanted to ask Judge O'Brien, do you think that like us on the internet, like using the hashtag and utilizing the hashtag, let's say like you stay in like, I don't know, like Nevada, right? And you pushing for reparations, and let's say you make a video voicing your opinion or voicing your like persuasion to get people for reparations in Nevada, and you got other people in Nevada, right, that's pushing with you, and you utilize the hashtags. Let's say you make a video, you say reparations, NA.
Okay, what is the exact question?
I know I'm laying my idea out, so I'm trying to see, does he think this is a good idea? That's what I'm trying to do, to push for reparations. So let's say you in Nevada, right? You make a video, you voice your opinion on reparations, and you utilize the hashtags. Let's say you stay in Nevada, you
So
put
are you saying
reparations
media? Are you
Nevada.
saying can you get reparations via media?
Not just that. I'm saying, is it possible to use the hashtags?
No, you're not. Okay, this is, I can answer this. You cannot get
No, I'm
reparations
not done.
via a hashtag or media. You can only get
No,
reparations
I'm
through legislation.
I'm not done, Dan.
But I
I'm
need you,
not
but I
done.
need you to
I'm about
wrap
to
it
be
up
done.
because you touched on that when it was your time to talk, and you're being
No, I
specific
didn't. I
about a
didn't.
state. So I need for you to just ask one question.
Come
Don't
on, man. Can
explain
I
it.
just want to
No,
Could
finish? I
I
just want
ask?
to finish
I
this.
need
Could
for
I
you to
ask the
just
young
ask
man a
a
question?
question.
Hold on. Let me ask him a question. Are you saying that this media blitz might influence Congress?
Not even just Congress, but the people as well. But I'm not even
No,
done
you
yet.
are
I'm not
done
even
because I
done.
can't. This is because it's not something that
All right,
I
all
don't
right, Dana. All right.
listen. I don't need to hear you explain something. We know where you're going. You saying hashtag, you saying media, and what I'm telling you is, and I don't need the judge to even answer this. You cannot get money from the government on a state and federal level unless you have legislation passed. Point blank fucking period. Whether you don't even have to do no media at all. You don't need no hashtag, and you could get reparation passed because it has to be done through the legislation. You don't need media for that. You do not. You do not. So I need to go to that nay.
All right, Miss Dana, it has been a long time. This is that Negro. Uh, so speaking specifically to Judge Joe Brown, I have spoke in front of you. Let me do my spill. Peace, power, and American Negro reparations, specifically for the Black American Negro freedmen who built this country with slave labor, per the lands promised in Special Field Orders 15, January 16th, 1865. You know, I used to frequent this room a lot. I got a lot of respect for Miss Dana, and I definitely have a hell of a lot of respect for Judge Joe Brown. And so, what I'm about to say, this is respectful as all hell, Elder. Please don't take it any other way, but from the 1980s, baby, the last generation X, uh, asking our elders, the real ones that have brains, to be bigger than the old school ways that they think in. So I came up here and I put scholarship in front of you and Dana 3 times. Uh, very, very good, keen, economist driven, and thought through scholarship in front of you with the legislation I have pushed forward here in Washington State to my local senator, Emily Randall. This is the only kind of true repair. I wasn't even going to say anything. I heard Miss Dana say this the other day. Open invitation. If you've ever had a qualm with Judge Joe Brown, please open the door. Whoever was disrespectful to you, shame on them, shame on their family, shame on everything they do, because I know you're here for a good reason. So I really hope this hits your heart in a different way, Judge Joe Brown. I'll be damned if an elder especially says that we are not owed anything as a people. We are owed Special Field Orders 15 that was treasonously taken away after President Lincoln's death by Andrew Johnson, who succeeded him as a Dixiecrat and as a person with Confederate ties. I put this information in front of you quite a few times, Elder, and I don't understand why we people with brilliance like such as yourself can't see the simplicity to this. We don't need power. We don't need strength. We don't need a union army behind us. No, this is doesn't need to be legislated. This needs to be abolished. Him knocking down Special Field Orders 15 and literally put them forward. But for an elder with so much respect across this world, from myself especially, like for you to sit here and tell our people daily, and I've heard you say it a million times, and I've never spoken ill towards you, and this isn't coming with disrespect. This is coming from a humble heart, from our ancestors with who I walk and try to speak in their ways. This is coming from us, like the real grassroots, begging you to stop telling our people that we aren't owed this, sir. We are owed this, literally, with our ancestors' blood. We are owed this, sir. And that is a treasonous action. And if we stand on anything as Americans, let's stand on America's original sin. And I spell America with 3 capital K's. And I'll land right there.
I don't know if the judge want to respond to that, but I'll just go first real quick. I disagree with everything you just said. And the main thing is,
I couldn't hear a thing.
why you ain't say something? You ain't hear nothing that man just said.
I didn't. I was saying I don't
I
hear
didn't hear you
anything.
say you was muted, Judge. Why? Oh my God. I can't.
Well, I guess I was.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you were talking, I couldn't hear you say you couldn't hear him. He sat up there for 3 minutes and he's saying that you cannot get reparations. No, he was like, you could get reparations without going through the legislation. That is not true.
How? Well, what was the?
I don't know. All right,
on
so
how you're gonna
listen,
get it?
Shogun, can you say what you said, but you need to sum it up in 30 seconds because I'm not going to sit up here and waste another 3 minutes of my life listening to you regurgitate everything you just said. So are you able to sum it up in 30 seconds, 40 seconds? Wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
sure.
1 second, 1
It's
second.
very simple.
1 second, 1 second. Did you hear him now?
No,
All right,
I didn't.
that neg drop down and come back up because the judge can't hear you. So when you come back up, I'll just let you repeat yourself. So drop down that neg and come back up. April, I don't know where you was at. I was about to bring you up next. I just waiting for about to drop some people down. All right, Professor. Oh wait, never mind, Professor.
Hey, yes, it was.
One second, Professor. I see that neg coming back up. I don't know what happened. Where is he? All right, I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I can go ahead. I won't be long.
Go ahead, Professor.
Well, first off, hey Dana, and happy belated birthday, Your Honor. I had a quick question that came up early in another space, and ironically, it involves Special Field Order 15. So this is my question. So in early 1865, General William Tecumseh Sherman, a graduate of West Point, had a meeting with the freedmen. And 4 days later, he issued a Special Field Order 15 that, according to Howard Zinn, designated the entire southern coastline 30 miles inland for exclusive Negro settlement. So Negroes could settle there, taking more than 40 acres per family. By June, these dates are important, sir. By June 1865, 40,000 freemen had moved into new farms in this area. But President Johnson, who, by the way, had no school, he was ignorant, from what I've read. And like the gentleman said, it was a Dixiecrat. President Andrew Johnson, in August of 1865, restored this land to the Confederate owners, and the freedmen were forced off, some at bayonet point. That's from Dr. Howard Zinn. So here's my question. They were granted the land in June 1865, and according to Dr. Howard Zinn, they were forced off.
They were granted the land January 16th, 1865, by his general order for his military district. It was backed up by his superior, Union Commander Ulysses Grant. Abraham Lincoln approved it. The Republican-controlled House and Senate appropriated funds, and it started working. Since it was a military order, what wound up happening is when Lincoln died and Democrat Johnson took over, which was an outside selection that they had asked Lincoln not to do, but he was trying to set up a spirit of reconciliation. What wound up happening is he issued a series of orders that could rescind that because it was still a military district. And he is commander, or was commander in chief. So that's how it got broken up. My grandfather and some of his family tried to get some of that land. As I said, he was born in 1850, 11 years before the Civil War started.
Well, here's my question, Your Honor. My question is, given those dates of it being granted and then being taken away at bayonet point, my question to you, sir, is: were our ancestors' Fifth Amendment rights violated, in your opinion?
Fifth Amendment rights
due process
have to do with that too, but all that's only with the feds. 14th Amendment applied to the states, but it was also the same amendment that deals with you have a right to remain silent. Now, at that point, we had a consideration that was up thanks to some of the efforts of Frederick Douglass, which became the 13th Amendment, which in fact ended slavery. At the time this was going on, the 13th Amendment had not passed. So the slaves were freed by order of the military commander of the two military districts involved.
Miss Danny, can I finish?
So I'm understanding you. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. Thank you.
In other words, yeah, okay.
Okay, can you hold 1 second, Professor? I want to go back to that neg because he's back up. Can you hear that? So say testing. Black Truth, can you stop with the bell thing?
Testing.
That neg, say testing 1, 2, 3.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, I'm going to do this quick. I wish you would have heard that. Originally, what I said was I was disheartened because I have put this scholarship in front of you numerous times. By Andrew Johnson taking that back, that was treason. And for any American to sit here and say that's not treasonous after our ancestors, especially our people, fought and died on this land, in this soil, for that to happen, for you not to, for any of us to say that's not treasonous is horrible and un-American in my breath. We are owed Special Field Orders 15, and I put that scholarship in front of you wrapped in a bow. You don't need legislation to reenact with a direct order, executive order, saying reenact Special Field Orders 15 that was treasonously taken away by Andrew Johnson. I'll yield right there. I'm sorry you didn't hear that, Judge.
All right. I don't know if you wanted to respond. Sir?
Let me respond to that. There was an insurrection that had gone on for 4 years. It was called the Civil War, 1861 to 1865. Now, the South was a military district. That left it open to the dictates of the military commanders. The president is the commander-in-chief of the military. Lincoln, as commander-in-chief, endorsed what Grant had approved, who approved what Sherman had done. Before the South became repatriated to the United States, it was still a military district. The Democratic president of the United States, who had been selected outside of the party for reconciliation purposes by Lincoln, since he is commander or was commander in chief, he simply undid an edict by one of his subordinate generals. So there was no law involved in the whole thing. It was a military declaration. Now, Johnson did get impeached and tried, and he almost got convicted. I think it was 1 vote shy of a conviction. But that wasn't the basis. Well, it was part of the basis. But in any event, it's not treasonous because nobody charged him with anything, and it was a military order that was rescinded by the then commander-in-chief of the military.
Isn't the commander-in-chief over the president?
You
The
can't
commander-in-chief
rescind the
is
highest.
the president.
You
That's
can't.
literally the highest order of the land
Okay, but
of all the
sir,
government.
sir, hold on. You're
Look,
rescinding.
look. Hold on. I'll explain it this way. The president of the United States is amongst other powers, the commander-in-chief of the U.S. military and naval forces. He can countermand any edict by any military officer. Every military officer is his subordinate. That is a way to keep the civilian population in charge of the military.
I need to see the code for that, sir,
Hold
because the
on,
code
hold
says
on,
That's
commander
bro.
in
You
chief.
are hold on, bro.
Wait a minute. That's in the Constitution of the United States of America. Go read it. It'd take you 15 minutes.
All right. So
That's in the Constitution. That's not any law passed by Congress. That's the Constitution. It specifically designates the president as commander in chief of the armed forces.
all right. I need where that 1 second, that Neg. Sir Shogun, can you please drop down a listener? I need to rotate some people. Can you please drop down a listener as well?
Hey Dana, I'm done. I'm gonna drop down.
Who was that?
Professor.
Oh, okay. You could drop down too. Thank you so much. Because I need to start bringing some people up. So yes, Sir Shogun and okay. Thank you so much. Go ahead, that Neg.
Okay, yeah, just real quick. So, yes, you were completely right about that was a field order, which is the highest law of the land. And you just that wasn't a law. The highest law of the land is a special field order that can't be.
It is not.
Sir, can I? It is the highest.
It is not.
In the Constitution.
What law degree? Where'd you get your law degree?
You don't have to. It is literally on.
Where'd you get admitted
oh my
to the
God.
bar?
It on the Constitution. It says.
What law school courses on the subject that you teach?
So you are saying, Judge, you're saying that a direct field order in the time of war is not the highest law of the land. That's what you're saying.
At the time it was rescinded,
No,
the war was over. Grant took Lee's surrender in April at the Appomattox Courthouse. In May, Sherman took General Johnson's surrender. That was the end of the Civil War. Now, there were some holdouts, but that was it. There was no effective Confederate army to resist anymore. They fortunately did not go guerrilla and repeat what was going on between 1775 and 1781. Now, that's the fact of the matter. There was no longer a war. It was still a military district, so that gave Johnson the authority as commander in chief to override what one of the generals had come up with. The order was countermanded by a superior officer, the commander in chief, also known as the President of the United States. Now, that's it.
I don't know what happened to that Neg. I had to mute because when he was coming off his mic, it was static, and that throws off the space. So maybe it was a connection issue. Well, if I hear too much noise going in the background, I'm going to mute you because it's going to mess up the space and it's going to mess up the algorithm in the YouTube. So if you want to come back up, you can, because I know you was in the middle of saying something, but right now I want to go to Art.
Yeah. I want to address something that was said earlier about crime. Um, I would say that's subjective, first off, but I really want to say that half the crime is not reported. Less than half, actually. And of that less than half that's reported, less than half is solved. It's roughly like 19% plus or minus, give or take. It's actually solved. And you pay $100 billion for that. So when people tell me that pull up yourself by your bootstraps, how we say scratch a conservative, you'll find a liberal. Because I say get rid of that $100 billion budget. I look at the government as a industrial handout complex, right? And it's about fighting over who gets the handouts. But make no mistake, the government doesn't make money. It's not like a business. It doesn't really. I mean, it probably makes some money off of war, for being honest. Poverty, because if you know get more people productive, it can increase productivity. But outside of that, the government really just doesn't make any money. So it's the biggest handout Citizens always give it money. It's constantly got its little grabby hands out. So that talking point about handouts, the institution in which you keep wanting to back is the biggest handout recipient on the planet. Why doesn't the government stop asking for shit? How about that? And so with that being said, reparations to me is restoring accountability. It's proven that this government can even take any. How this government got to be a government was what was it? Taxation without representation. That's what it was, if I remember correctly. Something along the lines of that. Well, Black people had that till 1965, and most people in this room probably have a parent or grandparent who had to deal with that harm in some facet. So, 1776 till 1965, there's the timeline, right? With somebody having a direct descendant that dealt with the harm, of which this country literally fought to get its independence via that same thing. And I don't think that taxation was that bad in comparison to what uh, the Black people had to deal with in this country. So, that being said, and then I also want to say what Muhammad Ali said: I don't trust anyone who's nice to me but rude to the waiter, because they'll treat me the same way if I was in that position. So I look at this government like it's going to treat everybody like a slave. It's not going to pay you back. It's just going to take your money. It's going to rip you off. It's going to treat you exactly like the people it never paid back. And then you should expect that, not cry, pull up your bootstraps, pull them up, and get rid of this government, because it's going to eventually treat you like a freaking slave by action. Look what it did to the natives. Does it even keep treaties? I'm sure the natives will probably have a perspective on that, but it don't keep treaties. I would argue it didn't even keep the Constitution. Supposed to have a representation ratio of 1 in 30K. And while that might be absurd to this day, given the population, given different things, I'm pretty sure 1 in 700,000, which is probably the worst in the world, is not great. We have the same representation ratio of 1929. We have the same black to white wealth gap since 1968. Again, people couldn't even vote to 1965. And then that talking point about Black people committing crime. Uh, Fun fact, you leave stats out. So 13% of the population commits 50% or so of the violent crime, but 13% of the population also makes up 54% of the overturned convictions. I'm sure Jim Crow, targeting, stop and frisk had nothing to do with any of that. That stat being the way it is. And so it's like these talking points come from people, and that's beside the fact. Another point here: FBI doesn't even report, or the local police departments do not report everything to the FBI anyway. So stats are skewed to begin with. On top of the fact it wasn't already reported and it wasn't already solved. So all these talking points are based on jargon data. And so if you don't have 100% of the data, but yet you're talking like you have 100% certainty, there's a problem with that. It means you probably have some kind of bias, and that's really the problem with this country in the first place. But yeah, that's what I really wanted to add to the reparations conversation, is that if this government can't pay what it's owed, definitely with the Muhammad Ali, it's going to treat you that same way one day. Expect it. Get ready to pull up them bootstraps. Most of the people don't vote in this country anyway. The plurality of the voting population don't vote anyway. And for most of the Black population, why would you vote? Like, really? Like, because people died? Well, people died for slavery. What did they tell you? Pull up your bootstraps. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? Like, it's redundant, because people like say these things, but they don't really mean these things. Because again, the same people who will tell you to pull up their bootstraps, you tell them let's get rid of the government, and watch how fast they don't want bootstraps. They'll be like, oh, I need the government for ... bootstraps. Where's those bootstraps? Oh, well, we need protection. Get your bootstraps. Get a bullet press. Start making your own bullets. Like, really get it. Let's do it. Let's go all the way bootstraps. Otherwise, I don't see the
May
point of
I
that
ask you a
conversation.
question? What do you propose to substitute for the U.S. government?
Nothing. We're all going to have bootstraps.
No, it's not. Somebody
What?
like me, younger, would put somebody like you on the wall and shoot them.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Bootstraps.
No, but you're not fine with it. Every
How am
time
I
you
not?
get more than 3 people a symbol, you get politics and you get somebody trying to set up rules. Government is a human characteristic. It goes along with the species of humanity. Now, it's a cultural adaptation to the physiological evolution. You're not getting around government. Every place on the planet Earth has a government of some sort.
It's a
And when
world
you
government?
no, it's not world government.
Well, then it sounds like an anarchy to me.
It's not anarchy. You don't need a world government. You need something to deal with a state or a nation. There are three things: territory, population, and a government that controls the interaction between the population and the territory and its resources. That's what a state or a government, or a nation is about. We haven't had any large groups ever on this planet since the last ice age that do not have some form of government.
Well, let me point
Now,
this out.
the other thing too is you are missing some very salient points here. There are some reasons for these things, and I ask you a pertinent question. If you don't have the US government, you don't have the state governments, you don't have the local governments, what do you do to control stuff like traffic? How do you deal with the rest of it? I paid up to $5 million at a time in income tax, so they get the money. And you mentioned the term of $100 million. That is small change.
It's 100 billion.
100 billion is small change. I think the last Defense Department bill was allocation was somewhere a little over 800 billion. So that's not a
Taxpayer
lot.
dollars.
Yeah, well, where do you think it is? By the way, how do you think Jesus got born in Bethlehem? Because his parents were going to be counted in a census for purposes of the imposition of tax. It's ancient.
No, I get what you're
Everywhere
saying,
since
sir.
you've had civilization, there's taxation.
I'm not
So,
I'm
what
not
are you suggesting to substitute?
I'm not denying anything you're saying. What I'm saying is a matter of perspective. I'm saying that by your view, you're going to justify those handouts, and that's what they are.
I'm
And the
not
government is nothing
justifying
more than an
handouts.
industrial handout complex.
You have representatives that you vote into office. When they
Most
get
black people
there,
didn't even have that to 1965, sir.
I don't give a goddamn about 1955 or 60.
65,
I was
sir.
alive.
My
I
parents
think
were
you
born
alive
look,
before
at
me.
the
Art,
time.
stay on your mic until he's finished talking, then you could talk.
Okay, in 1955, that's the date. 1955, I was learning what I'm telling you. We got taught this in school. 1955, I was very much alive. So you're talking about not what's antiquity to me. I can even remember the teacher that taught us this. His name was Mr. Campbellman. He was a major in the U.S. Army Reserve, well decorated, been wounded 3 times in Korea and World War II. Most of our teachers respected this. A lot of our teachers were men who were veterans, and we weren't about to talk back to them because we knew these guys were stone cold killers. They were nice, but they wouldn't take this kind of nonsense that they put up with now, and nobody expected them to. So the problem is when you have any group of people, you need a certain level degree of.
Your mic went out. Somebody must have called you. Somebody must have called them. The purpose of when somebody is talking, stop getting off your mic trying to insert a word or two. That's what kids do. Everybody gets to speak. So if you disagree with something he says, anybody says, wait till they finish and then you go. I don't know what happened to the judge. I think somebody called them and that knocks you out. If they do call, knocks the audio out. But I have a question for you, Art. Because my thing, and this is a question for most people, but specifically you, Art. If you are saying get rid of something, the judge asks you, what are you going to replace it with? You never answered the question.
Because I see the government as a cancer And if I get rid of a cancer, I don't try to replace it.
What are you going to put in its place? You saying that it should be nothing. We should just be able to roam the land as we please.
Isn't that the same as pulling up your bootstraps?
No.
That's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a matter of perception. For you, to me, this looks like you want handouts, whether it was protection or whatever your handout, whatever you think you getting from the government. Otherwise, you wouldn't need it, right? If you wasn't getting anything, you wouldn't need that thing. So obviously, you're getting some kind of handouts, and that's what I'm trying to point out here. That people want handouts selectively. It's just because it's not the handouts they want, but they want to point fingers at somebody else when they want a particular handout. So whether you want handout A and I want handout B, we can debate the handouts, but make no mistake, this is an industrial handout complex.
Okay, so then you don't want reparations, being that you don't want a handout?
If the government can't pay reparations, it's not capable of holding
Who said they
accountability
couldn't
clearly
pay
after
it?
150 years. Well, I mean, has it
No,
paid
no,
it in
no, no, no.
150 years?
Who said they could not pay it?
I'm pretty sure they could, but what I'm saying is they haven't.
They haven't,
And
but
after
why
150
haven't they?
That's a good
No, I
question.
can answer
But
that. Well, let me answer that question for you, because no one from Black America petitioned through the legislation to get it on a state or federal level. Reparations, and this is, I'm gonna sound like a goddamn parrot all night, because apparently for some people, not all, this shit don't seep in. You cannot get shit in this country, to your point, because we do have a government, unless it's through legislation. When we're talking about telling the government to pay a specific group or to do anything for a specific group, you cannot get it done unless you have, one second, I had to send him the co-host link, unless you have legislation, public policy. So if you want to get rid of the government that we operate through to get legislation passed to allocate funding, if you get rid of that, then we won't get reparations. So if you're saying that, i.e., let's not ask for handouts and and let's roam this land freely, then you are not pro reparations.
What I said is, if the government or any business, we'll just look at it like a business, couldn't pay its debt in 150 years, or regardless of what excuses we make why that debt was not paid, we would not do business with that business.
They could pay their
And
debt.
that's how I look at this.
They could pay it. They just haven't paid something.
But they just haven't done it.
They just haven't paid something that a group of people did not demand. They don't just hand shit out because they want to do the right thing. Our government or any government don't work that way. So again,
are you familiar with Viola
hold
Fletcher?
on. Even the end of slavery, even though the Civil War didn't start in slavery, but that eventually got incorporated, that was still done by bloodshed. But we don't even have to do anything right now, bloodshed, because everything is done by the stroke of a pen. So anything that you want in this country, the government is not going to say, well, this is the right thing to do, let's do it. It don't work like that. You have to demand it, and you have to know how to operate through the politics via the government to get it. And if you don't understand the fucking process of how to get public policy passed via legislation, then shut the fuck up about reparations and anything else about the government. I'm not specifically talking to you, I'm speaking in general. You cannot come up here and push back against something that you don't even know how to facilitate. So you don't know how to facilitate something, but you want to be in a disagreement with somebody's tweet or somebody saying you're not going to get it because you don't know how. So you can see we deserve reparations. You can sit up here and go back to when the President Johnson vetoed blah, 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 blah. Everything that the prior conversation was just talked about after the Civil War with the general, whatever, with the piece of paper to give 40 acres and a mule, everything was done by a piece of paper and a pen to give it and to take it away. So if we want to get something, it has to be done by paper and fucking pen via the government.
How did that work for Viola Fletcher, who lived through the harm?
Who the fuck is Viola Fletcher? And who gives a damn?
109-year-old that tried to get reparations for something she lived through?
What? No, it doesn't make a goddamn bit of difference. That's one person. They're between 320 and 360 million people in this country. This is the same country that can obliterate the world and even wipe the roaches out with the nukes it has.
This is the same country that's got a very sophisticated panoply of killing devices. This is an interesting place. But again, my point that I raised earlier, where I got cut off, I didn't realize I was this. What is your alternative to this? And you don't have one except being anarchist, and that does not work. Some people tried that. It does not work. It creates a vacuum.
The only thing I said is that. Go ahead.
The
Sorry.
point is this: you want somebody to come up with an idea because you don't have one. But when you depend on other people to come up with such ideas, that is the basis for government. There are people who specialize in doing various things to earn a living and supply what other people need. And then there are people that specialize in the governmental process. Now, there are various methods from kingship to potentate status to fearless leader dictator to what happens in a republic like ours. That's just the way things work with human beings. So where is the solution?
I answered your question, but I don't know if you was here. I said, if you get rid of cancer, you don't typically want it back, and that's how I look at the government.
What do
in
you
this
want to get
industrial
rid of
handout
government
complex.
for?
Oh, because it's an industrial handout complex.
Yeah,
That's what it really
that's
is.
because they have power. And by the way,
I'm just saying what it is, though.
Rule
I didn't say
one,
why it was.
rule one for humanity is might makes right. By right of conquest. That's what happens. Nobody works on any other basis. What wound up happening? The Egyptians conquered the Nile River Valley. All right, Mesopotamia. You got the Hittites came in and kicked butt. Before that, you had the Sumerians. Before that, you had the Babylonians. Then you had ancient Ur, where Abraham came from. You got all sorts of things. All of this is predicated on warfare. And after a while, the killing got too efficient and it was no longer functional as a population reduction device. So you get substitutes for, you've got 210 spearmen here, I've got 340. We'll win unless you got a better general, but that's a lot of us to get deaded. So let's just vote on it.
All right.
Or you can have fearless leader and they dictate this is what you're gonna do, or if you don't like it, we'll put you on a wall.
All right. I want to move on to the other speaker. I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Art, you got the last word. Then I'm gonna go to El Hotep, and we have other speakers. And I see 2 people waiting in queue, so I'll bring you up shortly when I go through these speakers and drop some people down. But let me just say this, because I said in the beginning of the space, but new people came in. This conversation on the point of reparations is about how to get it. And I said that I'm excluding, there are several organizations that are going on a state level that are actually getting stuff done on a state level to get reparation via legislation. I'm not talking about those groups. I'm talking about Black Americans in general with the naivete, don't know how to get it, even though you're pro something, and you get upset or you get emotional or you get triggered or you get in your feelings when somebody tell you you don't understand wealth, you don't understand how this operates, right? And then you want to label someone as being anti-reparations or anti-Black or whatever, but you don't understand the process. So this conversation is for Black Americans, not for people who are actually organizing, doing the work on a state level, because I know of several people, part of several organizations that are actually doing good things, except for the California reparations. That is some bullshit reparations. So that fucking organization over there is a piece of shit because they want to insert LGBTQ in Black American reparations. And any reparations going forward in this nation that has anything to do with LGBTQ in it is bullshit. So I will include that. But everybody else, they're doing the damn thing when it comes to getting it done. And all of Black Americans need to financially support these organizations, and they need to actually volunteer to, to volunteer whatever they can do with their own free time to support these organizations as well. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds, and then I'm gonna go to El Hotep, IAC, Brooklyn, Black, OG, Leon, April, Callie, and it's 2 people in queue. So 30 seconds. All right, hurry up.
Yeah, me and the judge don't disagree as much as probably has been made. I'm a firm believer if you can protect it, you own it, and that's the only way you own anything. And so, what I'm pointing out is when people talk about handouts, the government itself, regardless of how you may feel about it emotionally, is basically one big industrial handout complex that happens to be backed by the most powerful, who probably get the most handouts. And I'll end it there.
All right. Oh, El Hotep, you still up here?
Brief response. I agree. That's what politics is about. Who's got more power?
Okay. El Hotep.
Hey, how's it going? Judge and Dana. My question's a little bit.
Wait 1 second. Can you hear him,
Okay.
Judge?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
My question's a little bit off topic. It's I wanted to ask the judge and you, Dana, how do you guys feel about members of Congress being drug tested? And what's the judge's thoughts on that? It's a radio show host by the name of Michael Savage. I'm not sure if he's familiar with him, but he's been one of the few that's been vocal on Congress being drug tested. And I think if you're running for Congress and you win your party's nomination, you should submit a drug test. I think that would probably cut out a lot of the bullshit that goes on in Congress, and we would honestly probably find out why a lot of the kick the can down the road kind of stuff is going on. So I just wanted to ask the judge how he feels about Congress being drug tested, and how does he think that whole process would go, and who would administer the drug test if that was something that was to actually be policy.
Fact of the matter is there's no provision to allow it in the Constitution. A. B. It probably wouldn't accomplish much of anything, and it's a cop-out. It's a supposed brilliant solution by a simple matter to a very complex thing that is not going to happen.
Okay.
So there you go.
Now, when you say a cop out, like necessarily, what do you mean cop out? I mean, because you have to take a drug test for most Fortune 500 companies, post office, school board. I mean, so I understand what you're saying, why it wouldn't possibly be reality, but I mean, I guess for any other job you have to take a drug test. I mean, so I mean, it for me it makes sense that if you're representing me in my district in my state on a federal level, it would make sense that why wouldn't you have to take a drug test? But I do understand that
it's not a job on the basis you're talking about. It's representing a constituency before the United States government, and it's not allowed. There's even a few things about immunity from arrest going to and from Congress. So what would you do with it? And do you think that Congress is going to pass a law requiring that it test itself? You see, the thing, if it's not that you couldn't have such a thing, but the Congress would have to say, we're going to test ourselves. And we do have the authority to refuse to seat a proposed elected member. They did that with Adam Clayton Powell and a few other people a few times. But it's not going to happen because they're not going to impose that.
I have a question though to that. That was a good question. But can the people, us, the voters, the constituents, can we demand that be included?
So what? Doesn't do a damn thing unless Congress passes a law.
Okay, so when we're talking about legislation, we have to go through the same people who are requesting to be drug tested to approve to be drug tested.
Yeah, they have to pass the law.
Okay.
They're
And they're
not
gonna
going to do it.
say no. They're gonna say no because probably 70% is gonna come up positive with some type of narcotic.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no. I don't know, but I really doubt that they will sit there and say, "Oh, we're going to start testing ourselves for drugs."
Unless
What?
majority of the Americans and all these different districts say, well, we're not going to keep voting you in unless you approve to get drug tested.
I doubt that will happen. Look what's going on right now. All of the bullshit that is going on, and people say, "Oh, it's fine. Let's keep it up."
Okay. Anything else, Al Hotep?
No, that was pretty straightforward. That was my only question. Everything else I just enjoyed listening to, so I appreciate that.
That was a good question. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, IAC Coggins. IA, honey, unmute, because I know you've been up here for a minute. I don't know if you put the phone down. Going once, going twice, I'll get back to you. Brooklyn, Israelite. Brooklyn, honey, can you hear me?
Hey, Dana, what's up? Shalom to the space.
Hi.
Hey, first and foremost, you went down a list of a whole lot of people who you wanted to add to the list of people who act like animals, but you forgot the top animal, the savage on the planet Earth, the so-called white man, who should be called an animal every day. But more to the point, this title is perfect. This title needs to be spoken on. You want reparations, wait for, and we know that that's not the actual name of the Lord. So there's no J sounds in the Hebrew. There was no V sound, but we understand the point.
It's Yahweh, we know.
And we understand the point. And we need to go to the Bible to find out what the Bible says about reparations for the Israelites, the people that God loves, the so-called black people here today, who really trace back to those ancient people. And the Bible talks about reparations in the Old Testament and the New Testament. So let's see real quick. In Isaiah 14:2, it says, "And the people shall take them and bring them to their place, and the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids. And they shall take them captives, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressors." So a couple of weeks ago, people got upset when I used that word oppression, that we're still under oppression. But we have oppressors here, and the Lord sees it, and the Lord sees the way that we've been treated all this time. And there's a check that's coming due for that. And that's real reparations. There's no money, there's no check big enough that they can cut to me today here in America to make me forget about what they did to my ancestors. There's no amount that they could give to us to make me get over it like they want us to do so badly. But you know what I would love? To see the white man on his face picking cotton, to see the white man on his face shining my shoes. That's reparations, and it's repeated in the New Testament. For anybody that's going to have an issue with the book of Isaiah, let's look at Revelations, which we all know tells you what's going to happen at the end times. In Revelations 13:10, it says, "He that leadeth into captivity," which the white man damn sure did to us, "shall go into captivity." So he got to pay for his crimes. And he can't pay with money. And he's not going to pay with money because he's a devil. And the scripture also says, "Never trust thine enemy. For like his iron rusteth, his wickedness is going to stay the same." So yeah, we do have to wait on the Most High.
Now, how about
wait 1 second, Judge? Let me just say this one thing.
for today?
I disagree with everything you said except for the first thing. Yes, I did not specifically say white people. I got to include the white people being animals. Yes, and I think they're the most brutal animals. Yes, but Everything else, I totally disagree.
I already know, but that's all right because we just let the Bible speak for itself.
Okay, may I make a point up here?
By all means.
Revelations, you quoted. What's the sign of the devil?
What do you believe it is?
No, I'm asking you, what is supposed to be the sign of the devil?
Are you referring to the number of the beast or the mark of the beast?
No, well, you can put the number of the beast. What's it supposed to be?
666.
Now think about it. If Revelations is legit, it's supposed to be somewhere in the 1st century AD, right?
That's when John had the vision, correct?
Okay, now when did they invent 6 as a number? 6 as a number, 6 as a number in the system of using those digits. When did they invent that?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Judge. I'm all ears, though.
They're Arabic numerals. They weren't invented until the 8th century. So how do you
But you think they didn't have
explain
the
them being?
concept? You think they didn't have the concept of
After it
counting
said
up to
number of the beast is
666?
666, put it in Roman numerals. How do you say
But
it?
that's a translation into English. It wasn't written in English.
No, well, that's still the same. You don't have to translate Arabic numbers. They're the same in Chinese, English, Arabic, Hebrew, Latin, Greek. It's all the same. How do you explain it?
But it's not all the same because unless you're trying to say that they couldn't count up to 666 until.
No, I know, but how do you say 666?
Are you asking me how you say it in Arabic? I don't know.
No, I'm not saying Arabic. I'm just saying how do you say it using Roman numerals?
Go ahead and tell me, Judge.
Well, actually, a great deal of Revelations comes from the late 9th, early 10th century when the Catholic Church got to experimenting with numerology and the magic of 666. And what it comes up with, they were into Trinities, the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost.
Oh, sit down. Be
And
quiet.
if you sit there and you deal with what the significance of 666 is in Arabic numerology, it stands for free will. And when you talk free will for the Catholic Church in the 9th and 10th centuries, well, 10th century, 900s, free will was the sign of the devil because people were supposed to be born in sin. And if it wasn't predestined, then they would be doing something evil.
But see, that's the problem when you follow the interpretations of these other nations, because putting all that symbolism into the number, that came from the white man, like you said, the Roman Catholic Church. But
The white man invented the math. But what are you talking?
I'm saying there's no
Well,
great symbolism in that number.
The Arabics invented math, honey, not the white man. Not the
No, I'm talking about the interpretation, putting a great heavy mysticism into that number.
Wait a minute, hold on a second. How are you talking to us right now? Are you on
in
a
the bastard
line?
in the bastard tongue they gave us.
No. How are you talking to us now? You're using a cell phone, right?
Our people contributed to the cell phone greatly.
Okay, fine. But the bottom line is the cell phone relies upon math and what they call quantum mechanics to work. Now, does it make any difference who came up with that? Does it have to be somebody black for it to be legitimate? Or does
not
it
at
make
all.
a difference because you're actually using it?
The Bible says the earth was made for our sakes, which means everything that anybody creates on the earth was made for us to use.
Who is us?
Us meaning the Israelites, the real actual Israelites, which you're one as well.
Okay, fine. All right. But there are a lot of people that don't buy into that.
That's fine. They don't have to. Our job is to go and teach them to buy into it because it would transform everything in the black community.
So how are you going to impose it on them if they don't choose it?
No, the point is for them to choose it. Our job is to teach. That's all.
Well, a lot of people would reject it. What I'm saying is because you believed it, because people who taught you believed in it, they adopted it because they got literally put on a wall if they didn't, or they got executed or burned at the stake. See, that's back to that power thing again.
Okay, but
You
nobody got
impose
burned at the
what you
stake
have the power to impose.
to believe that they were an Israelite. People got burned at the stake for not conforming to the customs of the other nations, for not becoming Greek and Hellenized. That's what we got
What
killed
do you
for.
think happens in Exodus? What do you think they were doing when they left Egypt and came to the promised land, but ethnic cleansing? That's when the Levites were ordered by Moses to slaughter one person in each Hebrew tent for disobeying his order to completely exterminate this one tribe that, by the way, Moses' wife came from, and a lot of his followers had relatives and spouses from. And his soldiers disobeyed him, so he had the Levites, that's the priestly caste, go around and exterminate one person in each Hebrew tent. There is a good possibility, based on some translations, he didn't see the promised land because his own people assassinated him. So how do you deal with these kind of things? Or are they?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. We had orders to
sacrificial?
follow. We didn't follow through on them. You don't question orders from God.
Well, how about if you go and exterminate somebody and deal with God's orders and do the ethnic cleansing, or do you do something else?
You do whatever God ordered you to do. If that means wiping out a whole group of people, that means wiping out a whole group of people. Those people must have been a people that was going to come up against us if they had a chance. Wouldn't it have been nice if somebody would have wiped out the white man?
Well, no, because what do you call a white man?
The devil.
Anthropologically, there are only two non-degenerate white groups in the world. They're Russians because of Mongol gene influx, and in America, American whites because they have a higher percentage of black genes. You do realize that up until the early 1930s, all of the former Civil War Confederate states had statutes on their books saying that if you had no more than a certain amount of colored ancestry, you could be declared white.
Right, and that's why we
by
have
the mid-30s.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we have laws that determine how we consider someone's heritage and their nationality. We don't follow, we don't engage in a lot of these endless debates that we have to this day, are because we're still trying to reconcile the definitions that the white man gave us of what blackness is. We have our own definitions in our own culture.
Okay. Well, yeah, but aren't you talking about ethnic cleansing to those who don't follow what you believe?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because in the kingdom, the prophecies and revelations are the prophecies of what's going to happen in the end times when the kingdom is established, when Israel is put in rulership. And the scriptures say that the earth will be in harmony. The scriptures say the earth is in mourning right now because the wicked is in rulership. But when we're in rulership, everything will be perfect and in harmony. The thing that you're referring to in ancient times, war is a part of life. Some of these nations were going to come up against us if they had a chance. So we had to wipe them out first. But that's not how it's supposed to be.
So for the sake of this conversation, because I do have to go on to other speakers, you keep saying, it's going to be a time of peace or whatever. What is this time frame, honey? Because since the beginning of time, it's been war. Judge, please, can you mute up? I don't know if you're playing with, cleaning the rifles or the swords or stern grits, honey. What is it?
What I'm doing right now is screwing something in to try and deal with getting an antenna up.
Okay, thank you. Just mute up for a second. So, listen, everybody want to talk about Revelations, Armageddon, as what's the timeline? And, because I need to go into other speakers and I don't want this to turn into a religious conversation because it is about reparations. This Bible is how old, how many centuries, thousands of years, and you keep saying the same thing. So apparently paradise ain't coming no time soon.
It's whenever the Lord wants it to come. If you look around at the world today and you think that it can last a whole lot longer like this, I don't know what to tell you. But I can't say whether it's going to be tomorrow or 20 years or 50 years.
Do you believe in science?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right. I want to go to the next speaker. Black Truth.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Judge, can you hear him?
Roger that.
Okay, go ahead, Black.
Yeah, far as reparations, I think we had to charge the United States government with a crime the same way they charge you with a crime when you walk in federal court, issue against the United States. And I think it does the black community a disservice when we leave reparations just at slavery, when they did a lot more than just slavery, starting with they already owed us the 40 acre the mule or 40 acres and a mule after we fought the Civil War. But on top of the fact that all the Black Wall Streets and the Rosewoods and the Lake Laniers and all them prosperous black towns that I need to add, all those were rich black people that poor white mobs burnt down those towns, stole the land, and stole the generational wealth from black people, which forced us in today what they call um, crime on the evening news. On top of the fact that they used the war on drugs with Latin American drugs, that I want to add, Latin American drugs, to mass incarcerate us. So, which also got rid of a lot of the black businesses that you used to see in the 70s and the 80s. You don't see that no more. All you see is immigrants in our communities extracting the wealth from our communities and sending it out to everybody else, community. On top of the fact that, far as how the government works, we got what we call the whole Congressional Black Caucus. That's deep in the motherfucker. They know how the government work, and they just getting paid to be black and going
Lay
home.
off the F word. Lay off the F word, please. Thank you.
Okay, well, yeah, excuse me. But yeah, they're getting paid just to be black and go home. They're not leveraging their vote on behalf of the community for no black communities. The government just handed out 95 billion in foreign aid, and all the whole Congressional Black Caucus voted for all that foreign aid, and they have not leveraged their vote for the black community to get a percentage of any of that foreign aid. So our communities are shot up ghettos on purpose for everybody else's benefit. And I just want to land it at that. As far as the crime, crime is a business called control and contain. And without crime, you wouldn't have police officers getting paid. You wouldn't have your judges getting paid. You wouldn't have all these jail wardens getting paid. So crime is a business. So um, there's no such thing as getting rid of crime, because if you got rid of crime, you be getting rid of a lot of jobs, and everybody eats off the black community. And I just want to land my plane at that. Peace.
Okay. 1 second. Can I have Art and L Hotep? Can you drop down a listener? Because I need to bring some people up that's been waiting. I see 4 people waiting, so I'm gonna bring 2 up. And then as we go along, drop 2 down, bring the other 2 up as well. Thank you guys. And thank you for that, Black. So I'm gonna go to OG, then Leon, Dre, April, Kylie, Theo. So go ahead, OG. Yeah.
All right, appreciate it. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear him, Judge?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. Shout out to you, Miss Dana, and shout out to Judge Joe. Understands the birthday recently. Happy revolution around. I got this word called succinct. I think probably some of y'all need to learn about this word called succinct, and it means brief and to the point. Okay, with your explanation. Okay, that's what I want to mention first. And also, Judge Joe, you did good with your explanation about the impeachment of Johnson and all. You did real good. Only thing you left out was about the stipulatory provisions, for the Confederate states to be allowed back into the Union. Okay, which they did not meet. And this is the reason why Johnson was impeached. He wasn't just impeached for any reason. He was impeached for a specific reason, and he also missed being convicted by 1 vote for a reason. Okay, there were reasons for all of that. Okay, I won't get into it, but your explanation was fine. just left out that part, and I think that's the part that can be reopened and revisited legislatively. Okay. Other than that, Brother Art had some explanation. Let me tell you about one thing about a cancer. A cancer doesn't need replacing because it's already an invading organism. Okay. So if you eradicate the cancer, the space that it leaves is either a space that was supposed to be there already, or it's the relief for another organ that was supposed to be there as well. A vital organ, an organ that was supposed to function for your life. Okay. And lastly, I'm just going to say, to me, I think the Bible should be the most cross-referenced book, or source around. You cross-reference. How you going to believe any other book written by any other man before you can believe any other source? And I'm gonna land. It's real simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you, OJ.
You make some good points, but you have the Bill of Rights, due process for the states under the 14th Amendment, under the 5th Amendment for the federal government. How are you going to retry Johnson? He's dead. He can't confront his accusers. So he's dead. That's the end of it. There's no way of going back and revisiting that. So
Well, you revisit the articles.
Well, it's long dead. Circumstances are changed, and that would require an act of Congress to basically bring those things back to play.
Exactly. You're right. And it's still legislatively, just like both of you are saying.
Well, yeah, but bottom line is why hasn't the Black Caucus introduced some legislation, at least put it on the table? They haven't done that.
Because they're not the
But
sharpest people.
I'll tell you what's interesting. All but maybe 4 or 5 of the members of the Black Caucus are also members of the Gay Caucus, the Freedom Caucus. And they, 2 weeks after that 5-year ago farce for 2 weeks when they had the debate on whether or not to have a reparations study, the same Black Caucus got together and proposed what became known as the Gay Reparations Act. Just 2 weeks later, it was passed on the first voice vote, no debate. And it wasn't anything but chump change, but it's open-ended. It was giving reparations to gay folk for being denied insurance coverage when they got married. So it was $58 million, but it was open-ended, so no telling how much they're going to get out of it. But the same Black Caucus since then has not introduced anything, but all but 5 members of the Black Caucus participated in getting introduced and passed the so-called Gay Reparations Act exactly 2 weeks after the farce with the Black reparations situation, not to impose it, but whether to commission a study. So maybe that's what the problem is. We don't have adequate representation. It looks like to me, damn near all of them are Democrats.
You had your hand up, OG. You want to say something else?
No, that was a mistake. I'm done. Yeah, I'm not going to drag it on. We'll pick it up later at some point, whether it's specifically, subject by subject or however. I'm fine right now. Thank you.
Okay. Leon Dre. Did I say your name right? Is he still up here? Yeah. I don't hear you, Leon. I can't hear you. You probably gonna have to drop down and come back up because I can't hear you. And it looks like you're not on your mute. And if you're talking, I can't hear anything. So drop down and come back up. April. Please, April, please. You already know what I'm talking about. April, please. So go ahead, April.
You said April?
Yeah. I said, and I also say April.
Oh,
I said April, please, and you know what I'm talking about when I say April, please.
yes, ma'am. Peace, power, and reparations to the people. This clickbait title, Dana, is insane. Y'all, you
Yes,
too.
honey.
We
Yes,
gonna
I
have
had
we.
to.
I know, I know. Well, Jehovah has returned. So where is our reparations? If y'all really reading your Bible, you know that we're living in the last days. Critical times, hard to deal with, are here. Wars happening everywhere. Famine, children killing their parents. We are here. So reparations is on the way. We'll say that if we're going to use your title, right? I really wanted to catch the biracial who has so much to say and loves to call us animals. I found it so weird. But here's the reality: if you don't feel like we should fight for it, then just don't speak on it. I just don't understand. It's just hate. It's just haters, right? Because if it doesn't concern you, if it doesn't bother you, then why are you? What's the issue, right? What's the issue with people fighting for whatever you want? And if it's a handout, give me my handout. My hand is out. My hand is out. It's been out for centuries now. And we've done a lot. So to act like we haven't is always so weird to me. We've built over 1,000 towns in this country. We built this country. Your ability to flush your toilet and wash your clothes is because of a Black American. Such great animals. Actually, we are the greatest animals in the entire world. We are the one of the youngest people groups because we went through an ethnogenesis, right? However, we are the most accomplished people group in the entire world. There is no other people group that has contributed to the world than Black Americans. There isn't one people group, and you can't show it or prove it because those facts and those data and that empirical evidence does not exist. So, we love it. We love it. People really love to just, take a crap, on Black Americans. Yeah, can't stop ever talking about us. We're always on your mind. You go to sleep with us on your mind. You wake up before you even brush your teeth. You is thinking, oh, wait, I think your ability to open up your bathroom door and brush your teeth is because of a Black American. So it's all weird. People act like we've done nothing when we've done everything. And the problem is that we have been fighting and advocating for all oppressed people around this world. And for the first time in a very long time, we are taking care and prioritizing our existence, our lives, our dreams, our children, our elders. And that bothers people. Literally, both the Israelites and the Palestinians were all like, where is the Black community? Why aren't the Black Americans speaking up? Because the whole entire world is used to these big bag animals showing up for everybody and being, animals and fighting for everybody's rights, civil, right? We gave civil to a lot of y'all. That's y'all friend. Y'all use civil a lot. And a lot of y'all get a lot of handouts and benefits. We know it. We know it. The WASP or the Ellis Island illegals receive the most handouts. It's so funny. It's why everyone is so upset about the illegals now because we've been here before. This is history repeating itself. And if we're going to do history repeating itself, we are, because again, Black Americans are needed to save the day, to save America. I'm all for letting it burn down. I'm all for letting it burn down because we do have a plan. We're not just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. I think y'all should know that, right? We are the brightest, most intelligent, innovative, creative builders in the entire world. So to think that we just sitting around twirling our thumbs, or what if it don't happen? What if it don't happen? We're gonna keep doing what we've been doing, right? Building and creating. We've been doing that. We just want to be left alone. So I'm so happy that we're getting back to segregating ourselves, delineating ourselves, prioritizing ourselves, fighting for ourselves. cleaning up our house, cleaning up our communities, taking out our trash. We can no longer do that for the world. We are the moral compass of the world. Yeah, we are. We're too nice. We've been too giving. It's a reason why people said that all the immigrants are in our neighborhoods. We welcome them into our neighborhoods. We welcomed them. We went to their grand openings at their stores. We spent our money with them, and they sent billions and billions of dollars in remittances out the country and never gave anything back to America. And now it's affecting all of you guys. We love it. We know how to survive. We will survive. You won't survive because you couldn't survive in your homeland because you fled in America where we built it already. Right? You can't do nothing. You can't do anything without us. And it's beautiful. It's great. It's a great time to be alive. It's a great time to be Black American because history is going to repeat itself. And we know now hindsight is 2020. And so it is what it is. It's up and it's stuck. And yeah, Jehovah's here, baby. Jehovah's here. And I just went to a convention for Jehovah's Witnesses. Isn't that crazy? I just feel like I had to come up and have this conversation. But I'll be here for a little while. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Shout out to you, Dana. Shout out to you, Judge. And I did my best.
No, you did great because there was just the one word that I was hoping that you did not say it. I need for you to mute up. Thank you. But you did call out someone. You called somebody of mixed race. You was talking to a specific person. I think that was Real Queen. So if she wants to rebuttal, I'm gonna give her this time to rebuttal.
I most certainly do, Dana.
Please lay off that F word.
Oh, of course. You know, it's
Can
very
you blow your nose
interesting.
first?
Could you please? Could you please? Okay. All right. So it's very interesting. We're listening
You just
to
sound young. You sound
emotionalism. We're listening to emotionalism run amok. We're listening to
Hold on for a second.
a woke cult.
Hold on. Can you hear her, April?
Yeah, I'm on mute.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. No. Because somebody came up and it was just some static. I don't know if they were being funny or whatever. It was another speaker. I just had to drop them. Okay, go ahead.
So we're listening to an emotional, run amok, woke cult, a Marxist, color revolutionist, bunch of history revisionist crap. Okay, everything she said was foolishness to the third power. Now, she asked a question for which I will be obliged to answer most eloquently. She said, why speak on reparations if it doesn't matter to you or apply to you? Wake up call. Reparation applies to Asian people, white people, mixed race people, what? Indian people. Why? We're all American citizens and we're all taxpayers. That part. So we fund the federal government, and without a taxpayer, madam, there would be no reparation. So it applies to me. It's important to me. Yes, it's a redistribution of my wealth and hundreds of other people's, thousands of other people's wealth in this country. Get it right. Now to the other guy who came on earlier talking about government, sir. The government is for and by the people. Governments are local first, most importantly, and then the federal government. And the federal government, sir, should play a small role, not big government. But you're used to thinking like a mule and a freaking heifer to your prize wife master who feeds you, clothes you, and shelters you. You need that zaddy federal government to care for you, to feed you and nourish you. That's why you speak that way. And it's foolish. It's foolish. Okay? So here's the deal. Learn to think in real time so you don't wreck yourself and embarrass yourself, you dig? And I'll land right there.
But you didn't answer a question. You didn't answer a question at all.
April, you didn't ask a question. You said you were having a conversation. You just ran through and railroad.
I have rights, and what you won't do is apply things.
So what was your question? What was your question?
You're the one who said you was answering the question that you didn't answer.
And I did answer your question.
So mute up. Okay, because I
Yeah,
stayed on mute
okay.
while you was on mute now.
Calm down,
So
boo boo.
mute
I will
up.
mute up. No, you didn't. You came off
Yes,
mute.
I
But
definitely stayed
okay.
on mute.
Okay,
Dana,
boo
did I
boo.
not stay on mute?
Yes, she stayed on mute. So
I stayed on mute. So mute up, your ugly self.
No, she didn't.
Okay,
She
April,
actually
you
came
know.
off. She actually
April, you
came
know
off of
this
mute.
rebuttal. I
She
stayed
actually
on
came
mute.
off
So
mute.
wait, stop, guys. Let April talk now. It's April time to rebuttal. And yeah, go ahead, April.
yeah, so the white folks receive reparations, the Asians have received reparations, the Jews have received reparations. You're right. It is something that everybody absolutely gets. You know, even the illegal immigrants are receiving reparations right now. Right? Everybody receives reparations except for the builders of this land. Are you insane? And I didn't mention anything about local or federal. I want federal reparations. So be very clear of that. Okay. And I've never been a Democratic. You used to be one, ma'am. So I don't know what you're talking about. I never voted for Obama. I never voted for Biden. None of those weak folks. None of them. I've never been where you used to be, boo-boo. So please stop. Okay. And yes, we are done muling for the world. So take it how you want. I'll take that as you know that we have been working for everybody, and everybody has given their ass to kiss. So you're right. We are done muling. We are. And it was nothing emotional about anything that I said. I absolutely was very cool, calm, and collected when I made my statement. You, in fact, could barely breathe because you are emotionally and over and have a problem, right? You're about to have an asthma attack. Okay, so relax. I understand local. I understand federal. I didn't even mention any of those things. So again, you're just have so much to say. You're just trying to find ways to be rude and have shock value. And you do not affect me, ma'am, at all, because we are making moves. We are writing legislation. Our legislation that's written has already passed this year and more will. So I don't know what you're talking about. We've been slating Republicans. Not just, it's not something we're talking about. That we were doing it last year. Where you been, ma'am? You've been a Democrat. And again, I'm not in a cult. Don't align me with no cult. Don't say that I'm in a cult. I find that to be slanderous, and I know my rights. So don't ever say that about me again unless you have some facts and some data and something to prove that, ma'am. Don't ever accuse me of anything like that.
Okay, let me respond. When I talked about the local and federal government, it wasn't pointed to you. It was an earlier speaker. Listen, ma'am, but you're emotional. You wouldn't know that. Now, boo boo, check this out. See, here's the deal. You said you're not in a cult. The reality is, when you speak in we's, that's a cult. Cults don't function in individualism, they function in we's. Think about Jonestown, okay? Think about Nature Boy. We. Okay, you're in a cult. It's called black supremacy. And I land my plane there. And black, woe is me. You dig?
I wish you would stop saying yeah, dig, because you said you were responding to me, but that you just said that you were responding
Well,
to
I
other
say what I
people.
want.
So which is it? I think you're very, very confused. And we is wellness. So that's why I speak in we. You speak in I because you're ill. You are very ill, young lady. So yes, I will continue to speak and represent my family, my ancestors, and my unborn progeny, my grandson's grandson that they haven't even met yet. I will speak for him. I am speaking for my family. That is the we. I don't, it's sad if you don't have anybody to be a we or to care about or to fight about. It's okay. It's all right. You dig?
All right, so I want to move on to the next
Well,
Can
that's
we
speaker.
another
move
assumption.
on
I
to
have a
our
daughter.
next?
Yeah,
No, 1
dig.
second. I know. We're gonna move on to the next speaker. I think y'all was. I actually, I really do appreciate the back and forth because it was kind of civil this week compared to the past. But and real quick in YouTube. Hello to everybody on YouTube. JB. No, she said we, not we. Don't play with me right about now. And thank you, Rachel, for the super chat from earlier. Who was it? Oh, Theo, then Choke, then I don't see DM Harris up here anymore. I don't see no, I do, yeah. Corns, the Negro, and Ray Ray.
Dana,
Yes.
you,
Oh,
you keep skipping. You skip me.
Oh my God. Did I write? Wait a minute. I gotta go
She
back.
put me at the end of the line. Oh, wait, Miss
I didn't even
Dana,
put you
till I
on the
get up on
list. Wait a minute.
y'all.
Sorry, wait 1 second. I wrote
Get to Cali Love. But I definitely have input on the conversation. I just heard.
yes.
I just want to get. We'll
Wait.
get back to that in a
1
moment.
second. I'm gonna have to go. Actually, it's Kylie Love turn, and then Theo, because she was. I wrote it down on the list, and she was before you, Theo. Sorry. Go ahead, Kylie Love.
Okay. Thank you. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I have a little tooth problem, so please excuse me. Um, I wanted to kind of comment on several things and then ask the judge a question with regards to the Proposition 6 in California for the removal of the clause for involuntary servitude in the California state constitution. But before you get there, I did want to, because I'm hearing some things that I don't really like myself, heifers and all that other extra. That's a little extra. But if you don't mind, I want to just read some real quick. And it came with the SB 1403, the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency. Now, in the analysis, there's a couple of paragraphs with regards to the existing federal law. So it says, acknowledging that a grave injustice was done to U.S. citizens and permanent residents of Japanese ancestry by the evacuation, relocation, and internment of civilians during World War II, which were motivated largely by racial prejudice, wartime hysteria, and a failure of political leadership, and that the intended individuals of Japanese ancestry suffered enormous damage, both maternal, intangible, as a result of the fundamental violations of their basic civil liberties and constitutional rights. And then it cites it gives a legal citation of 50 United States Constitution section 4202A, provides a restitution for one payment of $20,000 to each individual of Japanese ancestry who was a U.S. citizen or permanent resident and was subject to internment during World War II, as specified, or if the person is deceased, to their surviving spouse, children, or parents. And then there's another legal citation that's given, 50 United States Constitution, section 4215 and 4218. Establishes the Civil Liberties Public Education Fund within the U.S. Treasury, which expires 10 years after its creation, for the purpose of distributing the funds under, and it gives another legal citation. Okay, acknowledges that the United States forcibly relocated, I think that's ALEUT, ALEUT, civilian residents of the somebody's island, I can't pronounce it, and then it says another island west of, this is another island, UNIMAK Island, during World War II, to temporary camps to isolate regions of Southeast Alaska, where the United States failed to provide reasonable care for those Aleut people, resulting in widespread illness, disease, and death, and that the United States failed to protect them, personal and community property, while the property was under its protection or control. Then it gives another United States legal citation. So then it says, provide as restitution for the value of land taken from these folks, the Aleut, that's their name or whatever, the ALEUT, the establishment of a trust from which to pay for destroyed and damaged property, and $12,000 to each eligible Aleut, subject, if that's been how you pronounce their names or whatever, they lineage or ethnic group or whatever, subject to the availability of funds as specified. And then it gives another legal constitution. And so legal citation. So when we arguing about whether or not who get and who don't get and who get, everybody else has gotten theirs. The United States government has recognized that they have done harm to other groups of people, but yet they're not recognizing how they harmed us as a people. So I'm gonna put that to the side for right now. Now, the other thing is this: I also heard the issues in Chicago. See, 10, 15 years ago, when I heard that there were 100 students, 100 children, 100 kids between the ages of 13 and 18 that were being killed every weekend in the city of Chicago, that alarmed me. That reminded me of being in LA, born and raised, and during our gang strife during the 80s and 90s. See, the police, it's known, it's a fact that LAPD from the Rampart District, from the Southwest to 77th, and I believe it was Harvard or Hobart police, that they were actively involved in masking themselves as gang members and then going through the community and then murdering other gang members or other Black men and women in our communities that were not gang members. So all those crimes that the young man had mentioned about maybe 2 hours ago, is possible, because all those crimes and all those murders, 100 students, 100 youths in a weekend for the past 10, 15 years, that's a lot of young Black people. That's a lot of young Black men. That's a lot of young Black women that are being killed weekly in the city of Chicago, in the state of Illinois. That's not no coincidence. Yeah, we may be committing some crimes, whatnot, but that's too much. It was a fact that right here in LA County, that the police and the CIA and the FBI was involved in murdering our people on the street, masking themselves as gang members, dropping off other gang members in other neighborhoods, hog tying them, blindfolding them, and handcuffing them, and then drop them off. So it's possible that that could be happening in the city of Chicago, which I really pray that I hope and I really hope that they get the situation up under control, because that's a lot of our people with possible generations that are now being lost. They're gone and we can't reclaim those. And then the other thing is a question for the judge. What do you think about and if you can expound on Proposition 6 in California, because they just put it on, I guess, going to put it on the ballot for November and then give us the opportunity to vote as to whether or not they want to remove that involuntary servitude clause in the California state constitution. And then I'll land my plane. Thank you.
I grew up in Los Angeles, California, kindergarten through law school. I graduated pretty high up there at UCLA Law School after getting an undergrad degree at the same place. Two things. One, guess what? You get incarcerated, you got stripped of your rights, and you are treated as a slave. That's always been the case, and that's what being locked up is about. You are a slave, in effect. You have no rights. You have breached a compact to deal with public peace, dignity, and order. Now, an interesting thing, you talk about LAPD. I mentioned earlier that I had been personally acquainted with Johnny Cochran. I discussed with him his strategy with the OJ trial. He said he wanted Los Angelitos who were old enough, in their 40s, 50s, preferably older, who had experienced firsthand LAPD. And he said they were very receptive to the idea that LAPD was capable of doing wrong. That's how he got the acquittal. The jury didn't even stay out half hour. But I will also say this. I graduated from high school. I was at UCLA in 1965, August, when we had this uprising. Unlike the one 1992, which is a different kind of thing. Well, 2 weeks before the thing occurred, which was not far from my girlfriend's house, I ran an errand for her mother, came out of this convenience store, and there was a guy asking everybody, including me, where we were from. I just said, hey, I'm neutral. I ain't anywhere. Where you from, man? I'm Bobtown. Where you from? De La Soul, Bobtown, De La Soul, Del Viking, etc. Where you from? Slauson. Make your run. And he fired 3 caps at him. Well, we had that rising in August, started about 4 or 5 blocks from that location. And when it was over, a few weeks later, I was running an errand for my girlfriend's mother, back to the same convenience store, same 2 people. Said, hey, man, I apologize, man. I didn't mean no harm, man. I just did not know. And they shook hands and did the burn, baby, burn thing, which came from Roscoe the Magnificent, the DJ, who used to say that all the time. Now, to get to the story that's important is this. Although we had had all of these homicides and all of this violence, for the next 18 months after the Watts uprising, there were only 2 black-on-black homicides in all of LA, and that was some girlfriend mad at her boyfriend for cheating on her, and some wife mad at her husband for cheating on her. The rapes dropped to 0, the assaults dropped to 0, the burglaries dropped to 0. It was peaceful. LAPD would not come off into South Central unless they were riding 5 deep, and they'd look straight ahead and go where they were directed, and that's it. So we had peace until we got a bunch of informants integrating themselves into the black thing. And they were snitches, pimps, simps, agents, provocateurs, officers, and you name it, until they got to the point where there were more of them in any organization than legitimate members. And then starting getting back together. Black folk used to love Lyndon Baines Johnson. And when he decided he wasn't running for president anymore, there was a great deal of despair. They gave up hope from Great Right Daddy in the White House doing anything for black folk. And they came up with black exploitation, and it went downhill from there. So there's some
Didn't she
interesting
ask you about
things.
something Prop 7?
Prop 7 is trying.
Prop 6.
Prop
Well,
6
whatever.
is trying. I already answered that. When you get locked up, you're enslaved anywhere. So it's meaningless to say we're going to outlaw it because it has no effect. When you get locked up for a crime, you are enslaved. They just don't usually get your labor farmed out to some private entity, which they have not done in California because they didn't have the chain gang thing. So that's not really applicable. I looked at it, and it looks like some more California bullshit, like San Francisco reparations. And that's what I'd say. I thought I'd answer that one. In other words, it's irrelevant because when you're locked up, you're enslaved because they take your liberty from you. So I addressed the other thing. You talked about the mythology of black folk killing each other. I want to talk about when I used to have to occasionally look around the corner before you walked around it back in the mid 60s, because your life was in your hands if you didn't see somebody you knew, or you went around the corner when somebody that you didn't want to see was on that block.
All right. I gotta go to Theo.
I'm here right now. Like, I'm listening. I was ready to. First of all, Dana, thank you for having like an honest conversation, and opening up a space. And then Judge Joe Brown, like, dude, I grew up watching you on the TV, and I recently saw you on Tommy Sotomayor like 5 or 6 years ago. It's amazing to even have this space to like. God does amazing things.
Yeah,
with
I'm
this
sorry.
world.
I'm sorry, Judge. Can you hear Theo?
Yeah, I hear.
And I'm honored to speak with you and to ask you this question, because Well, to ask both of you, Dana, because I heard your whole conversation about reparations. The whole problem with reparations is, right, like the government, these white folk came in, is what I'm hearing, and they took over the nation and laid out some sort of law and policy that people believe in. And then all of a sudden, we want reparations from this system. So where are they going to get the money from if it's not through more taxation without representation and more just stealing of our own property, and rather than us governing ourselves and like being accountable to ourselves, we want them to take money from others, take money from all of us, and then give it back to us. Where is the reparations going to come from? And rather than like what April did specifically, Real Q actually lays out some questions here. April doesn't lay out a question, she just argues with herself. And I've done that before too, so I get it. And I'm not going to do that right now. So rather than that, I'm just going to take this opportunity and say, if we're going to have reparations, where are we going to get the reparations from if it's not through the government becoming stronger and bigger than we want it to be, rather than us governing ourselves? I'm going to shut up right now. I'm done.
You have an excellent point. For reparations in the amount of, or a payout of between $400,000 and $500,000, 500,000, with the amount of identifiable Black folk in the United States being what it is, what they are, that would be between 14 and 15 trillion dollars on a gross national income, a net growth, well, a net income for the United States of $19.6 trillion as of 2018. So I don't think the country is going to give away that much money up front. You might find reparations in terms of other benefits. Affirmative action restoration would be good if they could find the way to do it.
Judge,
We could get it from the
Judge Brown,
judgment fund.
even if they had the
They
money,
have the
where would
money.
they
It's
get
in
it
the
from?
judgment fund.
Hold on.
Where
And
would they get it from?
reparations isn't just a
Hold-
check. I want
hold
people to stop
on.
acting
Just
like it's
stop
just
it.
money.
I'm not
It's
through
not
yet.
just money.
I'm not through. Stay on your mic. Look, we had a problem when the Reagan administration in the early 1980s decided to not tax all large corporations like they ought to have been. What he did is, after Nixon normalized relationships with the people of the Republic of China, he started borrowing money. Now we owe the People's Republic of China $34+ trillion in debt. And we have not paid back our 25-year interest. And each year, the Chinese have been giving us extra time to pay it. So on a $19 trillion national income to handle everything, we have a $34 trillion debt owed to somebody, and we just keep going further and further into hock. Now, we haven't gotten that straightened out, and soon the piper will be paid, and People's Republic of China and Xi Jinping, he has already decreed that China will be prepared to invade Taiwan if necessary by 2027, which is not quite 2.25 years from now. And we got problems trying to deal with it. So this comes from tax dollars. And quite frankly, I have better things to do with my money than to pay taxes to the US government in the amounts I'm paying right now. I have better things to do than to be paying out the ridiculous fees that are dealing with inflation. And by the way, I just got disgusted at a restaurant with what they were charging for something after they decided to cut the portions in half. And I just happened to have a screenshot of the same item on the menu from 4 years ago. It was $8.95 for this particular item, and now it's over $20 for the same thing in a smaller amount. So
All right,
we need to deal with
Well,
these things.
One second, Theo.
The debt will
Ms. Hunt.
rise without paying reparations. If they would have paid it 100 years ago, we wouldn't even be having this discussion.
Well, you
would we?
didn't get it
The
100
debt's
years
not going to
ago.
go away. The debt
You
is
didn't
not
get
going
it
away.
100 years ago.
Period.
I have a
Period. It's
friend
not
that
going
didn't
away.
Listen. I have
All
a
right,
friend
can I say
that hold
something?
on.
Wait,
Just one
Judge.
point. Let's one point. I have a friend that lost his leg in the Nam because he didn't go the way his sergeant told him to go, and he got it blown off on a landmine. Now you can't undo that.
Fine. But to answer your question about how it's going to get paid, Marcel Dixon, he actually answers that very well. And I've heard him answer that multiple times, and I should have written it down and memorized it. And he's actually running for Congress in South Carolina. And he's on X. He will answer your questions. And I will go and follow him and ask him, because he does have an actual detail to where it's not involving taxpayer dollars. So he will be a good person to answer your question as far as how is it going to be paid precisely. And it does not involve tax dollars. I can't answer that, accurately for you, but he does have an accurate, concise answer.
Well, I appreciate. I will look into Marcel Dixon there, but like the biggest concern here for me is like you guys are pointing to the problem for the solution rather than yourselves. God made us each in His image, and the solutions for our own life's problems are within us.
Why are we quoting the Bible when the
facts.
Bible says that you should pay reparations?
Hey,
Paying
man,
your debt
I
is
triggered a
in
lot
the
of people. I
Bible.
triggered
Wait,
too
can
many people.
everybody
I'm gonna
stay
mute.
on their mic?
I'm telling
But
you
Can
what it
everybody
is.
stay on their
I
mic?
am gonna put in the
Can everybody
jumbotron.
stay on their
I'm
mic?
going
I
to
want
put
him
in
to
the jumbo.
finish up. I want him to finish up with his statement. Everybody stay on your mic. What you were saying, Theo?
I was saying, like, we want somebody else to come in and save us. We want a savior, and like the reparations is just that same thing. Like they came in and destroyed us, but like our family, our mother and our father will destroy us first and foremost, and we have to learn how to forgive them, to work with them, to do what we can with them, to work with them like the only way we can. Like
So
we can't like
are
be
you against
dependent.
the reparations that United States have given to Jewish people, or the reparations that United States has given to the Japanese at one point? And do you have a problem with all of the billions of dollars that we are sending over to Ukraine, which is somewhat in the form of reparations, restitution, and aiding them in their
Right.
war with Russia? Are you against all those three things?
Those first two things I don't necessarily have any relationship to, but the
But you don't have
Ukraine
a
money, like we're just
relationship
sending
to. Are you
the
black?
way
I'm
that
sorry,
we're
wait,
sending.
slow down. Are you black?
No.
And you're not Jewish.
So why you keep
Wait
saying
1 second.
we?
Stop. Everybody stay on your mic. You're not black. You're not Jewish. You're not Asian. So you think
I'm an
right,
American.
but you
I'm a
say that
proud
you don't have a
American.
relationship with being
He's an
Asian, with
immigrant,
being
Dana.
Jewish. However, you don't have a relationship with
I
being
don't have a
black.
relationship with the first two.
So you don't have
I
a
don't have a
relationship with us
relationship.
either. So my question is,
No, hold on.
no,
That's not what
answer
I'm
my question.
saying.
Answer my
That's not what
question.
I'm
Do you have
saying.
answer my question? I need everybody to stay on their mic. Answer my question. Do you have a problem with the reparations that were given out to other groups of people who are American citizens?
The first two groups you mentioned, I don't have particular issues with because that wasn't in my lifetime.
Yes, it
Ukraine.
was. Yes, it was. The Jewish reparations continue on a state level and federal level, continue to be allocated to the Jewish people via the Holocaust and the harm that they went through, that their ancestors went through. And, and the different private companies, railroads and stuff like that, they continue to get reparations this day in your lifetime, going to the ancestors of those people who suffered, rightfully so. Japanese, that was World War II, after Pearl Harbor, when they put them in camp. So you probably wasn't alive then. But yes, the reparations for the Jewish people continue to goes on now, and reparations for LGBTQ is today as well. So again, Do you have a disagreement, or do you feel as though that you have a problem with these other groups receiving reparations? Yes or no?
Yeah, what I was trying to get to, I was trying to build up to the
No, I
third
just want
point
you
you
to
were
answer
laying
my
out there.
He
question.
said yes or
Yes,
no.
yes, Ukraine, I have an issue with.
What
Yes.
about
Dana's
the
talking
reparations
and
for
he's
the
talking, ma'am.
Japanese?
Stay on
What
your
about the
mic.
reparations for the Japanese and the Jewish people?
I don't know about Japanese and Jewish
Okay,
people and
well,
their
let me
reparations.
tell you, they are receiving reparations. So why do you only have a problem when it's Black Americans seeking reparations? And this is the same type of back and forth that I've had with white people, i.e. Caucasians, because you cannot sit up here and have a grievances or disagreement about Black reparations when you don't have one against anybody else that are currently getting it today.
I am collecting my inheritance from the Most High God. Currently, that's my living.
Okay,
How
that's
much you
you.
getting?
So I
But we're talking
very
about
much understand what
Well,
that
you're
actually
gonna get
means.
your inheritance
But
from
we're
God.
talking.
Don't
I think
worry.
everybody needs to stay on their mic, please. But we're
I
talking
tell you
about
what,
we're
you
talking
spend
about reparations. Let me have a conversation with her. We're talking about reparations for Black Americans, and you have a problem with that because you don't know. You're saying I don't want my taxes going to that because my tax is already high. Well,
I have a problem with being taxed to begin with.
right, you have a problem
What don't
being
you
taxed,
understand about
period.
that? So, like,
So wait.
with the my
So Theo,
yeah.
if you have a problem with being taxed, and I just ask you, do you have a problem with everything else that our tax dollars are going to? You're like, no, except for Ukraine. But you don't have no control over that.
I don't have a reference. I'm just trying to like figure out. I'm honestly trying to figure out what you're saying, and I get what you're saying. I like. We're saying that white Europeans
would
came.
you
Can I get
stay
30 seconds? Can I get 30 seconds uninterrupted without
Yeah,
Judge Brown can
everybody
cut in
stay on
whenever he
your mic.
wants.
ma'am, stay on your mic.
Everybody, listen, we're all adults. Everybody stay on your mic. Let him speak without being interrupted.
He's confused.
I don't care.
I'm not.
Everybody
That's
stay on
not
your
you
mic.
to
I don't
call.
care.
It's for
I
the
don't
listeners
care
to
if you
call.
fucking disagree with him. I don't care if you're fucking triggered. Just stay on your mic. I was in a space earlier with all these fucking Democrat clones that wouldn't even let Harrison Floyd talk. And everybody just kept interrupting. Just stay on your mic. Let him finish. Everybody's going to get a chance to speak. It's not that hard. Theo, you can finish.
Thank you. Like my thing, my whole perspective is everyone was so from your perspective, Black Americans were taken over by this government. So now you're appealing to this government for reparations. So what's the government going to do? It's going to take more power and control. It's going to steal more resources and then allocate it to people. And then all of a sudden at this time, it's going to make sense. Why can't you just fucking take your individual responsibility and be yourself and have your connection with the Most High God and recognize that that's what you are in tune with? Like, and stop appealing to everyone else to steal resources from each other.
All right. So
Like,
Theo,
what
my
the-
point that I'm trying to make to you is, and don't say the F word. We don't say the F word up here. My point
apologies.
to you is I need you to say that to the Jews. I need you to say that to the people that received reparations in the past. I need you.
I say it to everyone. I'll say it to anyone.
No. I need you to say that to the LGBTQ community.
Ma'am, of all things, I've said that to the LGBT community, of
But
course.
you haven't said it to the Jews.
I've said it to you. Don't know what I've
You
said.
have not. You have not.
Ma'am.
I can tell you right now you haven't. Because you just said you don't have a connection with them, so you just disregarded what they've receiving, which is rightfully they should receive reparations.
No, all I'm saying is I don't know what
I'm just saying.
their resources.
If you have a grievance with the whole concept of reparations, right? I think you have a problem with the whole concept of reparations. So if you have a problem,
But it points to victimhood because reparations starts with victimhood. Be self-empowered. Don't be a victim ever.
So,
that's it. I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay, that's fine.
For a moment.
Leave it there.
I'm here
listening.
listening.
Be a victim, but one thing about Jewish people that I could always commend them for, they are going to never let you forget about their suffering. They wear it as a badge of honor because they don't want no one in this world to forget what their people went through when it came to the Holocaust. So they relish in the victimhood. They don't live that way to like, oh, I need to rely on the government. They know how to use and utilize the government in their favor, which we all should be doing. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem reminding people, not just in this nation, but throughout the world, of the suffering that Black Americans had to endure here. Again, though, if you have a problem with reparations, the whole concept, that's fine. You are entitled to that. Only thing I'm saying is people who are not Black, when you have a pushback against Black people who receive reparations, you need to have that same energy and those same ideologies and those same talking points to Jewish people. But you're not going to go in their spaces.
I do. We're on the Jewish platform.
You don't.
I do. I certainly do, ma'am.
Okay,
I
so what
promise
have you
you.
said to the
I
Jewish
have it
people?
against everyone and anything and
What?
everyone.
What have you said to
Everyone
the Jewish
gets it
people
equally.
about their reparations?
I don't know what I've said to Jewish people. I know what I've said to every man and every woman is the truth. And that's
You
where I
have not
stand.
said anything to a Jewish person about the reparations they're
How do
receiving.
you know? Do you have
I just
surveillance
asked
cameras on me
you. I just
24/7?
asked you, and now you're generalizing.
Judge Brown, please save us.
Tell me,
Please save me.
no,
Save me.
he
Judge
can
Brown,
save
save
you.
me, please.
The judge cannot save you. I'm having a
should have stayed
conversation
on
with you, and
mute.
he doesn't control what I say. So, and I'm not finished, but I'm not finished. So what I'm saying is, I asked you, what did you say to the Jewish people about their reparations? You can't recall.
Well, he just lied to you, Dana, because he said he didn't know anything about it. He
You
had
know,
no
teaming up
knowledge.
on
Now
him
he
is
said he's
uncalled
talking
for.
to him
Spare your
about it.
mic. Come on, don't insult the guy. You spoke
Man,
it.
shut your...
I can't.
Stay on your mics, and I'm going to make a comment. If you ask somebody a question and you expect a yes or a no, then they are entitled to explain their answer. A. B. Next thing is this. He said he had not supported reparations to the Jewish community. He says he's
No, he
against
did
it.
not say that.
Listen, I'm listening.
He did not
the
say
judge
that.
Here. I did this for
I
a
don't
living for
care.
50
He didn't
years.
say that. I
Now
can
stop.
hear just like you, and he didn't say that.
Stop. That's what I heard. Now,
well, then you need to clean your ears because
I don't need to clean my ears. I've been doing this for a long time. Listen, time out. Now, I'll just say, to clear the air, I don't think the Jews deserve reparations from the United States. Germany, maybe. I do think that the Japanese deserved reparations because they were individually identified as to who suffered the wrongdoing and the violation of their rights. I don't think the gay community learns or needs reparations. The Native Americans, there were some violations of some treaties. Ukraine, that's bullshit. That's just trying. The president is trying to buy his way out of 100-some page criminal indictment along with his son. So we really have no interest being in the Ukraine rather than trying to force somebody to get that thing resolved. And as far as it goes with Israel, Israel has clout because they have the Mossad in the Israeli constitution that legitimizes assassination as a legal process under Israeli law. And I think they've got a lot of Americans pissing their pants worrying about whether the Mossad is going to assassinate them. They also have been kicking ass, but they do not need reparations. We need to get there and settle this goddamn thing in a reasonable fashion like Carter did, encouraging Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin, one's from Israel and the other one's from Egypt, to come up with a treaty with each other. That's the wise way to go. China thinks you need two damn countries over there. So does Russia. We're trying to hold out for one because it's convenient to us, but it's bullshit. So no, only people that have gotten reparations are the Japanese, as far as I'm concerned.
Right. So and listen, I'm not. Listen,
so I
if you
said
feel
that.
if you feel as though that Jewish, listen, that's not where I'm going at. If you feel as though Jewish people shouldn't have got reparations from the United States government, fine. And that's
Well, let's
something
ask him
that
if
is
he
very.
agrees to
Let
that.
me finish. Let me
That is
finish.
how I feel.
Let
No one. I
me
feel.
fucking finish. That is a valid point. But the point that I'm making here is whether they should have gotten it from the United States or not, they got it. And they continue to get it because they know how to organize and they know how to push for public policy and legislation in their favor for their group of people. So when we are talking about reparations, that is exactly what we have to do. Everybody's not going to agree with who should get what or whatever, who is non-Black American. And that's fine. You are entitled to your fucking opinion. But what you are not going to sit up here and say specifically to Black Americans, we should just all live together under God and get over it and live our lives in peace and harmony. That's not how our government works. That's not how society works. If you have the right and the ability to petition and legislate for policies for your particular group, then goddamn it, that's how and that is what you should do, whether anybody outside your group agree with you or not. And that's what I'm saying for Black Americans. We need to organize and we need to push for public policies and legislation for our specific group. And we are not doing that, whether it's reparations or anything else. We are the only group here in America that do not have any policies specifically for us. And that is a problem. And that is our fault. So, Theo, you are entitled to how you feel and your opinions. I'm not trying to change your mind. But the fact of the matter is, we need things specifically for us. And we need to start legislating and pushing public policy to get it. Point blank, period. I want to go to the next speaker.
Can I
want to go
ask?
choke.
I'd like
No,
to
can
ask
I go
him
to
a question.
choke?
I'd like to ask him a question. Do you have any problems with the recitation I gave? Would you agree with it or do you take issue with it?
Who are you talking to?
The last speaker.
Theo?
Yes.
The recitation on what?
What I just
Quit giving
said.
this white man more time.
In other words, do you agree with what I said or do you take issue?
Why do you
with
want?
it?
Why does that matter right
For
now?
my
I need to
own
go to the next
purposes.
speaker that's
I
been
know,
waiting
but
for
I'm
a
just
long time.
asking him.
He agrees with you. He
Okay,
agrees with you.
okay, you agree?
I agree that I agree with you, Judge O'Brien, in this moment. But Dana's made a lot of assumptions that are not correct about who I am and what I
didn't make
represent.
no assumptions about you. I said you are entitled to your beliefs.
You've made a lot of assumptions about me, and you'll mute me again, and you'll mute me in a moment. But you've made a lot of assumptions.
What assumptions did I make?
And I've been trying to speak, and you keep. Well, it's fine though. I appreciate
assumptions did I make?
Dana, first and foremost, I appreciate your open space because you're having genuine conversation. I don't want to hog the channel, and I want to pass on to someone else. I will be back.
But I'm asking you a question right now. What assumption?
Yeah.
You accuse? No, I need to raise their name, Mike. You accuse me of making an assumption. What is that assumption?
About the Jewish people and their reparations and how like I didn't go against that. I'm not against anyone. If anyone can get anything, that's great for them. But like you're saying, like the government should be weaponized against a certain group of people. And if your group of people stood up against another group of people, the government could properly weaponize itself against another group of people. How about we stop weaponizing the government against each other and weaponize the government against these fucking corporations taking over everything we own? How about we get there, start there?
Well,
like, let's stop
corporations is
fucking
considered
attacking
a
each other. And
person.
I'm sorry to use that word again. I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
but a corporation
man,
is
can we
considered a
get the hand?
person. A corporation is considered a person. So that means we would have to change the Constitution. I believe what? That's the 14th Amendment, Judge?
No, a government's considered a person for good
I said
reason.
corporations.
And you are a
Corporations.
living human being. You are a living human being.
But see,
You are of the
corporations
spirit.
are
Be of the
considered
Rav
a person,
Kodesh.
not the
Don't be a paper person. Yes, I agree. I know what you're saying.
Second. What she's making is this point. Under the 14th Amendment, a corporation is a fictitious person created by action of state government. According to the interpretation of the 14th Amendment that's been going on since the 1870s, the 14th Amendment prohibits discrimination against any type of person, which includes the fictional person of a corporation. That's what she's talking about. And that is the law. And the Supreme Court has most recently reinforced that.
And Mr. Joe Brown, so should we ever consider ourselves to be a United States person? Like, do you have an opinion on that? Like, because in my opinion, I'm a natural being created by God.
Okay.
I'm not a United States person.
Well, you're born inside the territorial United States, or you live here, or you're naturalized here, so you become a resource of the government. In other words, as I said, a nation or a state consists of a territory within boundaries recognized. It consists of all of the resources inside that, the weather conditions inside of that. It consists in the second phase of the population that lives inside the territory. And there's a third element of a nation or a state, and that is the government that coordinates the interaction between the people and the geographic territory. So those three elements form a triangle known as the nation state.
All right.
So
I want to go to Choke.
Oh, can I? He definitely said my name.
I think I was
just need
in
10
queue.
seconds.
No, it was
Damn,
it
the
was
Negro
definitely
ain't shit then, man. Come
me.
on, every.
All right. This is the order. It is Choke, DM Harris, who I don't see up here anymore. Cocoons, the Negro, and Ray Ray. That is the order. Choke, and I see 3 people in queue requesting to come up. It's getting late. I don't think I'm gonna bring anybody else up right now. I don't know. It depends on how we get through these speakers, and then I'll swing back to hands. I know April, you wanted to say something. I'll come back to you in a minute, but these other people have been sitting up for a minute. So Choke, then Cocorns, the Negro, and Ray Ray. Go ahead.
Just 10 seconds.
What? That's the double mute. What'd you say?
No, you good.
You said what? 10 seconds? Go ahead. 10 seconds, April.
Okay, so he asked the question, just 10 seconds, I promise. The link is at the top. From Here to Equality, economists have been working on how we're going to do it for over 30 years. So that all the questions you can have, all the facts, data, and empirical evidence is in that book. Go and read it. You don't know American history. We were the victims. You don't know American history because you're an immigrant. It's okay. You sat up here and lied, but the book is at the top. You get all the knowledge. Thank you, Choke. I'm done.
All right, go ahead, Choke.
Hey, what's up?
I'm not going to be
Hey,
accused
shut
of
up.
lying,
Hey,
and I'm going to leave
you're
it there.
You're done.
Wait.
Well, first of all, we're not going to tell someone there that they'll listen. Just go ahead, Choke.
Hey, good evening, Dana. What's up, Judge? Hey, yeah, you definitely put a bait title up there, Dana. Because I wasn't expecting all this. You want reparations? Wait for Jehovah to return. Open mic. I'll start off by saying this right here. Well, first of all, what Brooklyn was talking about, I agree with. You know what I mean? I believe in who we are. I believe in who our ancestors were. And this is the thing. When it comes to reparations, I think this is the biggest part that people leave out of the conversation. To get somebody to stroke a pen and sign off on reparations, it's more than just legalities and politics. Like, we're talking about hearts and minds, right? We're talking about hearts, minds, spirit, all these different things. And to get somebody to do that, to get somebody to change the way of thinking, and say, hey, these people are quote unquote worthy, that's going to take a supernatural power, and that supernatural power does rest in us because it comes from the Most High. And I'm gonna just say this right here. Like, we live in, we're dual people. You know what I mean? We're both slave and king. You know what I mean? We're both rich and poor. You see what I'm saying? We're and it's so many definitions that can come under that. I can't even name them all. What I'm trying to say is this right here.
we're brilliant people, you know, we're peculiar people. You understand? And that peculiarness, it comes from the Most High, you know, and our ancestors, you know, when you look at the history, we look at almost every slave revolt that happened in this country, you know, it was a spiritual slave revolt. You see what I'm saying? You can look at the Stono Rebellion that happened in Charleston, you know, the warriors who set that rebellion off, where they came from. You can look at Nat Turner, you can look at Denmark Vesey. All of these people believe all of these people had one thing in common. They all believed that we were the people of the book. Now, I'm big on this right here. I know a lot of people talk about ancestors and stuff like that. Now, we can't say in one breath that, you know, we honor our ancestors, we love our ancestors, you know, we want them in this fight, but at the same time, you know, try to dismiss or discredit uh their way of thinking. Because to be honest with you, their hearts and minds were more aligned than ours are right now. We're kind of all over the place. And I've seen it on this app, off this app. You know, our foundation is a little shaken. We're strong now, don't get me wrong. We're strong as a people, but our foundation is a little shaken because some people have kind of forgotten where they come from, and some people just don't know. But as far as reparations is concerned, that's my view on it. We should keep fighting. Um, I mean, it's in our nature to do so anyway. The awareness that's happening, and I'm gonna just say this: what Brooklyn was talking about. When you look at the timetable, and when you look at and this goes to your question, Dana. You know, when is it going to happen, or you know, when is the Most High coming back? Is he coming back? These type of things. This world cannot go on the way it's going on. Not with the temperature. You understand? with the way this earth is heating up, that can't go on. With the way that people are behaving, you know, playing God. We just, for God's sake, we just had another person die from a pig heart transplant. You understand? This can't go on. You understand? So if y'all think that, you know, this is going to keep going like this, let me tell you something. I would prepare, not just, you know, financially, but prepare your hearts and minds and your spirit, most importantly, because this earth is about to be shaken up very soon. Things cannot go on like this. And I'm gonna say two more things, Dana, and I'm gonna get off your mic. As far as the global warming thing is concerned, I was down in Miami, and I fucked around and put diesel in my truck by accident, you know, and I had to get a mobile mechanic to come fix my truck, right? So he flushed everything. He was out there working, and he was from I think Venezuela, but he had moved to Miami like back in, I know he had been there for like 20, 30 years, right? And so a lot of people don't know this, but in Miami, up until recently, it had never been over 100 degrees. Never, right? But when he was out there working on my truck, it was so hot. And it wasn't even 100 degrees that day, but it was so hot. And he was just like about to pass out. And he was like, man, he's like, I'm telling you, he's like, I've been here for 30 years. And he said, I've never felt this type of heat. He said, I've never felt this. You know, he said, Miami's never been this hot. And now, like, I walked outside today, it's 79 degrees, but you couldn't tell me it wasn't 95, 100. Like, I was about to pass out. So anyway, one more thing. Cali Love, you said something about the police and the FBI with the gang wars and stuff like that. I think that's what you were talking about. I saw something this past week where this dude was a Crip member out in LA, and what he was saying was that the gangs had called a truce. I think this was back in the 90s, Judge. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think they had called a truce, right? And it was peace, right? They locked one of the Crip members up, one of the OGs. What they did was they took his car that they impounded, and these fucking cops got in the car and did.
Stop saying the F word.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dana. I ain't mean to mess up your algorithm. But they did drive-bys from his vehicle on rival gangs, and it inflamed the beef again. You see what I'm saying? So all this stuff is orchestrated. And as far as these fake Jews supposed to be getting reparations, or that's a good thing, no, they don't deserve it. They never deserved it. And if you look at our history and their history coincides together throughout history. They've been chasing us throughout time. They've been a thorn in our side throughout
Who?
time.
Jewish people?
Yes. That's not who they are.
They've been a thorn in whose side?
Black Americans.
Really?
Listen, this is what I'm talking
Okay,
about.
so let me ask you this: when you if you saying that they didn't deserve it, that's fine. But what you gonna do about it? Because they got it and they're getting it.
Okay, so look at this right here, Dana. During slavery, the biggest population of Jews was in the South. It was in Charleston, South Carolina. And
I know all that. That's fine. That was then. They're getting reparations now. You
they
disagree.
don't deserve
That's
it.
and you could wait. You could say that they should, and that's fine. Just like the judge, he said they shouldn't have got it. Yeah, you have a right to that, but they getting it.
No, that's
and you know
true.
why they getting it? You know why they getting it? Because they know how to work the system. They know how to organize.
That's not why they're getting it.
They know how to utilize.
That's not why they're getting it, though, Dana. That's not why they're getting it. The reason why they're getting it is because of what they did to form this United States. The same things that we talk about why we deserve reparations is the same reason why they're getting reparations, because they orchestrated all this, and America owes them.
What are they getting reparations for? The Holocaust, correct?
No, that's just a cover. That's not what they get.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not going on that rabbit hole. That's your speculation.
No, it's not speculation.
It doesn't. Listen. The point that I'm making, whether you agree or disagree, whether it stems from them participating in slavery or not, or Holocaust or not, they're getting it, and they're getting it by way of legislation, by way of public policy. Period. So when you look at other groups who are getting things, whether it's restitution or any form of reparations, they're getting it via public policy, legislation. When the couple of other speakers a couple of hours ago, when they kept talking about General Sherman or whatever with the letter and the 40 acres and a mule, was done legislation or public policy, paper and pen. Do you see the correlation that I'm trying to get down to when we're talking about waiting for reparations, right? Yeah, you're going to wait for whoever you want to call him, Armageddon. That's what you're waiting for. Because in order for you to actually get it, you have to learn how to get it via public policy and legislation. I don't give a goddamn about Jesus coming back or I don't care. What I care about is right now and what we have to do to start getting the paperwork rolling to get what is owed. Now, if the human beings become extinct, because the earth is going to be here for 1 billion more years unless a mediator busts down and blow the earth up. Other than that, we're going to be gone, but the earth is still going to stand here because, yeah, I believe in science as well as believing I do have a soul. However, until I close my goddamn eyes and see glory, we need to be doing the work, legislation, and public policy. That's it. All that other shit is for the fucking birds.
Okay. Can I say this right here? That's why I started my speech off saying to get somebody to use a stroke of a pen and sign off on reparations, right? Because all these different people need to do that. All these people need to be in sync, in harmony to do it, right? Listen, this is my thing, Dana. This is where I stand, and I'm gonna make this plain. Changing the mind of these of these beasts that we deal with every day, right? Changing the mind of these people, that is like doing the impossible. We might as well go to war. That is the truth. That is how I truly feel. We might as well scrap up, get right, and go to war. You can put your thumbs down all you want to, man. You understand?
Who are we going to war with?
What? This
Right,
government.
like, yeah.
Are you sick? What?
You want to go to war with have you ever been in a war? Are you a veteran?
I fought in 2 wars, Dana.
Which one?
Iraq and Afghanistan.
Okay.
And I worked.
So now
the elections over there as well.
You want to divert your energy going against the government. Like you want to literally. You want to literally have an uprising against the government.
I do not want to. That's what I'm telling you.
I mean, listen. This is the thing, though. You could do that, and I'm pretty sure there are other people who look the opposite of you that will be down for that. So y'all could go have that. What I'm talking
as
about,
an opposite looker, I have an input here.
Yeah.
I want to interrupt.
Yeah.
So
Government
I'm
is
sorry, Theo,
literally
please stay on your
governed.
mic. 'Cause
It's mind
Theo,
control. I'm sorry. I'm
stay
mute.
on your mic, please.
I hear what you're saying, Dana.
So my thing is, listen, you feel as though we need to pull up, strap up, and go against the government. You can have at it. I want to deal with legislation.
I mean,
I want to deal with public policy. I want to deal with pen and paper.
Okay, so man, it's pen and paper's cool. It's cute. You know what I mean? It can get some.
No, and how about this? How about all you veterans that do agree that you want to go against the government? You can go down to that border and make sure that these illegals stop coming over here. Go do that.
You want us to go hunting?
Because that's going against the federal government right there. So that will help to go against this federal fucking government that allowing open borders. So how about all the veterans that think like you, go grab your arms and go down to the border in Texas and prevent these illegals from coming in, because that will be pushing back against the federal government.
That's small potatoes.
That's exactly what they want us to do.
That's small potatoes. I'm gonna be real.
Whatever it is, but see, that's the route you choose to take.
No,
right?
It's not.
And you don't.
I told
and you
you that
don't
I don't
have a valid reason for it.
No, I told you that I don't want to do it. That is a last resort.
So then don't do it.
No.
But in the meantime, what you could do, and I'm generalizing it. In the meantime, what needs to be done is pen and paper.
No, what the meantime that needs to be done is getting the hearts and the minds of our people in sync. That's what needs to happen.
In sync of what?
We in sync of the message. We need to spread the
what
message. We need to spread the message of reparations. We need to spread the message of true freedom. You understand? And we need
what is that message? The message of reparations is legislation.
That's part of the message, Dana.
No, that is the
biggest part.
Only message.
Okay, so let me tell you this right here, because I talk about these things all the time in private. You know, the biggest thing with our people is, and don't take this the wrong way, but it's ignorance, right? And it starts from an early age. Our people, most of the time, don't even know they're in a fight until it's too late, right?
In a fight
We're
of
literally
what?
fighting for our lives right now. But most of our people don't know it.
In what form?
In what form?
Yes.
Economically, financially, everything.
So then, okay,
Physically.
so who's holding you back from gaining money, from making money?
You said who's holding? Okay. So we're talking about not just one person here. We're not talking about just me. We're talking about the collective, right? Is Black wealth safe right now?
Is what?
Black wealth, is it safe?
We don't have any.
We have some, but it's disappearing very rapidly.
We don't have wealth. We don't have wealth.
No,
we do
some of
not
us do.
We don't have. Black Americans do not have wealth.
All right, we don't have wealth.
No, and I can tell you why.
Go ahead.
I can tell you why we don't have wealth. Because again, going back to paper and pen. See, public policies can give you an economic uplift in this country. And public policies can keep you in the ghetto. But we did have people before us that was fighting to change that. And we do have more freedoms and resources and access now, to where I'm going to say there is no excuse as to my generation and the younger generation that we cannot today, July 10th, 2024, to start to build wealth for Black Americans. And one of the number one reasons to do that is by way of public policy and legislation, because you are reversing those same public policies that kept us in the ghetto, that kept us poor, or kept us in unequipped educational school buildings. So the same process that kept us at the bottom, we have to use that same process to get up out of it.
That process was never intended for us to use. But let me ask you this, Dana, since we're talking about that, give me a timeline on that, realistically.
A timeline on public policy?
A timeline on
the average bill.
A timeline on using policy.
An average public policy. Well, a bill can take 5 to 10 years. Sometimes, depending on how well you're organized and how much money you have behind, it could take less than 5 years. Public policies, depending on if it's local, federal, or state, or city, or county. So you're talking about different subgroups that need to be organized in each level of the government.
Okay. And if you're not spreading the message, if you're not doing that in mass, How's that going to work, right?
Doing it in mass.
Yes.
First of all,
because
the message,
what are we talking about?
the message is already out there.
No, it's not.
It's more so just doing the work. Now, me and you, we don't live in the same state. So I need to be organized. I need to be organized in my state, in my city where I live at. You need to be doing the same in yours. So
that
if
comes from education.
You can't sit up here and say, well, I'm going to pass public policy in Ohio and you're not a resident here.
There you go. But what you're talking about is spreading the message, Dana.
Hold on. But the Black people here in Ohio could do that. The Black people in New York can do that. The Black people in Georgia can do that, because you're talking about on your local state level. So it's not all about we don't all have to, all the Black Americans in America go per state. No, you could do something actively right now where you live at. I don't need all of Black America.
That is, listen. Okay. You know what? That sounds very unorganized.
No, it sounds very organized, because what's unorganized is me putting my nose in California, or me saying I want to help out California, but I'm living here in Ohio, and help needs to be done here.
I get what you're saying, but what I'm
now saying, someone like April, she's in, I believe, Atlanta. She has an organization down there. I've donated to it. Can you donate to different organizations that may not be in your current community? Absolutely. But when we're talking about local public policies and legislation in a state, the people who are in that state need to be active.
So let me ask you a question. So what about let's just take federal, right? So when you get to Congress, and you get all the way up, senators, all these different things, right? So what about the AIPAC representatives? What about those?
What about them?
They don't hold any weight, any bearing.
It's AIPAC is what? That is an organization, a private organization that came together to make sure that public policies are passed in favor of Jewish people.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then. So then how about we create our own organization, private organization, and we
don't have that.
Make sure that is well funded.
We don't have that kind of clout. It's not about money.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's
yes,
not.
It is.
No, it's
it
not.
Is.
It is
It
not.
is. This is America. It's always about
yes,
money.
It
no,
is. Yes,
not.
It is.
It's not about. Okay.
It is about money.
Listen, we're so.
And I think you're delusional.
No, it's about you as an
not.
individual, as a man, determining who you are.
Listen, I know who I am. You understand? And I was just told I was just too.
Then stand for it. Stop bitching and trying to obfuscate and push it off of someone else.
Listen,
the whole damn
the way
time.
I would do it is too radical, so y'all not ready for that, okay?
All right, so I want to move on to the next speaker.
Let me throw something in here very quickly. I was into anthropology as a minor, and I was reading something very interesting. It's been a long time ago, and it said the African great apes are fascinating. They have so much in common with humans. The chimpanzees, gorillas, and the Negro are very fascinating relatives of humanity. They were calling us apes, African apes, chimpanzees, gorillas, and the Negro. That's the attitude people have because we almost appear human. And then the other thing is, political science is this: you don't have any power if one party can always count on your support, no matter what they do not do for you. And the other party can always discount any support from you, no matter what they try to do. Neither party has any incentive to do a damn thing for you, because one gets it anyway, and the other one won't get it, whatever they do. That's just rank stupidity. And that's because we do not know what the hell we're doing when we go into that voting booth for a large extent. To a large extent. I'll pass.
All right, so I want to get to the Negro and then Ray Ray. There's 5 people requesting. I need to figure out if we have time to bring them up. So the 5 people requesting, please just sit tight. So go ahead, the Negro and then Ray Ray.
All right, cool. Thank you. God damn.
I think it's a good topic here. And I'm gonna sum it up. We charge genocide. All right. It says killing the members of a group, causing seriously bodily harm, mental harm to members of a group, deliberately inflicting on a group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction and its whole and apart, imposing measures intended to prevent births within groups, and then forcibly transferring children of a group to another group. United States government on a systematic level has been guilty of all those things, which is setting one of the most which sets the foundation of why we need the case for reparations, why we need to get paid today, not tomorrow. And for anybody that speaks down against it, you're a part of the problem and you're a lineage-based reparations denier. All right? You're against our plight. I don't care if you're white as a sheet of paper or dark as asphalt. You could be just as anti-black, but what you're not going to do is sit here and play in people's face and say that you're not anti-black. See, that's what I say. You're a coward and you don't stand for nothing. And there's a lot of people I see on this stage right now that don't stand for nothing. And you'll never be nothing in my eyes. And I'm telling you straight up. And some of the people don't even have the lineage to even be speaking, not even from the bloodline. But you want to speak disparagingly about Black Americans and put laugh emojis and thumbs down. I hope you burn in hell, because you're definitely getting what you deserve. Also, you got this idiot saying where we gonna get the money from. All the businesses that they got out there, Bank of America, Citibank, you know, those are the corporations that could get broken down, you know, that made their bones off of Black slave labor, Negro bones. So whatever this nonsense that people are talking about, they're a bunch of goofies, bunch of shucking and jivers, and a bunch of people who ain't read a book about what justice really is. And you can be scared all you want, but we're going to get our reparations check if you like it or not. And hell, I might even roll up on your front doorstep to get what I need to get. Because one way or another, I'm going to get what I'm going to get. Because there's nowhere in God's green earth that everybody else can get reparations. Everybody else can get whatever they want from the United States. But the people who built this nation and made it a superpower ain't getting a dime. That's unacceptable. That's not being holy. That's not being righteous. That's not being true.
What's not being holy and righteous is to obfuscate your fucking shit onto someone else. Stand up.
How the hell? I was trying to unmute myself. Please, everybody, stay on your mic. Now, the Negro, I'm pretty sure you was taking shots at Theo. Theo, I will give you a chance to rebuttal. Everybody stay on your mic, please.
Ma'am, I didn't even mention that bitch ass dude's name. For him to come off the mic,
he was definitely talking about me, and it's good.
The Negro, don't play games with me, because you didn't mention his name, but you were talking about him. Probably a couple other people, but you were specifically talking about him. So stop it.
Hey,
So
if the
finish
shoe
up.
fit, so wait, Queen, if the shoe fit,
Theo, you
wear
are
it.
an immigrant.
But the
You
thing,
didn't build in your home, so don't say nothing to us. Okay? Why you talking about stand up for yourself? You didn't stand up for yourself at all. Your people fled and did not stay. You probably can't even return.
Who are
to
my
your
people,
homeland.
ma'am? You
So
don't know who my
please,
people are. You don't know my
on?
lineage.
Can we all stay on our mics?
spare
Can the
us.
Negro please
Spare
finish? Can the Negro please finish?
see, I didn't even interrupt anybody. I let this clown run his mouth the way he did. Come on now, Dana.
Yeah, you
And
just
then,
you just
no.
couldn't talk. I
The
wasn't
only
talking shit
reason,
about you.
no, I know him. And Dana,
Theo, you need to stay on your mic. When he's finished and you want to rebuttal, I'll let you rebuttal. Stay on your mic, Theo. Go ahead.
Dana, and you know how I get, Dana. You know how I get down. I didn't even break a sweat the whole entire time.
All right,
You let these weirdos. You let these weirdos talk too much, who don't know anything, who probably ain't got nothing to their name, and just because he's white, he thinks he's better than us. He thinks he has a stake in a conversation, and that's the anti-blackness of it all. You gave this guy so much airplay over everybody. But the black man who just said a
Well, first of all, let me mute your ass for a second. Because we're not going to sit up here and clock how much airplay I gave someone, because you just came into the space. We've been rocking since 9, and there's been a couple other people that got a lot of airplay. So if I'm doing a back and forth and having a discussion with someone, yeah, they're going to get that extended quote unquote airplay. But make no mistake about it. I don't sit up here and do favoritisms over airplay because somebody is white or black or whatever. Gender, it don't matter. So don't play them games with me. Don't do it.
Yeah, I know. Mute the black man.
The Negro, go ahead. You got the floor, honey. Just go ahead and finish up. It's because it's past 1 a.m. on this East Coast, and I know how I get after a certain time. Go ahead and finish up.
All right, I love you, Dana. You good? Judge Joe Brown, you good?
I know I am.
It's just people who are anti-black, who wants to go into conversations with black people, and they don't even have the proper foundation to even engage with us correctly. That's the problem that I see here. This man never read Here to Come from Here to Equality. He never picked up a Dr. Darity book. He never picked up a Dr. Claude Anderson book or anything of that nature.
I picked myself up, motherfucker. How about you do the same?
Y'all gonna stop? It's like,
come on, man. Come on, man. Dana.
How
Can you
the hell
just
you speaking
no,
over
Dana,
white
Dana,
How you
Dana,
jump off
just
the
move
mute?
him
I just
down.
do that every time.
Just move the snowflake down.
Right now.
No,
How
just
you
move
be
the
jumping off
snowflake
the mute?
down.
Tell me that trick. Tell me that trick. We on demon time right now. And I mean, I will say after algorithm, but I don't know, honey. But please, Theo, you can respond, but you gotta wait till he's finished. Everybody trigger right now.
Nah,
Damn,
he's just a snowflake. That's what he is.
all right, listen, stop with the name calling. Stop with
No,
the name
man,
calling.
this dude don't call me all types of names.
No,
and
he did not. He
disrespecting me.
didn't
Yes,
call
he
you not
did.
one name.
He
What are you
called me an
talking about?
MFer. He told me to pull myself up
He
by the
just called
bootstraps.
you an
All
MF
types
because you
of
called
crazy
him out
stuff.
his name.
No, I did not, Dana. I didn't even call him by his name. I just
Oh
dressed
my
the
God.
behavior, Dana. I dressed the
All right,
behavior.
go ahead. Just
All
finish
right.
up. Go ahead. And then I'm
So
gonna
like the
let Theo
audacity,
rebuttal.
man.
Dress me down like Drake.
And the hit dog hollered. It sure did. The hit dog hollered.
Oh, yeah, man, this snowflake
Nah,
ass
he
dude,
need
man.
hands laid on him with some
Man,
oil.
he need the Negro God, the one that's gonna tell him about
No,
restorative justice
he saved
and
and
reparations.
sanctified. He filled with
But
the
yeah,
Holy
but
Ghost.
we know that he ain't read the Bible
My
anyways, because
thing
he
is
know that the God ain't black. He know that the God ain't black.
So how
So
would
you
you
know he
feel?
ain't read the book.
So how would you, if he was a black man saying everything that he said, how would you feel?
Man, we dealing with reality. We dealing with a cracker right now
No,
that's
because
talking
it's
this
a lot
shit.
of, but
No, it's not no how. We're
slow
talking
down.
about this white
Because
man right
there are a
here,
lot of
Dana.
black people.
See,
There are
you're
a lot of
moving to
black
get
people that
also.
echo. Listen. There are a lot of black people that echo his same sentiments.
But
So
he
my
told us
question
that
is, though,
he's not Black American, so we
because he's
can
a
just
white
be in
person.
reality.
Wait, because he's a white person, right? Because he's white. Why does
He's
that
not
trigger
white.
you?
He's an
Who is he?
immigrant. He's not a wasp. He's not white. He's an immigrant.
Yeah, man,
from
you
where?
He
don't
came
know
here
he's
and
a
put on. He
potato
came on here
dipster.
and put on a
Immigrant.
race.
Wait.
He came on here and
Wait,
put on the white
He's a white.
status, but he's not
Answer
white.
my goddamn question. And yeah, I keep talking. He's an immigrant from where? From Europe? He's Caucasian.
He's not white. When he got here, he wasn't
Caucasian.
white, and you know it.
He's
Y'all
he's
did not
No,
do
okay.
our
no,
research.
Dana,
They were
Dana,
not.
Dana,
They were not white,
All
and
right,
he
so
knows
how
it.
about we ask Theo?
So Dana, one of the books, one of the books that I
Actually,
can reference is How the Irish
I'm about to
Became
go to
White.
Ray Way because you
Oh
keep
yeah, I know.
focusing.
Ignore the black man.
No, yeah, I'm ignoring you. Yes, I'm ignoring you right now. I'm ignoring you. Because either you want to make your fucking point or you want to keep taking jabs at
No,
Theo.
you're gonna keep muting me up. It's all good.
I'm
It's
gonna
all
keep muting you because you're not making your
no, because
goddamn point.
you have an
You
issue
keep
with black men,
talking
Dana.
to Theo, and Theo is not the topic of fucking discussion. If you want to let a man forget his color, you want to let a man trigger you like that, come on. I'm looking at you sideways. So what he said? So what? You a grown ass man. Now, if you disagree with what he said, then rebuttal with what he said. But calling someone out their name because what? You don't like him because he's white and he said something you disagree with? So all you want to do is just keep calling him out his name? That's like if you disagree with me and you calling me bitch or whatever. For what? You're not going to get anywhere. You can't make a point. So either make your point without taking personal insults at
Ma'am, I didn't take no
personal
personal
insults.
jabs at him like that. I
Say
didn't even
what you
call
want to
his
say.
name
Just
like that. And then he hopped off the mic, Dana. Come on, be real.
say
You shot at me
Be real.
sideways like
And he
Drake
hopped
did to
off the
Kendrick
mic again.
Lamar, you little bitch.
He's hopping off, and then he called.
all right. I'm about to drop you and fucking Theo. If you can't stay on your goddamn mic, because both y'all two fucking adults and y'all bickering back and forth like two goddamn young bitches. I'm sorry. And I tried. I need to go to Ray Ray. I tried. You don't wasted a good 10 minutes, 15 minutes talking about all the negatives of whiteness. Why do y'all care so much about white people? I say that to white people. Why y'all care so much about black people? Don't you realize I don't care about nothing else except what's important to me? And now, if reparations is important to me, then I care about public policy and legislation. I don't give a fuck if a white person or a non-black person what they say. That shit don't trigger me. You have a right to say what you want to say. I go in white spaces. They don't call me the N-word out my name, but I do be regulating shit if they say something that's inaccurate about us. But to throw insults, like, come on, that's not having an
Man, he
intellectual
called me a
conversation.
bitch, ma'am. He called me all types of names. All I did was call him a damn snowflake. Come on now, Dana. We see the false equivalency that you
I
put.
ain't called Dana a single name.
No, you
Don't
called
know.
me a bitch, dude. That's what you did. So, like,
Yeah, you are a bitch.
See, Dana, can you drop him now so I can finish what I need to talk now?
Can you just finish and stay on your fucking mic, Theo?
You said, all right, fine. So the point that I'm getting at is that the individuals that are on, some of the individuals that are on this panel are not properly educated on reparations. You could tell that they do not understand American basic effing history. And that's sad, which shows the level of what is going on with our educational system and the limitation of people and their small minds. All right. And then on top of that, when you give them the proper tools, they don't even want to acknowledge it, which is going to come down to a physical conflict. I'm kind of with Choke on this one. We don't need to be talking anymore. We need to be doing what we need to do and moving in silence now, especially on dudes who are against our plight. And that's how I'm going to leave it, because I'm tired of playing games with people who are anti-Black American and anti-Negro just because we're living, just because we're minding our business, just because we just want to exist. And if you can't see that as a Black person, then y'all probably some cowards too.
Yeah, we need more reparations. You need to give us more of your stuff because we're living on our own
Yeah, if you
and we're
don't
totally
mute up and take
self-accountable.
yourself
I
back to
did
your
say
homeland, you
Thea.
have
I
nothing.
said
You are worth
I said
nothing. You
Theo
have
for
nothing.
rebuttal.
You don't even know who your fifth great grandparent is. Be quiet, Theo. The audacity to use Theo
Neither do
Cottontail
you.
as
None
your
of us have
name.
any clue. Why are we pretending to be in different boats? I would never dare to accuse you of being in a different
Who
boat than
said
me.
anything about a boat?
We're
No
all
one
fucked.
said anything
We are
about
all
a boat. That
slaves. How
shows
do you
your
not get
ignorance.
this? We're all
Nobody
slaves.
said anything
We are all
about a
currently
boat. Nobody
slaves.
said
Currently
anything about
slaves.
that. You're not us. You're not us. And you know you're not us. So I don't know why
We
you
are
want to
all
come to
currently
my
in the
group and
same
mute
boat.
us.
Same boat right
The
now.
hell? You should mute up. You shouldn't have anything to say after that brother muted up.
You shouldn't have
Nothing.
anything to say. You shouldn't
I
have
will
anything to say
always
but give
have
me
something
all
to
your money
say.
and all your
I
property because I
will
want
always
reparations
take
from
off my
you.
being
It's Ray Ray's turn.
disrespectful. No,
It's Ray Ray's
sir.
turn.
No.
Yes.
Ray.
Please go, Ray Ray.
It's my turn. Hold on.
Yes. Sorry about that, Ray Ray.
Hold on. Thank you, Dana, and hey, Judge. I just want to say that you're like my uncle, like unofficially, by proximity for real, because it's every Black American household can remember you being played a time or two. And, I'm going to support you wrong, right, or indifferent. So respect us in the reparations fight. Judge, do not speak on it because I'm not going to speak on you. I mean, you really touched me there, right? But let me finish, please. Okay, this is what I've been given because I'm not programmed by TV. I watch what I want to watch. I don't watch none of this live reality bullshit. I know that music and entertainers are just that, you know. But to reparations, I know my family's story, my family's existence, okay? And all I know is that land was taken during the Red Summer, you know, the first attempt at civil rights that a lot of people don't know, where Black American families fought all over America. It was like a flyer was sent out that we were going to stand up, fight back. Some whole families got wiped out down there in Arkansas. Anyway, mines came to Pennsylvania, PA. So my fight is not about money. It's about them paying the debt is owed to us. And when I hear people that are allegedly Black Americans having the audacity to fall for that old trick bag that we're a hate group, let me tell you something. If we were a hate group when they freed us, we'd have been getting some straightening on the white racist forefathers. And if when we got free and people start being dumped in our communities every decade, we've been getting some straightening there. So it's two sides of the flag. All I know is I'm born, bred, and literally raised in the USA. When we start talking about reparations and lineage, that's when all hell broke out. And I don't care. But this is my message that I get wholeheartedly when I think about reparations. If we are at the time of our lives, I don't want to hear too much defeatist talk, because what I'm getting back, whether you believe in God, universal law, or karma, if America does not pay, right, the debt that is owed, right, because of the harms that it committed in the very beginnings and makings of America, they'll reap what they sowed. Universal law, they will get what they put out. Okay? Period. We can literally sit back and watch all you go, you know, this flat blackness and all that. All we're saying is we've had enough of being the mule, of being the help. We're breaking generational curses. I thought it was a big reveal to like politics and everything, but it goes deeper than that. We are literally being revealed to ourselves. We're trying to get into ourselves, our communities, and judge. Just like y'all made today a better today than y'all yesterday. And somewhere in between losing Martin and Malcolm. And if you know about the people that work with the three-letter words CIA, DEA, and FBI, then you know literally immigration can be put in our reparations bill, but we're not that type of people. But I'm gonna tell you what, I hear people asking where the money's gonna come. Y'all don't say nothing about where the money's come from, you directly from our taxes to take care of illegals. Y'all don't ask about Ukraine, like I've heard people say, the Jew, the Indian, and everybody else, but got the audacity to not want to right the wrong. Put some good energy in the air. Get this inflation back up, because this is our country. This is our home. We're not going to be sending no money nowhere, but right here in America. You know, get your shit together and learn to disagree and disagree. And Theodore, you need to keep your snow possum ass out of our business, because you are a wannabe white teaser. You need to be ashamed of yourself and mentioning God. And that's all I got to say.
If I might respond, the main problem is that you have elected, we have elected a lot of Black representatives to a place that is a place that can do something about the reparation situation. That is the job they got elected to perform. But unfortunately, they
Judge,
haven't done a
with
damn
all
thing
due
about it.
respect, I would like to respond to you when you're done.
Okay, sure. But I'm just saying, we have the Black Caucus, but in 35 years, they haven't introduced a single piece of legislation that has much to do with Black folk, that is a positive something to do with Black folk. So why do we keep voting this same bunch of people into office who seems to have absolutely no interest in advancing such interest as reparations for the people that they look like. Why do we keep backing them? Now, that's the point. And I've dealt with for years all kinds of situations where people got done wrong. Sometimes you can do something about it, sometimes you can't. And the question becomes, what do you do if you get ignored? So I hear a lot of bravado, but I haven't
With
seen much of anything done in a long time.
with all
So
due respect, like when you hear a lot of people that come on stage, and I heard the we word, okay, they don't even speak to the majority in their city, let alone do the polls, do the surveys, do the out in the open, out in our communities to know what the majority wants, Judge. And these people, down to the people who are in these reparation task force, they're not us. And I know you heard the elders say all skin folk and kinfolk. And that's just the bottom line. It's fine if they feel the way they feel. If they want to go against the oath that they took, right, while calling us white supremacists, but they come here knowing what it is, receive repair off of our civil rights and everything included in that bill, and then want to turn around, like you said, in the Black caucus, it is not Black American. They push Camilla to us. This is the problem I have with the Democrats. Instead of just saying who she is, right? They want to push her as a Black American, which is just disingenuous. Obama, he named us African American judge. If you remember, we stopped fucking with Jesse Jackson. Excuse my language, Dana, but we stopped messing with Jesse and supporting him and what he was running for in his campaign. If I remember, y'all did it because he said African American. And we were like, we're not African American. Okay. And then people want to come at us about a damn flag. And we're out here fighting for things and substantial for our community, right? As Americans. And I will say this one thing before I land my mic, right? When it comes to the situation of why I am not going blue no matter who, is because it gives us the opportunity to have a Black American caucus with people that we vote for in Congress, state to state, and that we know they can get in there and just like everybody else is doing, put what we want and what we need on the table. So yes, I do agree with what you're saying, but I want you, Judge, to start identifying these people. And there's no hate in that. We're being called a hate group for simply saying, look, we're not the diaspora. We're Black American. We're focused on our community. We're focused on our repair. We want it lineage based. And that is some bullshit. And anybody that repeats that dumb shit should know we weren't taught to hate. If that's the case, we've been fighting the white American when we was free. We'd be fucking these Africans up to come here, follow the slave shit because they sold our ancestors. And then we were bred. A lot of us got a whole lot of everything. They don't do that to the Caribbean. They don't do it to the motherfucking Latino. So why do they do it to
Okay, you
us?
said one too many F's. Come
Excuse
on.
my language, Dana. I'm sorry because it's just confusing. We are a very loving person, people of everybody but ourselves. And then when we wake up and say, you know what, we love everybody but ourselves, we get to working on our communities. I know we got rid of the no snitch rule, and every time it's somebody getting dumped in our damn communities. And I'll land my mic because I could just go on and on. I'm getting
well,
little curse words. Apologize.
I don't have a problem with what you're saying. It's on point. But the problem is, why don't we do something about it? We keep voting the same, scheming,
I'm
stealing.
not Judge, and I'm a poll worker. I want to
I know
see
I'm not
what's
talking
going
about
on in my
you.
city.
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about us, meaning the collective. We keep voting for a bunch of charlatan scoundrels that don't give a damn about us because they've got a new ethnic group. They're rainbow, not black. Didn't you know
Well,
that? That's
that's
what our
true.
problem is. These folk are trying to cram a cult down everybody's throat. You can't put a cross, crescent, 6-point star, symbol for Buddha, symbol for a Hindu thing, send a symbol for Confucianism anywhere on government property, but you can cram rainbows up in there, fly rainbows on a government flagpole under the U.S. flag. That's what your problem is. You got a
Which
new
in God
religion.
we trust on the U.S. dollar while telling people about some damn abortion. This is unnatural. If you don't believe in God, it's unnatural.
And God you trust is 235 years old. They just haven't changed it. But the bottom line is that separation of church and state is real. There are consequences. About 25 years ago, I did five actually, commencement things. And in three of them, the police had to be called because somebody insisted on pushing their religion, and the parents got to fighting in the audience, sometimes very violently. But right now, without being asked, people are trying to impose the rainbow as the official religion of the country. And the Black Caucus, I think all but maybe 4 or 5 members of the Black Caucus are also members of the LGBTQIA caucus, known as the Freedom or Liberty Caucus. I forget which right now. And they keep voting over and over again and supporting legislation for the rainbow cult, but not anything for Black folk. And you see, even stuff that they try to put off as us, like, okay, the Emmett Till anti-lynch bill doesn't do a damn thing about lynching. What it does is it adds to the definition of the inclusive group for the first time in American federal law, your sexual orientation. For example, you don't need to kill anybody for it to be federal lynching anymore. You don't even need a mob anymore. One person who doesn't kill anybody can be charged with federal lynching if he hits somebody, if he does it because that person is of a certain sexual orientation. An example, you got a guy broke up with his woman and he's at a club and he's feeling bad and he sees what he thinks is a PYT and they get to drinking and slow dancing. The PYT's got on a tight short dress, nice boobs, makeup on, and they're grinding away, and then the thing gets a hard on it. You say, what? And man, you a what, man? And then bust him in the jaw. That's federal lynching now. Did you know that? And
Yes,
that's
and they
Black
use
Caucus.
our Black young men to get reparations for the white LGBTB and the white man.
But you see, the
Yeah,
worst
yeah.
part is these
That's why we
Negroes.
don't care about
Yeah,
losing
but
Wait, hold
people
on.
of
Where do I
color.
get? Where do I get
hold on.
these reparations? I want to sign up real quick.
Hold on. One other thing. The worst
Oh,
part
he's
about
booty
it
lynching.
is what the Black Caucus is doing is putting in an application by dropping their britches and bending over or sitting down and gapping legs and whatever. And they become members of a new minority cult called LGBTQIA. So they
Okay,
can
that's why we want to
resign.
get rid of minority people of color, anything that ties anybody to our fight. Because a lot of times the majority don't support that. Judge, I be
I'm
talking to
saying our
people. They
problem
don't
is,
even know what this colors and this
I
flag that's
know.
burning in my profile mean. We don't believe in ideology of no damn continent. That's against my religion. I don't have no
You talking
idol.
about red, black, and green here, which is the black national flag. And by the way, Jesse Jackson didn't invent the concept. We
Yeah,
started
but it all
calling
goes back to Marcus Garvey, who
no, no,
got
no, no,
ran
no,
out
no,
of
no, no. Hold on,
Jamaica,
hold on,
who
hold on,
got
hold
ran
on,
out of
hold on.
here for
Oh yeah,
robbing
I'll
our
give you
poor
Garvey must
that.
people.
go, Judge.
Afro-American was something we started using about
Not the
1967,
majority.
68.
We,
No, I'm
you,
talking about
not the
young. Listen,
majority.
listen. It was 1965, it was Negro. 1966, it was black. Going out of 67, it became Afro-American mixed with black. And then toward the end of the 70s, it became African American. Jesse does have something to do with.
Judge, I didn't see elder men slap the taste out of
Nobody
people's
birth
mouth
certificates
for
say
calling them
Afro
African, just
American.
like they did when somebody called them nigger. I know people from
All
the
right, I don't know what happened with the
1960s.
judge audio. 1 second. Somebody must have called him and went out. He probably gonna have to drop down and come back in. Um, what did you call Theo? You said what? Lily Possum? What?
Snow possum. His snow possum wanna be
Okay. No.
what
How about a
the
dandruff
mind
demon?
was
Let's get
know.
to let's get some barricade garage language here.
I know.
Dandruff demon.
It was funny, but all right, so this is what I want. Judge, we can't hear you, so maybe somebody called you. He'll come back in.
Hey, Dana,
But
I gotta follow Unc again. He had me very upset. I hope that y'all
okay,
like
why are
keep
you
anonymous.
reposting? Wait, hold on. Why are you reposting, Judge? We can't even hear you. Somebody must have called. I don't know what happened. Drop down and come back in. We can't hear you, Judge, but he's reposting stuff on X. Oh my God. We cannot hear you. So just if you can hear me, we can't hear you. Drop down and come back up. So this is what I want to do. Is 5 people requesting. I want Theo, Real Queen, and April to stay up. I'm gonna go back. We have a couple of new speakers. God is good and Miss T. But I see Callie Choke, the Negro. You have your hands up. So I'm gonna go. So I see the 5 people. The 3 people I just named. I need y'all to stay. I want everybody else to drop down.
But I think that Theodore's gonna have something to say. I would like to have something to say if he says something about me.
He's not gonna say nothing about you, Ray Ray.
Okay.
1 second, guys. Nobody is not gonna say anything about anyone. I just want to say thank you, Queen, for the super chat. She says, I can't wait to respond to this guy. He caught me out too. I'm referred to as a female Mike Tyson, the people's champion, and an American bad, a few can't box me in. So Real Queen wants to respond, I think, to the Negro. Where'd he go? Where the hell you go? Why did he drop down? Judge, I just sent you the co-host request. What is going on tonight? It's getting late. It
is getting late, Dan. I would love to be up here all night, but I do have to go myself. I'll be up here for a moment.
Well, good night, Theo.
Don't let
We will
the
not
door
miss
hit you
you.
with a good
Oh yeah.
scripture.
Hey, I'm here for a moment. Whoever
You
said
said
that, I'm
like
here.
she was talking
I'm here,
to
Ray
you.
Ray.
She was not talking to you or about you. She didn't even care to address you.
I don't know where's the judge at? Judge, I sent you the co-host request. Now I think we having little technical glitches. I don't know. Yes. Oh, here he go. Wait a minute. 1 second.
He's
Okay,
funny.
let me just cancel. Let me cancel this and bring this back up. Damn. I sent you the co-host link, honey. Click it. Where'd he go?
Off in the middle of saying something. I didn't go
I
anywhere.
can't see you. I can't see you.
Well,
I can't see him either, but I can hear him.
Okay, now I can see you. Damn.
You can hear me, but you can't see
I can
me.
see you and I can hear you now. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna let Real Queen respond. Callie and Choke. And then I want Brooklyn, Callie, Choke to drop down so I could bring some people up. And then I'm gonna go to God is Good and Miss T.
May I ask a brief question before you do that? If we can talk about the Chinese, okay, we can talk about the Chinese, we can talk about the Ukrainians, we can talk about the Jews, we can talk about anybody.
Can you hear me, Dana?
I can hear you, but you probably can't hear the judge. So you may want to drop down and come back up.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't see him either.
Okay.
Yeah. Good.
So you
Drop
want me
down
to
and come back up. Drop down and come back up.
It's a quick question. If we can talk about Jews, we can talk about Chinese, we can talk about Ukrainians, why can't anybody else discuss us? Just a question.
Yeah, they can.
No, but some people seem to have a problem with anybody that would dare to talk about us, but we talk about everybody else. Isn't it what's good for one is good for the other? I mean, I don't fear somebody talking about me. I just get creative and talking back. I don't get
No, I said that about Thea because oftentimes these immigrants come here and they be really strongly against our reparations, and they don't even know nothing about what we're talking about, where it's coming from, and they want to get all aggressive. Then they want to go back and forth, center themselves, and he needs to read a damn book on our history. First off,
You're making a lot of assumptions
then
about
talking
me.
about just slavery when you don't even know, like, dude, segregation ended. I know my grandmother, I know her mother, and all of them. So,
All right, wait, stop. I want Real Queen to speak. I don't know what happened to the Negro. And thank you, C Mac, for the super chat. He says, want reparations? Question mark. Lobby. Exactly. So Real Queen, and then what did I say? Choke and Cali Love.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm gonna get to the new speakers and bring some people up. All right, go ahead.
Well, Real Dana, you're welcome for my super chat. Okay. Like I said, I'm known as the female Mike Tyson, the people's champion, and an American badass. Here's why. I'm about to kill this reparations shit once and for all. The truth about it is, and I've said this before, Black people already received their reparations. White people in deal are not against Black people getting reparations. We got the land. We can live on those Confederate lands now. We can marry white people now. We can get jobs. We are full
Real Queen, I think the ancestors
citizens
messing
in
with your
this.
Wi-Fi.
Okay, because I think she barking. Is she barking?
No, it's
I'm a female Mike Tyson. Go ahead.
Everybody,
Let's
please
not
stay on your
talk
mic.
about each other.
I know. Stop. Stay on your mic. Real Queen, you were going in and out. So go check the reception. You were going in and out.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what's going on with my reception. Happens every time I join. Okay, but the point is this.
That's
Okay,
Jesus.
our ancestors have already received their reparations. The reality is, what you don't hear is Jewish people, okay, staking a claim to their ancestors' reparations. This is what I'm talking about. Jewish people who received reparations in America were the actual survivors of the Holocaust, not people 500 years after the Holocaust laying stake or claim to reparations. So the truth is, Black people are acting like grave robbers, betraying the memory of their ancestry, and it's effed up. We're not owed one penny for what our ancestors went through in America. Accept it. Okay, if we look at a board like a Monopoly board and ask the question, how much of the repair have we received? 99.9%. What's left to be paid for? Cops have lost all their protections and immunity. They've been defunded across the board. You look at us. We can marry who we want in America. We can own property in America. We're full citizens in America. Slavery has been abolished. What are we talking about? We're buying into a farce and a trick bag and fought against the federal government. Knockout punch. I'll land there.
Okay.
People's
What did
champion.
she say?
All right. So
A whole bunch of mental illness.
Can you first of all, the judge just said we're not going to call people names and blah, blah, all that stuff. I want to go to Choke. I think Kylie, then Kylie Love.
Now understand, Dana, what you just heard was
the
the wind knocked out of their.
Be jumping over the damn mic. So I'm gonna go to Choke, Cali Love, and then I'm gonna get to the new speakers, and I'm gonna have Choke, Cali Love, and Brooklyn to drop down so I could bring up some other new speakers, and then and Judge. How is the time? It's 1:45 where I'm at. Are you good or are you tired?
Where I am. Well, I've got some writing I have to do, so I'm gonna have to check out in about 15 minutes to a half hour. But
All right, so
anyway,
then you know what? The 5 people that's requesting, I'm not gonna let you up. I'm gonna finish out with the people up here. We have been going on now for 4 hours and
well,
43 minutes.
let them up. I'll wait
It's
around.
5 people, and we didn't even get to the hands of the people that haven't spoken that's up here.
Well,
And it's going on 2 o'clock in the morning.
I'll wait. You know, freedom is freedom, and
I don't
I'm old enough.
I don't know. Is this about freedom right now, or are we on demon time? So, all right, choke, Callie, and then I need to get to the new speakers. 30 seconds, choke.
Yeah, I got a question. Judge, you were saying about, how we keep choosing, the wrong people to represent us, these types of things. And we just keep falling for the trick bag, right?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. How do you stop somebody from playing in your face?
Well, they want your support. What you need to do, since we like to talk, is badmouth them. It gets back. See, the main operative thing in politics now is telling lies, which if you tell them long enough and loud enough, anybody will believe. So what you do is tell the truth, and the truth is much more dangerous than the lie. So when you get somebody lying through their teeth talking about black, and all it is violating an old principle, which that Jew that everybody either follows or detests said was, you can feed a man a fish or you can teach him to fish so he can feed himself. So if they want to keep feeding you a fish is their policy, that's not cool. And I'm not talking about reparations here. I'm just talking about making you dependent upon them rather than independently able to deal with your own interest. So we need to stop supporting them. And new is not necessarily improved. So listen to who's got something to say and be smart enough to do the homework to be able to assess what you're hearing.
All right. I want to go to Callie, then I'm going to go to God is Good, Miss T, and New Negro. Go ahead, Callie.
Okay. Thank you. Now, real quick, with regards to the reparations and those who should not and should receive it, and again, in the analysis for SB 1403, the California American Freedmen Affairs Agency, where it says existing federal law, I'm not going to read all that, but it did say that it says right here, provide as restitution a payment of $20,000 to each individual of Japanese ancestry who was a U.S. citizen or permanent resident and was subject to internment during World War II as specified, or if the person is deceased, to their surviving spouse, child, or parent. And that's written in the United States Constitution. And
That's
then
not the U.S. Constitution.
it says,
that's the California
statute. It actually
that's the
said,
one that you're talking about introduced. That's not in the U.S.
it actually cites 50 USC section 4215,
That's not the
4218.
Constitution. That stands for United States Codes Annotated. It's statutory
because it doesn't say
law
annotated.
That's USCA, United States Codes Annotated. And I work with it often enough and spend up hours at a time studying that stuff, preparing for a case or 2 or 3 or 10 or a couple of hundred. Now, that's not the U.S. Constitution. Constitution has 6 articles in it.
Okay,
and
that's
as far as it goes.
And so I just put whatever was pulled is what's cited, and that's what it says in the SB 1403.
And so I'm Senate Bill S314.
1403. So what I did
1403. That's what it stands for. Senate Bill.
Yeah, I know. I said SB 1403.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And so within this bill, That's what's cited in the analysis and the existing federal law. And so it gives some citations. So, but it does say there, if they are deceased, then there are still some people, their surviving relatives who can still receive those benefits. But
see, the difference is you know absolutely who they were because they kept meticulous records of who was in those camps. So you're talking about their immediate children or surviving spouses.
yeah, that's okay. I understand. But what I did want to go is before I go is Choke had mentioned the truce in '92. It happened right after the Rodney King riots, and that's correct. And the truce came at the Avalon Park on the east side. Now, this is the other thing. People tend to forget about Reginald Dennings, and the judge can attest to this. See, after Rodney King, see that when that verdict came down that very same day, that Reginald Dennings had gotten beat out the frame. And I don't mean to laugh, but he had gotten beat out the frame. So the four individuals who were accused of beating that young man, see, they got off without being charged. And so then the truce had occurred. That's when everybody in the street said, well, this is what we honestly need to do because all hell had broke out in LA. And so, and then at the same time, the gang task force was also formed. And so that means that anybody who was arrested, they were arrested, and then pictures were taken of them, and they were put in that book with the gang task force, and they were named by the gangs that they were affiliated with. So any tattoos they had, anything that can identify them. So there was still, I guess, a way in which we were still targeted through LAPD, because now you're in a book, you're identified by a gang location, and then you associate it in that very same way. So our young men that even were not affiliated, because the thing is, we have a saying, you can be associated by affiliation. And so that's what typically was happening, that our young men, especially our young middle school and high school boys, were targeted. And then they were innocently put into those gang task force books, and they weren't actual gang members. And so it was easy for them to get caught up in sweeps. And so as the judge had mentioned, like you can, from Thursday to Sunday, LAPD will roll out maybe 10 cars deep with 5 officers in each vehicle, 2 shotguns on the left and the right.
All right, I don't mean to interrupt you. What does, because I got to get to the other
So
speakers.
there was a truce that went on, but because of all the other elements that happened, the truce kind of like lost.
Well, who are you talking to about? Where's this?
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah, because he had mentioned it earlier, about 6 hours ago. I'm sorry.
All right, so I mean,
but
because I gotta move on to.
I know, but I'm about to drop because I told you I have a toothache.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so can Choke and Brooklyn and Kylie Love, can you guys drop down so I could bring people up? I want to get to God is Good, Miss T, and New Negro, and then I think I'm gonna close out after that. But I don't know. It depends on how I feel. So go ahead. God is Good.
Okay. Great space, and I came up for 2 points earlier. I don't know how long ago it was, but it was mentioned, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the China or the Chinese held a large, I don't know if the term was used, 34 trillion or 24 trillion of U.S. debt.
34 trillion.
Okay, so and I'll be more than willing to send it to you on the back end. So as I was looking for another thing, this just kind of popped up in what I was actually looking for. I think it's a Barron's report, but I found other actual reports as well. So what it shows is that U.S. debt, 75% of it is held domestically, and then 20 to 25% is held in foreign by these foreign countries. and China's share of that is just under, I want to say it was 800 billion, so just under $1 trillion of that debt is what China actually holds. And like you, I
Oh,
did
hold
not
on, hold
know
on.
this information
That
until.
hold on, a point of information. What you're talking about is the debt they acquired by buying bonds, securities, and stuff. I'm talking about outright loans that started 44 years ago in the Reagan administration and continued through the Bush administration, Clinton administration, Bush administration, and Obama administration. It stopped during the Trump administration and resumed during the Biden administration. So that's just actual borrowing money. That's not in terms of the debt from U.S. bonds and security interest and such like that. So there is a difference.
Okay, and that actually helps with the greater point that I want to make, because the greater point I want to make is about reparations. So, in order for the United States to be able to get debt, similar to how a person would acquire debt through a credit card, there is an assessment that is done, an evaluation essentially. And so I think I put down in the purple pill, but in 2014, when the U.S. had their valuation, I think it's called their position, their financial position, where they took all their assets, they minus their debts, and they came up with a number, and that number was 123 trillion in 2014. I found a more recent report from 2023 that has elevated that number, and I believe it's somewhere around $178 trillion. This is debts minus assets. So this is what the United States is worth. This is where reparations would come from. It's not necessarily coming from individuals, whatever their racial background makeup is. It is the United States saying, and the world agrees, and all these, this is how the US and all these governments get these financial ratings, is based on their value. And so the United States has a value north of $150 trillion. From what I understand, most of the reparations that are, I don't want to call them serious, but of course, Darity has his plan out there, and there are others. They're generally in the $20 trillion range, which means that the United States can absolutely afford to pay reparations, and they can afford it because they have a valuation that is 4 or 5 times what the
Judge, we
reparations
can
would
hear all
cost.
that noise. Mute up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that's all I wanted to say, is that yeah, the value of the US, and that doesn't likely include all of the oil, gas, rare earth metals that are in the ground in US territories. That would probably add a significant total to what the US could afford to pay. So I came up because the guy seemed to be, and this is a natural response from these people who don't want to take responsibility, who don't want to pay their fair share. And because they have been programmed to think and believe, and this is a scare tactic, a lot of people are saying the word scare tactics and fear mongering. This is the fear mongering that the right has put upon these people to make them think they're going to lose their home, they're going to lose this, they're going to lose that. Another stat that I came across was in 2023, the total wealth in US households amounted to $153 trillion. That is US household wealth in the country. The fact that anyone in this country would say that they can't afford to pay these reparations when the number again is somewhere around 20 trillion is is a little absurd.
All right. I want to go to Miss T, then New Negro, and I'm gonna close it out after that because I'm tired.
Hey Dana, thank you for hanging in here and staying up so late. To Judge, happy belated birthday, my fellow Cancerian brother. And shout out to the rest of the people in the room. Callie Love, please check your.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart. Callie Love, please check your DMs. I sent you something. Um, Dana, I did post in the comments Marcel breaking down how reparations would be paid, and talking about the federal tax dollar, what that is used to do. So that is in the comments. Also in the comments, I shared the United States pays reparations every year. Um, I mean, right now they're paying reparations to the victims of 9/11. Um, the Iranian hostages, they were paid reparations in 2015 because somebody said it wasn't in his lifetime or whatever. And they were given $10,000 per day of captivity, which came to $4.4 million each. And their spouses got 600,000 if they had died, because they got out in, I believe, 1979, and the reparations was finally paid in 2015 after much negotiation. So even if they had passed on, their reparations still went to their spouse or his heirs. Um, and then, Judge, what I wanted to talk to you about, I heard Sister April, hey April, bring up the Judgment Fund. Are you familiar with the Judgment Fund, Judge?
Explain.
Okay. So the Judgment Fund is a fund that is held in the Treasury Department. Actually, I have like a 20-second clip that tells you exactly what it is. And then, Judge, from my understanding of this fund, anytime the government loses a case, the funds are paid out of this judgment fund, which comes from the Treasury, from which is an untold amount of money in it. And it's not accountable to any department. I'm going to play this little quick 20 seconds. Yeah.
Wait, what is that? Wait. What are you playing? What are you playing? Because I'm on YouTube right now,
The
so I
judgment
can't.
fund, the definition of the judgment fund. I
All
don't
right,
want to
but why
mess
do you
up the
have to
word.
put how long is it?
I said 20 seconds. It's Fisher, Representative Fisher.
And what is she saying? What is she saying?
I can't hear it.
I can't. That's what I'm saying. Don't play anything over the space. It's because
Ma'am,
it's
you were
already.
muting me. You were muting me.
I know, but then you talked over the mute and I'll unmute it and it's a delay. But don't play anything over the space because I'm on YouTube and it's just going to glitch. I don't know.
Okay.
It may glitch
So
and stuff.
basically, it is a fund out of the Treasury Department that covers anytime there is a judgment against the federal government, it pays it.
Well, you know what your problem is with that is you can't sue the government without the government's permission.
Oh, it's hundreds of thousands of cases. It shows you
You
the
can't
amount.
sue the government without the government's permission.
Okay,
It's
well,
called
people are
sovereign
doing it,
immunity.
Judge.
No,
People
they're
are
not.
doing it.
They're
Okay, well,
doing it.
people are getting paid out of this judgment
They're
fund.
doing it. Yeah, that's true. But it's in terms of lawsuits that have been permitted by the government. It's called sovereign immunity. Otherwise,
Okay,
the
so if
government
other,
has to
what are
say
you
you can
saying?
sue it.
Okay, people
In
are
other
doing
words,
it.
they are doing it for things that the government has permitted, either by case law, development, or by statute.
Okay.
You cannot sue the federal government unless they give you permission.
Okay, and we can get that because they've already
No, you haven't,
apologized.
because it's
Oh
not
God.
been done. The Black Caucus has gotten 35 years where they had an ample
We
body of
don't have to use
representation.
them, Judge. Just like
You don't have an enablement act
Wh-
under the U.S.
just like
laws.
those that were interned did not use a section of the government. They used their own attorneys. These guys that were in
There is,
Iran.
look, you'll get thrown out of court if you do not come in under
So
an
what you want us
allowance.
to do, Judge? Just nothing?
Yeah, that's the problem. Why do you think I said it was a legislative thing? Johnny Cochran and I've talked all kinds of lawyers. This is not the first time since I've been a lawyer that reparations has come
Are
up.
you on a
It's the
speaker,
second.
Miss T? Are you on a speaker?
Yes.
Yeah, can you get off the speaker? All right.
The point is this is the second time since I've been practicing law that reparations has come up. I've been doing this for 50 years.
Okay,
You
so what
cannot
happened
sue the
with your
federal
case?
government.
Did you try?
I'm trying to tell you that the most likely case will come from an Enablement and Appropriations Act by Congress. That's the House and the Senate.
Okay, well, have you
was working on
tried?
something.
Have you tried, Judge?
I have a couple of ideas, 3 actually, that might work, but I'm not going to publish them because most of the time that would just be opening up the pimps and simps trying to deal with this. If I can find somebody that's got the law offices, the secretarial staff, and the backup doing the research, maybe. But the point of the exercise is that right now, there is a thing called sovereign immunity. You cannot sue a city, a county, a state, or the federal government unless they give permission. There are some things that came about peripherally that worked their way back in this through other types of case law. But the problem is finding one. And we've had people for a century working on finding some, and so far nobody has. So all of these things from the payout fund, what you're talking about is people who have sued the government for things that have been permitted.
Okay, so
see,
you're saying that we can't get permission to sue the government? Is that what you're saying? And how do you know that?
That's about it.
How do you know? Have you tried? Has anyone tried on behalf of Black people for
look,
reparations?
the point is this: you have to appeal to your representatives or those who are supposedly on your side. We have. They ignore us.
Okay, Judge,
You
thank
better
you.
believe that we over the last 50 years, I've joined in a lot of requests or outright demands of our Black representatives that they do something about that. They refuse. That's why I said go look up the records over the last 35 years for the members of the Black Caucus and see how many have actually introduced anything that has anything to do with Black folk. The George Floyd crime bill really doesn't. And I mentioned earlier about the farce of the Emmett Till reparations bill that doesn't do anything except allow people to proceed if they get harmed because of their sexual orientation.
All right. New Negro.
Hey, peace and love. Good night to everyone. I've been hearing some of the conversation tonight, and it feels as though this is like a woe is me of the failures of the generation prior to this current generation now. Because a lot that I continue to hear is who's been voting for the Democrats when it comes to people of a certain age and who has reignited what is considered the new movement when it pertains to reparations. I'm thankful that I'm a part of a generation that's been alive long enough to see some actual motion when it comes to reparations. Because when I first came into the space, Sister Dana was speaking about what's happening in your locale, right? What is happening in your city and or in your state, because the power is based on your city and your state and how you leverage that federally. So in the state that I'm at, we have a state reparations bill. It's passed. We are approaching what will be a task force and commission to start doing the study, no different than California, Illinois, and I live in New York. Is it what we desire? No. Do we have to work towards making
Judge,
sure
can
it
you mute
is?
up?
Do we have to work towards what we desire it to be? For sure. But I'm hearing some conversation that's coming from Judge and supported by you, Dana, a bit about what has not worked in generations that are prior to us, and who has voted for who when it comes to a completely different generation. And when I start doing some information about those who represent this current reparations fight, as it sparked based on spaces, whether it's Clubhouse and online now, and to those who have actually lobbied and went outside, it's a lot younger generation that has no loyalty to either party. So I would like, at least for the record, to show that the current reparations fight is younger, is not loyal to a Democratic or Republican party, and is very hungry about getting to certain results as it pertains to what's going on. Example could be what we see in California and what we've been seeing transition towards itself across the nation.
Let me say this. You haven't done as much as got done the last 2 times in my lifetime on reparations. You haven't got there yet. And the other point is what you're seeing in California and what you described, and you just been bamboozled, because it's got to get through getting passed. It's got to get the governor to sign, and it's got to pass court challenge. That's a long way off. And the other point is most of these states are too damn broke to do anything about it anyway. And the money that you have is being used to prop up illegals. So, by the way, I will point this out to you. The first baby boomer was born 1946, the last was 1966. Maxine Waters, who shoots her big mouth off, is not a baby boomer. She's from the generation prior to us. The oldest baby boomer is 78 years old. Anybody older than that is not a baby boomer. When this stuff started in 1965, 6, 7, 8, 9, the oldest baby boomer in 1965 was 19 years old. I was 18. By the end of the 70s, the oldest baby boomer was in his early 20s. We weren't exactly the movers and shakers that were introducing legislation or passing the acts or running stuff. So there's a lot going on about that isn't really true. I mean, we backed up stuff, but we were militant. We were the ones that burnt down America. Burn, baby, burn. We were the ones that came up with the Black Panther Party, or maybe those at the tail end of the generation born back up until 1945. Now,
let me insert this,
Well,
because you
also
mentioned,
don't
wait,
wanna.
one second,
Go
new
ahead.
nigger. I want to say something, because you mentioned something about Republicans and Democrats. I didn't say nothing about a particular party. And for most majority of this space was not even focused on Republicans and Democrats, because it doesn't matter the party. I did speak to legislation and public. Can you mute up, Judge? I did speak to legislation and public policy. And your comment about young people, that are not committed to a particular party, that's because majority of young people don't even vote. And if they vote, it's on a national level for presidency. They don't even vote locally. Can you press the mute button, Judge? They don't
I'm
even vote.
trying to get something off the floor,
They
but
don't.
anyway.
They don't even vote on a local level. And if you are going to vote on a local level, most likely you should pick a party because you do want to vote in a primary. See, the younger generation don't even know how our democracy works. And that's not a stab at the younger generation. So yes, there are a lot of young people that are pro reparations, but they have no clue on how this democracy operates. So you could be support in something, but if you don't understand how to get it done, then nothing is going to happen. And part of it is organizing, and you know that, and then also money and finances. But go ahead.
Yeah, I think what I'm saying is getting a bit lost in translation. The generation now can only exist and be given or move forward with what the generation prior has given them. So I
Why
know
is that? Why is that? That's not true. That's not true.
no. So to what Judge said about what they were doing in the 60s and how that transitioned later, we know John Connors with HR 40 in 1989 and what did not occur when it came to that bill, right? HR 40 is still sitting there. So when we talk about what's happening on a state level versus what's happening on a federal level, outside of an HR 40, there is no other federal bill that has even seen the light of day or even being mentioned right now.
Why is that?
So
Why is that?
I would say that's the failures of the generation prior to. That has nothing to do with the current reparations
No, wait,
movement.
slow down for a second, because you're stuck on generation and
No. I'm only representing generations because when I've come into space, a lot of what I've heard Judge say and how he's referenced it was a lot about being a voter blue or what parties people have
no,
voted
he did
for.
not. Where did you
Yes,
get
he
that
has.
from?
I
Tonight?
mean,
I'm talking about.
yeah,
Are you talking about
tonight.
tonight?
Yeah, he's mentioned the
No, he did
Congressional
not.
Black
He did not.
Caucus.
He didn't say
He's
wait,
mentioned the
stop,
Congressional Black
stop, because
Caucus
I'm
multiple
trying to
times.
correct you. We've
No,
been
you
up
don't
here
have to
for
correct me. I know what I heard.
Please don't overtalk me.
Go
We've been
ahead.
up
I
here
know
for
what I
5
heard, man.
hours. And he did not say that people should be devoted to one party over
No,
another.
he was
What
just
he
pointing
did
out
say,
voting habit. He was
what
pointing
he
out voting
did say,
habits, right?
what
He
he
was.
go stop. And this is what I don't like. Don't say what somebody fucking said. You wasn't here for the whole 5
I
hours.
was here for what I
Let
heard, and I'm
me
only
finish
referencing what I heard.
talking. Let me finish. Stop. Because we were not talking about a particular political party. What he alluded to was a congressional Black caucus. That is a voting block of Black politicians, which is all Democrats, which Black people vote into office. That was the only part of him alluding to a particular party when he was talking about the Congressional Black Party. So when you're saying that the judge is saying this about the Democrats and Republicans, no, the judge didn't say that. The judge just said we have a Congressional Black Caucus. We voted those people into Congress, and they ain't doing shit. And that is a fact.
There are no Republicans a part of the Congressional Black Caucus. So when he references the Congressional Black Caucus, that is speaking towards Black people who are voting for individuals that align with a political party that has not delivered anything based on the vote that they've given. Right?
Exactly.
So listen.
This is where I gotta jump off here when we start talking about politics on either side, and like it's all corporate run. They're all
right. I don't know why you jumping off your mic right now, Theo. Like, listen.
I just want to jump off here, but I don't want to cut.
And I don't know why people are still. It must take a minute for the mute button to actually work. It's a double mute to get off. It must be a double mute to get on mute. So, New Negro.
Can I speak for myself?
I need for New Negro, like, what is the point? What is your point? Just go directly to the point that you're trying to make. Stop saying what somebody said. I can't stand. I hate that shit when people say, "Well, he said this."
No, there's a very clear point in what I am saying is that the failures of the generation prior to, as it pertains to the current status of the reparations fight, has little to do with where we are today when it comes to the current reparations fight. Because if we were not handed anything, a baton that we could continue to run with, right? HR 40 still is collecting dust where it's at. Sheila Jackson Lee had it, now she has cancer. John Connors is no longer here. So when it comes to a federal reparations demand and or fight, we already know that the grassroots organized in 2007, 8, and 9 when it came to Dr. Darity, when it came to different people going to DC to get things on a public record to make sure that old bill was updated and the same people that sit on one congressional side did not move forward. So what did the grassroots do? Continue to move forward. You don't see nobody champion HR 40 anymore. So we've already moved forward when it comes to the advocacy of moving the reparations movement forward. So I was just saying that as it pertains to the tonality of what's been positioned in this fight based on who's been voting for who, we are talking about a different generational gap as it pertains to who's been loyal to a political party that has not delivered reparations. Because
okay, if I can reply to you directly, John Conyers Act is passed. It's called the Emmett Till Anti-Lynch Bill. It's a gay bill for trannies. That's what it is. So he was sponsoring something for the trannies. It was introduced back quite a long time ago, 1997, and it kept getting tabled until Kamala Harris and Cory Booker tried to bring it forward after Juicy Jussie Smollett faked that lynching in Chicago. And then they brought it back up, so they changed it to the Emmett Till Anti-Lynch Bill. It doesn't do a damn thing for black folk. It doesn't even require anybody dying. It's just somebody who's a tranny gets busted in his jaw, and one person can be charged under federal law for lynching, even though nobody died. So it's not anything for us. It was a gay bill or a tranny bill. So what's the point there? The other thing, as I said, I know my grandfathers used to talk about it twice in their lives. Reparations came up twice in my parents' life, and this is the third time in mine, the second time since I've been practicing law. So it keeps going the same way. And remember, my grandfather was he was born in 1850, 11 years before the Civil War started. When he came out, he got married young, or tried to, was about to. So he turned in his application for the same 40 acres and a mule that Johnson cut out. So, it ain't nothing new. He lived to be 100+ years old.
So look, when you talk about and this is one thing I don't do, and I don't understand. I think we need to move away from pointing a finger. Well, the older generation didn't do blah 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 blah. I'm 47. I started voting when I was 18. So when I was 18 as an adult to my age now, what I decide to do with my vote, what I decide to do on a grassroots level, don't got shit to do with the baby boomers that was before me. I'm Generation X. So stop blaming generations and just start doing. And then also, all black people, majority 90% of black people of all ages, of all generations, vote Democrat. And they keep voting these same people in Congress. You have a lot of young black people in Congress. Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries. So that's not no baby boomers. These are young people being voted in by young black people who want to see them in office. And the point that I'm making is get off this generational shit, because okay, if you blame the baby boomers, we did a space last week, Mark doing the same thing, and the judge said, you're right. Okay, you could blame us. Now what? And that is my follow-up. If you want to blame the baby boomers, they may say, okay, it's our fault, but what do you want to do about it? What are you going to, and that is the question. What are you doing about it? Which is the whole purpose of this space. We've been on this space for 5 hours. You wasn't here the whole time. And I think you just came on in the last hour or two. The purpose of this space is to not talk about, it's to not talk about whether we are owed reparations or not. The purpose of this space is to educate majority of black people that are on X on how to get it. How you get it is through legislation. You have to organize. You have to have money. But you have to know the process of our democracy to push for legislation and public policy. All that other stuff is for the birds, generation, political parties, or whatever. And then two, you have to organize where you are at, where you live at. So I know people are doing things, organizing in New York, Illinois, and a couple other states. And that's great. Because what is happening, because now you know, because you brought up the generational thing, my generation and the younger generations are organizing. So we're basically starting from square one of something that was stagnated for decades prior. So the focus is, what the fuck are we doing now? I don't give a shit about the judge generation. They're older and they got their money. However, when they were my age, matter of fact, when they were in their fucking 20s, they wasn't worried about a sexy red or basketball or all this other bullshit. They were actually tearing up shit out in society. And what they did allow for us to get shit done and have access to resources to where we don't have to tear shit up the way they did literally in society, but we could tear shit up via legislation. So are we utilizing that opportunity? So that's
Yeah.
just the,
I didn't realize that this was like one of those let me punch down or punch at people. Like Dana, the majority of people that come in these spaces are people that stand on reparations, not loyal to the Democratic Party, and a lot of people are outside. Like a lot of people are organizing, doing work in their community. You got some great people that's on the stage right now, and people that can scroll through this room. There are people that are actually doing work. So if the concept of this room was to speak towards people that focus on sexy red and some other shit, that's not even the people that's in this room right now. So maybe
but it
I'm
is,
missing.
and I'm
No,
and
no,
I'm
no.
telling you,
No, I'm missing
and
the
I'm
tone.
telling you
I'm
that
missing the
I'm
tone.
not talking about the people that are
Okay,
coming up here
I'm missing the
speaking.
tone. I'm missing the tone. I thought
I'm not talking about the
okay,
people that
cool.
are
Got
coming
it.
up here
Got it.
speaking. Because the people that were actually coming up here speaking, they ain't the people who I really wanted to come up here. Because I said in the beginning, and you wasn't here in the beginning. See, this was technically a pull-up space for everybody that had an issue with Judge Joe Brown and where he stood on reparations. Because everybody is like, well, I don't like what he tweeted.
Oh, but that's based on the shadow space on Saturday, right? So we turned one of them spaces into this spaces. Got it.
Let
I
me
got
finish.
it.
Let me finish to give you some more clarity. Because they didn't like what he tweeted. And what he tweeted was wealth and reparations are two different things. I'm paraphrasing here. And the fact is that it will be nice, but it's like winning a lottery. In other words, it'll be nice, but you ain't gonna get it because you don't know how to go get it. Are there people?
Dana, if you know the jewels, if you know how to get it, why aren't you an organizer?
Exactly.
Why aren't you one of the ones doing the work? Because
Who
sometimes
said?
I think,
Wait, first of all,
content.
slow down. First of all, you don't know what the fuck I'm doing where I'm at.
I'm in New York. I'm in the East Coast.
Yes,
and
you're
I
in
don't
New
know.
York. I'm not in New York. See, and this is what I'm saying. Stop projecting. Stop saying what one person. You're in New York. I know certain organizations that are going on in New York. It's several. I know in New York, when you have this organization over here, and you have another organization over here, and one of those organizations is Pan-African, but the other one is for Black freedmen. I'm not naming no names because the one that is Black freedmen, they're doing work. And this space is not about organizations that are doing the work. This space is about educating Black Americans as a whole on how you get reparations, how you get it. It's not rallies, it's not protests, it's not holding X spaces. It's organizing where you at, grassroots, including some financial backing through your legislation and public policy. That is the purpose of this space. So you're in New York. I'm in Ohio. So don't sit up here and question
No,
what
I thought that
I'm
you
doing,
said
what I'm
you was
not
in
doing,
the
because I'm
East
not
Coast.
questioning.
Do your
Listen,
thing. It's
wait, and I
love.
also
It's
said
love.
this
I
in the
thought you
beginning.
said you was in the East Coast. I apologize.
That is the East Coast.
We consider
It's
Ohio
kind of
Midwest a
the
little bit.
beginning
My
of
bad.
the Midwest.
We
But the
consider the
fact is
Midwest.
that
But
I'm not. I was born and raised in New Jersey. I'm in Ohio, but that ain't the point. The point that I'm trying to make here is, because I said this in the beginning, this space is not about the organizations that are actually doing something.
So it's niggas that sit online talking shit all day and not doing nothing.
This
Got it.
space
I'm a
is
drive.
for, it's not just that. It's this space is for all, but even the ones that are not online and they still don't know how to get it. So this space is for people that are, if you want to know what it takes legislation and public policy. We had several people come up here pushing back against that, which is fine.
I still continue to push back against that because I think all it takes is taking the breath in and pushing the breath out.
I'm talking to new Negro. Theo.
I'm gonna jump out of here. I'm jumping out of here, Dana.
But
and
then I still need you to stay on your mic until I'm finished.
No, Dana, we agree.
All right.
I need you to stay because I'm not finished talking.
We agree.
I'm really
Well,
not.
I'm getting a good taste of what slavery felt like. I'm being helped.
I'm really not. I'm not finished talking. I'm not. And I'm not about to. I'm not going to say anything slick. I'm not going to curse. I'm not going to do.
I just want to say I know what slavery feels
really
like. I'm being held hostage in this panel. I get it.
Shit. I really don't give a shit what you got to say right now.
I feel what it's like.
I really don't. But you gotta understand, I'm hosting. So this is my house. You see how that shit go? I don't really go in other people's spaces unless I'm a fucking co-host. That's where I put myself at.
Could I interject something briefly?
No, just give me a second. Give me a second. Just give me 1 second. I don't give a fuck what you got to say right now, Theo. It's about to be 3 a.m. I want to finish up what I'm saying. I want new Negro to have the last word. And of course, the judge was going to close out the space. So what I'm trying to say here is it's not just for the people that was on Saturday space. It was for them to have an opportunity to push back against the judge, but it's really for people to understand if you want reparations for Black Americans, you're only going to get it is through legislation, public policy. So figure out how to get the shit done where you live at first, because that's where you need to organize. Yes, it is great to support other organizations. I gave April organization as an example. I've donated to her organization. I don't live where she lived at, but if I could donate to financially help out, we all need to do that. As a matter of fact, other spaces going forward, I want to highlight someone like April and others who have an organization to do fucking fundraisers. Because if we want to talk about getting reparations, you want to talk about the Jews and AIPAC, well, they support each other financially. Are we financially supporting these organizations, grassroots organizations? All that other shit about the fucking generations, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk about it because that ain't the point. We're starting right now on ground zero today. And that's why I said for motherfuckers to pull up if you got a problem with what the fuck this man said, because he don't owe you shit. You can't touch what the fuck he did in his 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and in his 70s. Your resume would never be that deep. So who are you to criticize what he fucking wrote on a goddamn tweet that you can't even decipher because you don't know how the democracy works? You don't know how wealth operates alone in this fucking country. Forget worldwide. So that was the purpose of this space for all the motherfuckers that had an issue with what he said to pull the fuck up. And they didn't. The people that came up was the opposite of who I really wanted to come up. But the people that always come up are the people that 9 times out of 10 are doing something where they live at. So go ahead. Well, Judge.
Let me just say this real quick. My purpose, I keep alluding to my purpose. By the way, I'm an independent, but I think the Democratic Party right now is full of shit. But notice I have asked several times, well, what do we do about it? See, I've noticed over the years that people express great dissatisfaction with what's going on. But when you ask them, okay, what is your plan? They don't have one. It's like they expect somebody to come up with this idea, this bright idea that will solve everything. But it's like I alluded to earlier this evening, flying. We talked about Leonardo da Vinci, but it took 500 years from Leonardo da Vinci until the Wright brothers actually flew an airplane because nobody figured it out. And when you start talking about we need to do something and you can't come up with a something that matches the law, matches human nature, you're actually wishing that somebody came up with this genius idea, which just hasn't happened yet. It's a work in progress. And until somebody comes up with one, it ain't gonna happen. I've had a discussion with the lady about sovereign immunity. She's not gonna buy that, but she needs to look it up. Google it. Google probably has a discussion on sovereign immunity. What does that mean? So the problem is who do you sue? You also have statute of limitations problems for all kinds of different ways. You also have a principle that says a tortious wrong, in other words, you do somebody wrong, dies with the perpetrator. And most of the folk that caused this wrong died, so that leaves the government. So how do you get around it? Well, either a legislative body says you can sue the government, or you come up with a theory that creates that benefit, you can sue the government, or somebody says, well, it's a wrong, we'll pay them, and hope that it survives the process of attack that's going to inevitably occur. So it's like, for an example, look at affirmative action. Governments came up with that, but you see where it is now. And by the way, it's returned to its original form back in 1967, 68, that Roberts wrote for the Supreme Court, but ignorantly everybody that ought to know better is talking about this is wrong and they really did black. No, they returned it to the way black people were trying to get it, because the way it has been for a while was set up by some traitorous black folk who got made a deal by Berkeley Medical School back in 1972 to be admitted in a way that was going to compromise to the detriment of every other black student in the United States of America. And we begged them not to do it, but they were selfish and they did it. So we have these realities that you have to be aware of. So when you get all worked up, riled up, we're not dealing with belief systems like some people believe they're the original Hebrews. Some believe that Jesus was this. Some believe that Muhammad was that when he was messenger of Allah, and some believe that Abraham did this, that, and the other. But you see, we're not talking about that. We're trying to do something that has a chance of success in a real world where a lot of people might say, I wasn't even in this country. My ancestors weren't, so why should I pay for you? And you have to answer that question if you want this to survive. Now, as a method of attack, the only thing anybody's been able to come up with is the one that worked the first go around, starting January 16th, 1865. That was when a functionary of government ordered it to happen. So if anybody is creative enough to come up with a real world solution, I'm all for it.
Go ahead, New Negro.
Yeah, peace and love. The foundation of reparations is based on economic repair and not economic opportunity, right? It's not based on social integration or some sort of social equality. It is based on economic repair. Special Field Order 15, the land that was given, that black people settled in, and then it was rescinded after Abraham Lincoln got shot in the head. So for the individuals that were speakers talking about people can marry whoever they want to marry now, and for someone like sounding like they're part of the lost cause of the Confederacy, you guys are completely out of the loop, right? Some of this stuff kind of get a little weird when it comes to people saying who needs to work hard. Like Black Americans have continued to have to work hard since we never got reparations. So the success that we have had, whether it's large successes in Black communities or individual successes when it comes to individual people who have been successful, have never been based on reparations. whether it's people in all areas of people activity, we have had to do without based on what? Not getting repair. And we have reached the point in our time frame where we understand in order to have some level of institutional change, right? In order to make sure, oh, Project 2025 and whatever is going to happen with the defunding of the Department of Education or with government jobs or whatever the scare shit that the Democrats are using, Black Americans are able to look and say we have been economically repaired so we can open up our private institutions. We can actually operate in a country that is built on capitalism, right? Because anybody can come to this country as an illegal immigrant or other and have economic opportunity, whether it's based on some ill-gotten gains, which is doing things illegally, or if people want to do things based on a moral compass. So we represent a people who has continually been successful, right? Judge is successful, Dan is successful, I'm successful. There's a lot of us who are individually successful, but those individual successes do not create an institutional change. And reparations is making sure that we do not leave those behind who are a part of a harmed group that we want to make sure is fully repaired. And I think sometimes those things get a bit lost in the effort and the might. And as it pertains to what needs to be done to organize the community to do so, those who have the answers should be a part of the solutions. Those who understand what needs to be done should be organizing, rallying, and doing the work to make sure if the effort and the might and the will is a part of this new generation, if lineage is a focus and you see that we are working, if you guys have answers, then support those that are looking for the answers and make sure that we can work together as a unit, as a team. Because when I came into space, it almost felt like a lecture. And I'm like, well, I don't see y'all outside. Didn't Judge run for office? He didn't win. So we ain't none of us win yet if we talking about it in that way. So we should all be regrouping and seeing how we can improve every element of this movement to make sure that we are all repaired in our individual successes as well as our collective goals in our land.
How do you know we're not outside?
I haven't been invited to anything yet, so if you are, please send me an invite.
I gotta invite you for why am I inviting you?
If I don't see it, I follow you.
Wait, no. Wait.
I'm in your spaces.
Why?
I haven't heard you announce
Wait.
anything.
What makes
I
you
don't
think?
know.
What is being outside? I go outside every day. First of all, what is being outside?
I am saying if you have answers as it pertains to this reparations conversation and how we should be looking forward to moving this thing forward, that means that you should be actively acting those things out.
Okay, so me holding this space, me holding this space.
If not, that's like a consultant.
Okay, so that's what you mean by outside.
It's like
me holding this space.
I'm just like consulting people, but I'm not doing the actual work.
Space.
Yeah,
me holding this space and reiterating over and over again to people in the peanut gallery. In order for you to get reparations, you have to have it's going to be an act of Congress, legislation, state legislation, public policies, reparations, restitution. I said it 100 times in this space. I said it 100 times on my YouTube, 100 times in other people's spaces. And there's always some type of pushback. And the purpose of this space is to let all the people that had a problem with the judge if you think he's anti-reparations, if you have any questions, ask him. Because yes, he knows more. Yes, he knows how to get to reparations. Yes, he could answer your questions, guide you, or assist you, or educate you.
Dana, but fairly judge represent.
Can you stop? You don't have to agree with everything this man says. Just let me speak, and I'm gonna let you speak. You don't have to agree on everything that somebody fucking say. Because you may disagree, and I'm speaking in general, because you may disagree.
I don't disagree. This is a dialogue. I don't want it to be a lecture. So what I was listen.
You just sat up here and said, well, the judge, blah blah blah. The point that I'm making here is when it comes to Judge Joe Brown, I don't necessarily agree with everything the Negro, April, or other people may say. But the overall purpose of their mission, I understand and I respect. And what I'm trying to say in this space, I don't give a fuck who you are, what organization you're a part of, how many followers you have, what you doing outside or inside. I don't care. Everybody gonna put respect on this man's name, because when it comes to the law, he knows that shit inside out. Yes, you can ask questions. You can even push back. But at the end of the day, when we're talking about reparations, it has to do with legal, it has to do with legislation, it has to do with public policy. He knows what he's talking about. Whether someone may feel uncomfortable or disagree or want to throw up, well, whatever the fuck it is. So I'm talking about, when I say respect, you got to understand the knowledge that he knows that could help the masses of Black Americans have a better understanding on how to get to reparations and how they could do it where the fuck they live at. I don't need to come to New York. I'm not in that tax bracket. That's why I fucking left Jersey, because I was paying New York and New Jersey taxes. But wherever I go, I make sure that I am inside the political process of what's going on where the fuck I live at. So organizations here in Ohio, there are reparations organization here that I can easily affiliate myself with, that I am in communication with. So don't ever fucking question if I'm outside, because I don't know you, you don't know me, this is X. I don't gotta invite you to shit because I don't know you, I don't know your resume, I don't know what you do, and I really don't give a fuck. What I'm trying to say is, if you want to ask me what I'm doing, I don't have a mind telling you. But I'm not going to say come to Ohio. I got people here. You're not going to say come to New York for what? They don't got shit to do with me. However, like April will reach out to me in a message, hey, support my organization. Fine, donate it. So when I start pulling people fucking cards and highlighting this organization is doing something less financially supported, that is being outside. That is actually supporting grassroots organization that may not be where you live at. It could be in another fucking state. That is being outside, putting your money where your fucking mouth is. I'm not going out in no fucking rally. I'm not going to no fucking protest. Have I protested? Have I marched? Have I been to a rally? Yes. But I know that don't get to reparations. That's just making a whole bunch of people understand, well, a whole bunch of people hear your message. Will I go to another rally? Fuck no. Will I march?
Dana, your language.
It don't matter. It's 3:00. Will I go to another rally? Fuck no. Will I go to a protest? Hell motherfucking no. But if somebody say, can you donate? Yeah, I would. Especially if I respect what you're doing. That's being motherfucking outside. That's what I look at. I don't look at if I see you somewhere. So it's different elements that people can do to be involved. Just because you may think that somebody should do one thing, that doesn't mean that's what it is. So don't ever question what the fuck I'm doing. You can ask, but don't question me as if I'm not doing shit and I'm just talking. I also invited several people on my YouTube channel, which has been growing over time, because media is important to get the message out. Going back to what Zaza was talking about earlier, but it does not bring you reparations. Going back to the paper and pen legislation and public policy does. So if you want to question,
you're never going to find reparations. This is my argument here. Like DDT killed the Eagles. It killed the Peregrine Falcon.
Yeah, I dropped your ass because I told you more than once to shut the fuck up. So, and I'm not going to be interrupted on my own goddamn space. I don't care who you are. But when you want to question what I'm doing, make no mistake about it. How I have a media company. I pay fucking taxes. And that's very important when people want to promote their organization, get donations, or get support, or get your message out.
But
So
this room wasn't based on that. This room was yelling at niggas that don't go outside. So if I'm
no,
picking up
this
that
room
there's a
was not
different
that.
tone, it's a
No,
different tone.
no. What you're not going to do is say what this room was about. We've been up
That's
here
what
for
you
damn
said.
near.
You
We've
said
been up
that.
here for
You
6
said that.
fucking hours. We've been up here for 6 hours. When you have an X space, a lot of things with the conversation is going to morph into whatever. But everybody always brought it back to the fucking topic. So I don't give a fuck what you heard or what you may think this space was about. Everybody brought it back to the damn topic. And that's what I'm saying. Don't come in here on the 11th hour as if you spit in some ism or some type of enlightenment. Or if you're trying to question the judge, what he doing or not doing on his resume, or even questioning me. I don't know you. You don't know me. But best believe, you don't gotta literally be outside to get shit done or to contribute. So I'm gonna give you 30 seconds to say what you gotta say, and then I'm gonna go to the judge.
I grew up watching Judge Joe Brown. And if Judge Joe Brown is now finally giving out information about reparations on Twitter Spaces, then that means that all the time he was utilizing TV and the platform to give the information, I didn't get it. So if this is the moment in time where Dana through Judge Joe Brown is to educate,
nigga, and look, Negro, this man has been a judge longer than he's been on TV. Don't get that television shit mixed up. X just came into existence, or Twitter, less than a decade ago. Every time, this ain't the first fucking time he talked about reparations. And it won't be the last. He's been talking about reparations for decades. So I'm just like, I hear what you're saying. But at the same time, don't ever try to throw underhanded jabs. And I keep saying it to you and to anybody else. Don't question someone when you don't know the fucking information, when you don't know shit about that person. You need to ask the question. No, he didn't just start talking about reparations. He didn't start giving out fucking, first of all, he don't give out shit. If you want to ask him a question, if you want to learn something, then you reach out to him and you ask him. But he didn't just start doing this shit. So I'm just like, don't fucking go there. Don't disrespect him like that. And I say this to anybody. Don't fucking do that. You think you're trying to pull somebody's card, but you ain't. Like I said, we don't know each other. I don't know your resume, so I'm not questioning you because I don't know you like that. You don't know me like, you don't even know the judge like that. So my nigga, where you going?
Dana, I'm not sitting on no soapbox. I came in the room and it shit sound like a soapbox room.
I don't give a fuck
so
what it sound like. I just told you what the fuck it was.
I came here and asked.
But I just told you what the fuck it was. But
So
you
that's
keep
it.
going, but you
So-
keep going back
so-
to some
no,
bullshit.
so that's
I just
it
told
then.
you what it was.
So that's
If I told you what the fuck it was, that's what it is. So stop trying to think, stop thinking that you pulling somebody's card, because you're not. I don't know what you're doing. But I'm not gonna question what you may or may not be doing, because I don't fucking know what you're doing. So it's not my place to say what you ain't doing or you ain't outside or that's not my place. So I don't care what you thought it was. I told you what the fuck it is. So this conversation ain't going nowhere. And what I'm not going to do, I don't care who the individual is. I would never have anybody try to disrespect the judge. I'm just not. When I say about disrespect, I'm not talking about calling somebody a name. I'm talking about trying to question his motherfucking resume. You could be a part of all the organizations in the world, and you could actually be that person sitting in front of a congressional committee, right? And having the Republicans and the Democrats agree that, okay, Black people should get reparations. You could be the head nigga in charge of getting reparations for Black Americans, and you would still never be on this man fucking level. And I'm talking to everybody that was in my fucking comment section, unapologetic, couple other people just talking shit, but you never requested to fucking come up. And that's what sparked the title of this conversation. The people that actually came up from the beginning are the people that kind of come up every week. These are people that are involved in their communities. The conversations sometimes go left. Some people argue, and that's fine. But at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, none of you motherfuckers can ever touch the judge's resume. Stop fucking questioning that man. If he said something, that's what it is. No apologies given. You don't got to agree with everything he said. But don't try to question him. Don't even try to fucking question me, especially when you don't know me.
May I interject something real quick? Like I said several times tonight, this is the second time since I've been a lawyer that this has come up. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to convey the information and the things we learned the first go around since I've been a lawyer, which was the second time in life. And I'm trying to tell you what worked and what did not work and suggest maybe some avenues that would be profitable in terms of acquiring reparations. As is obvious, the likelihood of those things succeeding is not high. It is possible that they will. So there are people that exist and who hold offices that ought to be about the business of advancing the reparations if they can be secured. We elect them, they get paid a substantial salary for doing that, but they're not performing. So my suggestion was to go find somebody that would. And then the second suggestion on that is don't turn somebody down if they're offering you a whole lot of other things, even if it does not include reparations, because reparations is like that lottery. If you win it, you got a good thing going. But are you going to stop doing all the rest of the stuff you do and wait on that lottery? Now, you can do both, but I would suggest that you elect the people whose job it is to take care of it and not go about your business so much, but take care of your main business while they supposedly take care of theirs. And since you do have some control over who you put in these offices, make sure you select wisely. Now, that's, we're arguing over some things that won't be definable until they're actually acquired. Now, I'll pass the mic.
There's no more passing the mic. I'm tired. It's 6 hours. So let me acknowledge some people on YouTube. I appreciate you guys that actually stayed the whole time and new people that came in. But if anybody got offended with what I said, I don't give a fuck. D Boston, don't come on my channel. You don't gotta like what I said. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, this is this a 6 hour space? There's 5 people requesting to come up, but we've been up here for 6 hours. Y'all came pretty much at the tail end. Only thing I'm saying is stop trying to question what somebody is or is not doing. You know what? My outside is the fucking wallet. It's the backdrop. That's my outside. How much money are we helping to fund these grassroots organizations to get shit done? That's the conversation that we need to have going forward. It was a lot of things said, and I appreciate everybody that came up on this X space and spoke. Everybody had something valid to say, whether we agree or disagree, whether people argue or whatever, that's fine. People who have a problem with the judge, y'all motherfuckers ain't show up because I knew you wouldn't. Because you just want to sit and complain. You're the black people that just sit and fucking complain and talk shit. I know April sometimes don't agree with a lot of things the judge said, the Negro and others, and that's fine. But the fact is that if you doing something, keep doing what you're doing. But the next question I have, because next week, that's going to be another serious piece, because I'm calling out all you fucking black Democrats, and I'm calling you Democrat coons. Because I was in a space earlier today when he had Harrison Floyd as a speaker. And all you Democrat coons kept cutting this man off, trying to get this man to talk about his case when he's not supposed to, asking him stupid ass questions. And then when I request to come up, you don't even want to bring me the fuck up there. So that's going to be next week, Tuesday. I'm getting on all these black Democrats' ass. The only thing I'm saying is, if you got something to say about the judge and your black ass didn't come up to say it to the judge, then just shut the fuck up. And whatever you say, you would never be able to touch his achievements. I could honestly say that 1000%. Stop questioning his resume. Stop questioning. He doesn't have to, he's 77. He don't got to do shit. You need to ask him questions. You need to come to him and say, give me some guidance on this, on how to get this done. He don't need to come to you, and he's not going to. And I'm not talking about I'm talking to everybody. You need to ask some questions, but don't never fucking question his resume. That's all I'm saying. And it's not, and last resort on YouTube, never argue with a strong sister. No, it's not. I'm not arguing nobody. It's not even being strong. I'm just stating fucking facts, because I'm tired of people projecting bullshit. Anyway, y'all have a good week. We be on YouTube Thursday. Back on X next week too. We be on YouTube Thursday. Back on X next week Tuesday. And what I'm gonna do is every X space and even on my YouTube highlight a grassroots organization. I'm gonna reach out to you if you want to promote, if you want people to donate. I want to see what you black people want to do, or you want to fucking donate to these organizations, grassroots organizations that are doing the work. So that's the next step. Talking with your fucking wallet. But next Tuesday, I'm gonna get in these black Democrats' ass, and I'm gonna at people. I'm gonna at Nikki Barnes. I think that's her name. I'm gonna at, or what's some of that other dude named Mark? I took screenshots of all these motherfucking names. I'm gonna at them, and I'm gonna see if they're gonna fucking pull up. Good night.